Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, New Goals and Teaching. Life in the Godii was serious, far more so than the relaxed atmosphere of fairy tale. There were no brawls, well, at least not very many people didn't drink recklessly, there was a strict schedule for on duty and off duty, and questioning authority was out of the question. It was a place of soldiers, not a large family, and Erza had to change to adapt to it. That was not to say, of course, that it was all work and no play. Today, she and Lysina had no duty whatsoever, as any soldier was entitled to a day off every now and then. They would go walking the Rukon, or have a drink or two with friends, or maybe she'd just read a good book or train more, if she had nothing better to do. Today was special, though. Today, Lysina was taking her to the world of the living. Not to Fiore, but to the world of the living where she had come so many times, the world that was called Earth by its inhabitants, or Tellus. They were going to a country called Japan, in a town called Karakura, to do, well, not a whole lot, just relax, she supposed. It was interesting to her. She had gone to this world many times, but almost all times it had been to more desolate, remote places, intercepting hollows before they closed on a human population. This would be her first look at civilization, or at least one of the many there were. And so it was that Erza, after having exited a Senkaimon with Lysina and slowly descended through the air, found herself on the busy streets of Tokyo. The sun was shining brightly, the streets were filled with people, and the air was thick with fumes. All around them there were large, colorful signs flashing with different messages, surely powered by some sort of magic. The streets themselves were filled with an odd kind of steel carriages, seemingly powered by themselves, exuding smoke. It was a lot all at once, and it was loud. "Come on," Lysina said, gesturing at her, "I'll show you someplace more peaceful." After being led through the busy, bustling streets for 20 minutes or so, Lysina finally found the place, a cafe of sorts, in a back street, with few people nearby. The two of them had a seat by a table, and Erza leaned back, relaxing. "Won't people try and use this table?" she wondered out loud. "We are invisible to normal people, aren't we?" Lysina smiled. "We have an understanding with the owner. This city has a lot of spiritually rich people who can see us, including the owner. He knows he caters to ghosts, and it doesn't matter so long as we have money." She giggled. "Do we?" Erza said, sounding concerned. "Have money, I mean. I don't think I know what kind of money they use." "Don't worry, I thought about that," Lysina said reassuringly. "It's not my first trip here. I'll worry about money. We'll make it my treat." "All right, but I'll pay next time." "Done." Lysina looked around, at the walls of the tall buildings. "So, what do you think about this place?" Erza frowned, then smiled. "It's so different. There are so many buildings, and how did they make houses this tall? It's like every building I can see is taller than the Tower of Heaven. And these metal carts, these flashing lights, do they have magic too?" Lysina laughed. "No, barely anybody has in this world. People think of it as a fantasy, I guess. Ghosts, magic, monsters, people don't really believe in it." Erza looked surprised. "But how do they make all these things?" Lysina shrugged. "I don't really know. I heard they just use their understanding of the world. They have trains that move at hundreds of miles an hour, great big planes that fly at the speed of sound, devices that let them speak to people all over the world, they even have things out in space. And none of it is magic, as far as I know. And they don't believe we're real. Something like that." Lysina mumbled, calling to a waiter. The two of them ordered, just simple tea and a few sweets, and Erza looked around her more, taking it all in. "And they all live like this. Some do, some don't. Some countries have very little, some have more than they need. Humanity came far in this world, everything is bigger here. They didn't have magic, so they took science, and made it good enough, I guess. It is amazing," Erza said. "And kind of weird. You'd be surprised how much like Fiore it all is. Some things change, but humans are all the same people trying to get by, trying to find purpose, making families and friends together. Poor or rich, advanced or simple, some things stay the same. I hope so. Erza mumbled, digging into a small strawberry cake. I see they make baking goods just as well. By the dozen, Lysina laughed. This country is full of things to see. I'll show you some of their shrines and temples later. And these people, with all these things, they all go to the Soul Society when they die. Erza mumbled thoughtfully. Unless they've been very bad, yes, Lysina said dismissively, sipping her tea. Imagine living with all this plenty, all your life, and finding out that the afterlife is that much worse. Erza mumbled. Doesn't seem right, does it? I guess it doesn't. I didn't think about it much. Maybe you should. Erza said, and there was a slight sharpness in her tone. You know what it is like, and I think most people wearing the Shiakusho do. So, knowing all that, why don't people care more? Why do people ignore something like this? She didn't sound particularly aggressive, or agitated, but Erza knew that if she continued, she would be. The contrast was extreme. There was such wealth here, so much luxury that, seemingly, even the common man could afford, which only made it worse knowing what the Rukonga was like. You know what the chain of command is like? Lysina said, almost indifferently. We do as we're told, and the higher-ups answer to higher UPS, who answer to even higher people, and those higher people are concerned with balance between the worlds. Couldn't we do so much more? The Godai is strong, it is rich and powerful, and it could do so much with that. Tell that to the head captain, then, Lysina shot back. You know the idea behind we Shinigami, we, of the Godai 13, exist to guide lost souls from one world to another, to protect them from those who would do them harm, to maintain balance and harmony, to serve with our lives the Godai 13 in its glory. Isn't that right? I remember that quote. Every recruit learns that mission statement, why we train in the first place, and so on. So there's no reason to fuss. We're here to protect and serve. There's nothing in there about having to make people's lives better. They can do that for themselves. Maybe there is a reason. Maybe that statement isn't enough. Not right now, Erza, Lysina mumbled. Can't we just have fun on our day off? We bust our butts all day long to keep people safe. I think we earned that. You're right. Erza said, nodding. I just wish. Yeah. I do too. But wishes don't really help much, and all this does is make you feel worse. So relax, why don't you? She sighed. I know you want to make it better, and that's one of the things that makes you, you. It's one of the things any fairy tale member would want. But you don't have that power, and neither do I, so, let it go, for now. Sure. Erza smiled. Let's go see those shrines, why don't we? Show me the world. Lysina smiled again, and arm in arm, the two of them marched away to go sightseeing. They spent most of the day there, and Lysina showed her many new, wondrous things, technology beyond any of her imagining, old temples and museums filled with ancient images. She saw weapons, old and new swords not unlike the one she wore, and more modern kinds that looked oddly boxy, guns, they were called. But as it is with all things, it had to end eventually, and as they closed on evening, and Erza's head was full of things she had seen, felt, smelt, touched, eaten, the two of them headed back to the Soul Society. Let it not be said that she didn't know how to use a day off, even though this was Lysina's doing. The next day, during her lunch break, she had her lunch with Isane. She was a nice person to know, meek, but reliable. How is the clinic? Not too much work, I hope, Erza said, digging into her simple bowl of noodles. Oh, it's fairly slow. Isane said, chewing down a dango ball. Not too many operations out in dangerous areas at the moment, thank goodness, and that means fewer injuries. Fewer casualties. That's good. Erza said, nodding. She wasn't sure what to say next. She was good at violence, but small talk like this made her a little uncomfortable. How did people manage to drone on about trivial things so easily? Life was short. Well, actually it wasn't, not here, but still, wasn't there better things to do with one's time? She liked Isane, she really did, and she didn't want to come across as impolite, but she didn't quite know where to go next. Luckily, rescue came to her before she had to settle for either an awkward silence of a forced, generic reply, in the forms of the busty, blonde officer she knew as Matsumoto Rangiku. "Oh, hello," she said, and, quite at ease, took a seat at their table. Leaning back, she stretched her arms, and let out a relieved groan. "You wouldn't believe what a hassle it is, getting that lazy good-for-nothing shibata, of course, to do anything right. I'm starving." It was amazing, Erza thought, how some people took to this game like a fish took to water. Just sitting down, and not even butting in on a conversation but naturally making yourself a part of it. She didn't for the life of her understand how people found that sort of casual smoothness, and she wasn't sure she wanted. "So," Matsumoto said, as she dug into her lunch a regular sandwich, "how are things going with you, Isane? Are there any cute guys coming into the hospitals all wounded but not too wounded, clamoring for the attention of a sexy, caring nurse?" She winked shamelessly. Isane blushed very slightly. "We were just saying how there weren't many injured right now. Things are kind of quiet." "Well, that's marvelous news," Rangiku said cheerily. "That means you'd have to go manhunting someplace more conventional, though. I'm actually not that interested," Isane mumbled. Turning on a dime, Rangiku replied, "Well, who needs men anyway? Smelly, dirty, insensitive, and you have to kick their butts to get them to do anything right. This woman just wasn't one for any kind of awkward, was she?" "I went to the world of the living yesterday," Erza said, deciding not to be talked over any further. "Oh, were you? They have the cutest little handbags there and so many dresses. Thank goodness for humans, the Soul Society would be in a dreadful state without the fashion they have. These old things," she said, tugging at her own shiakusho, "they do all right and they can look spiffy if you keep them clean, but they're also boring, don't you think?" "I never thought about it," Erza said honestly. "But now that you mention it, I suppose I wouldn't mind wearing something else if I had the choice." "That's a good girl," Rangiku said, nodding enthusiastically. "Say, why don't Lisana and I take you shopping next time? We'll find you the best outfits. What do you like, dresses, blouses, skirts, or maybe you're more of a pants kind of person?" "I was always more partial to steel chest plates," Erza said, and smirked as she saw a look of slight surprise in Rangiku's face. "I can't say I heard about that before. Is it common, where you came from?" "It's a personal preference," Erza said. "It's practical, it keeps you safe, and you can make it shine if you keep it clean." Rangiku laughed. "She's something else, isn't she, Isane?" "Yes," Isane concurred shyly. She was a bit less open, Erza noticed, when it wasn't just the two of them. "I heard you're a go-getter," Rangiku said, taking a bite of her sandwich, "more hollow hunts than most in the entire division and in a real short time, too. Are you looking to make a big career?" Erza took a hesitant breath, and then said, "Actually, yes." "Well, good for you, you're strong, dedicated, and you're still growing. I'm sure you can make it up to the upper single digits in no time." "Actually, I intend to gain Bankai and become a captain," Erza said resolutely. She had kept these thoughts to herself for the most part. They were big goals and talking about them would make her seem a braggart, she was sure, but she was interested to see how Rangiku would react. She was not disappointed. Rangiku choked on her food, and coughed, long and hard. "Well," she said, and cleared her throat again, "you dream big, don't you?" "I can do it," Erza said simply. "I'm sure of it. I have to." "Well, aim high, that's a good philosophy," Rangiku said, seeming a little taken aback. "You'd have to surpass both me and Isane on your way, you know that." "Yes," Erza said, in a simple enough tone that it didn't seem like empty boasting. "And once I'm there, I'll finally be able to really help people. That's the idea, at least." "Oh, dear," Rangiku said, and smiled. "You're a sweet person, Erza. I just hope you don't dream too much. Keep your feet on the ground at all times, that's my advice." "I might fail. It's a big thing to try and do," Erza said, shrugging, "but I'll try. I remember the village I left behind in the Rukanga. They were poor, weak, and vulnerable, and God knows what might happen to them without me. How many more villages out there are there like them? People who will have to wait for 2 days if a hollow attacks, people with no protection from bandits, living at the mercy of thugs and the warlords who rule them. She grabbed some noodles, and slurped down a mouthful. I want to help them. I want to change this place for the better, because, well, somebody has to. And that means becoming powerful, strong of arm, and powerful in rank too. I know how the hierarchy works, sort of, Rangiku said, carefully taking another bite, and I'm not so sure being a captain would really help you there. But by all means try. The worst you could do is fail, and they say it's better to have tried and failed than having done nothing at all. I like the sound of that, Erza said, smiling. She downed some more noodles, and paused for a while. I might take you up on that shopping trip sometime. Do they have any good armorers down there? Oh, dear. Rangiku mumbled. Erza laughed. I'm joking, normal clothes will do. Elsewhere, in his office overlooking the 5th Division Gardens, Aizen Saushik felt the strands of Erza's riot suit, sensing them like his hand might roam across a silk scarf, so raw and untempered yet so much improved compared to when he first had seen it, a barely contained ball of energy, blazing away at its surroundings with neither restraint nor control. She was a curious case, he thought as he gazed out over the gardens. He had considered her as a possible pawn, but dismissed her too chaotic to really be useful. Then he had expected her to amount to little more than raw data for one of his observations, where all her pitifully weak friends had died but she had lived. She had shown strength. The Godai, of course, was brimming with strong idiots. There was Zaraki Kenpeki, who was absurdly strong in a barbaric sort of way, and Aizen found him no more interesting than a bug or a molehill. He was part of the metaphorical scenery, not unlike a tree, a host of data to be found if you wanted it, but irrelevant compared to other pursuits more worthwhile. But Erza Scarlet was, just barely, not a tree. There was something to her beside just power, a sort of drive, an integrity of a kind that Aizen had found was generally very exploitable. Ideology was the single most useful tool a manipulator could ask for. Using that, a virtuous man like Kaname Tissen had turned into his loyal servant, prepared to kill anyone and do anything in the name of his cause. But it was more than that. Erza Scarlet, judging by his subtle observations, saw what he had once seen, what Kaname had been made to see, a corrupt society, ruling over the weak and poor with cruel indifference. She was far from enlightened, but she had seen past the veil. The veil, as he liked to think of it, the structure of power, its implications plain to see for everyone, yet dismissed by almost all students once they graduated. The indoctrination process wasn't even that rigorous, but privilege and luxury too was a strong motivator. Many Shinigami were from poor backgrounds, hundreds and hundreds of them, yet when they graduated, few seemed to care about others but themselves. That was the veil. Knowing that who you served was a tyrant, that your masters cared neither about the people they ruled over, nor about your own life, and yet they could convince themselves this was not only acceptable, but the way life should look, that there was no other way, that it was just the way things were. But Erza Scarlet, it seemed, saw through it. Of course, he had seen it before. The veil, even when pierced, had a way of wearing down a body, until objections finally stopped, until the status quo was all they needed to be satisfied. It was a fascinating kind of mind control, one that he would have liked to have studied if only he had the time. For now, Scarlet interested him in a small, bemused way, and he wondered if he could bring her to his side. She was strong, and he had seen weaker people grow into captain levels of strength before. If he could bring her to his side, make her see the light, his light, then she could be a valuable asset one day. She wanted another soul society, a better soul society, just like him, and how precious few were not people like that. Maybe, just maybe, she could make a useful addition. He would have to be cautious, of course, but when wasn't he? She trusted him already, he had a reasonable chance. And that was how, the next day, Erza bumped into Aizen Saushik in the street, seemingly of course by complete coincidence. She had been out on a regular patrol on the streets, one of the more low-key duties, and one she was required to fill a quota of. In the words of her captain, you can't let some people hog all the action, or the rest would never get the experience they needed. And as she turned a corner, she bumped into a familiar figure, nearly knocking him over. Aizen Teiku, she said agitatedly. I'm terribly sorry, I should have watched where I was going. Please, there is no need to apologize. Eisen said, smiling gently. To err is perfectly normal, is it not? Erza blinked. Yeah, sure. Well, I'll not keep you any longer dash. I'm in no particular hurry, Eisen said relaxedly, and to tell you the truth, I am terribly bored with my office duties. Care to join me for a walk? I have patrols. Erza mumbled. Excellent, I'm sure that together, we can fend off whatever fiendish plans these cobblestones can cook up. It was a joke, Erza realized, but delivered with a completely straight face, and those, she never quite was sure about. If you wish, sir. Sir, Erza? I think I know you well enough to be more familiar than that. Of course, I have been busy. I wish I had taken the time to at least visit you in the hospital. It's how you address a superior. Erza mumbled, as Eisen walked alongside her. You're not one for formalities, I think. Eisen said confidently. And to tell you the truth, neither am I, but when you're in my position, you need to keep up appearances. Still, there's no need for sir, you may call me Eisen, or if you're capable of that kind of boldness, so K. I see, S.I. Eisen. She said, frowning. Is there a particular reason for this walk? She was a little stiff, Eisen noticed, although she didn't seem averse to company. My office was killing me, Eisen lied casually. People think we captains are some sort of... I don't know, sometimes it seems like people think we're some sort of legend, or gods, but really, we're just people like you people who sometimes get really bored with paperwork. Mark my words, if you become captain one day, you'll find reason to regret it in places you never expected. He smiled. Erza chuckled. I don't expect that I will come so far, S. Eisen. False modesty doesn't become you, Erza Scarlet. Eisen said, looking at her studiously. She was lying a simple, casual, socially acceptable lie, to make herself seem more humble. Typical. He seemed to have established trust, though. I rarely see potential in up-and-coming Shinigami like what I see in you. At a minimum, I expect you'll one day make a fine vice-captain. You believe that? I believe you'll go further than that, much further. But I like to err on the side of caution. The question is, what will you do when you get there? There is a grand life to be had for the rich and powerful. I don't want a grand life, Erza said, shaking her head. I never wanted that. All I need is a home, and friends, and family to share it with. Maybe some people would think that's simple, or cheesy, but that's all I want for myself. Money helps, it makes things flow smoothly, but it's less important. I don't think that's simple, or foolish. Eisen said reassuringly. In all my time, I find that the best leaders are those who value home more than gold. There is a humility to it. Some aim for the top, willing to sacrifice anything to get there, but I like better those who realize the weight you must carry once you stand there. Captain. Erza said quizzically. Eisen chuckled in a friendly way. My apologies, I drifted into poetic territory. What I meant to say is that simpler goals like yours are better equipped to realize what responsibility means. But, he said, allowing himself the smallest hint of passion in his voice, if you want no money or luxury when you get there, if you have no ambition for political power, what would you use it for? A captain's seat is considerably powerful, whether you forsake the glamour it can bring or not. If, Erza said hesitantly, taking a quick breath, if I got there, I'd try and make a difference. Not just slaying hollows, preserving the peace, but I'd want to try and make the afterlife a better place. There is a village that I called home when I first got here, a good ways out in the Rukonga, and it's a weak, pitiful place, at the mercy of warlords and bandits. It has good people, hard-working people who deserve better than that, and I want to build strong walls around it. I want them to have soldiers of their own to protect them. I want them to have rich fields to plow, and all the water they'll ever need. She stopped walking, and looked him in the eye. But it's just the one village, Eisen said, and there are tens and thousands, probably millions like it in the Soul Society. I am not criticizing you, but some people would say it's selfish to help only the people who are close to you. They might say it is inconsistent. If it stands between helping one village and helping no villages at all, the choice is obvious. There was steel in her voice. He noticed she wasn't cold, or offended as far as he could tell, but she knew what her opinions were. A valid point, Eisen said calmly, but would you stop there? No. Erza shook her head slightly. No, I wouldn't. I'd do the same for the next village, and the one after that, until I couldn't anymore. All in your spare time, of which we have little, Eisen interjected quietly. And what happens when the ruler of the district decides they are too rich, or too powerful, and purges them and takes all their possessions? If that happened, I'd take him down and bring him to justice. I'd bring him before the courts. Eisen shook his head. You are so fierce, and so strangely virtuous, but this world, I have seen, is not virtuous. Many a warlord has the official approval of the Godii, few of them would be convicted. You, however, might be fined for your vigilantism. I'd find a way. And what if the only way was to cut off the weed at its root? You mean kill him? We have done worse historically. Read some of it, it is an enlightening, if not very uplifting read. If I had to, Erza said hesitantly, if it meant saving everyone else, I might. I don't know for sure, not until I was actually there in that moment, but that's what I think I'd do. Bingo. And then what? A leader, however vile, usually keeps a structure in place. If he dies, chaos ensues. Killing a tyrant might lead to more suffering than before. I'd set somebody else up to rule in his stead. Somebody just. And I'd check in as often as I could, to make sure he wasn't corrupt. Eisen nodded. And now your little makeshift kingdom begins to make sense. But it's one little area of an afterlife, a supercontinent bigger than any world of the living. Well. Erza looked thoughtful. Is it even possible for one person to make that big a difference for such a big world? I mean, what are you trying to say, sir? She frowned. Eisen smiled. Oh, just idle musings. You remind me of myself when I was younger, burning with a wish to do good, to help people. And what happened to that younger you? He's still there, but he isn't burning anymore. One does one's best, but, well, you start to realize your limitations after a while. He shrugged, intentionally putting on an air of defeat. Well, I shan't bother you any further, but I would ask one thing. Anything for my old teacher. Erza said, smiling back at him. If you could change the entire world, if you had a chance to make it better for everyone in it, would you take that chance? I would. Erza said determinedly. This, no disrespect to the Godii itself, but we're not doing enough. I agree. Eisen said, nodding and smiling. Well, have a good day. I have paperwork to take care of, a dreadful lot of it. When you make captain, I'm sure you'll learn to fear the dreaded mission report more than the mission itself. I'm sure I will. Erza laughed, and mockingly snapped a salute, before moving on with her patrol. Eisen watched her walk away. She was beautiful, in a way not for her figure or her face, but for her fire and her simple-mindedness, which would make her either very useful, or very troublesome. Either way, she would be a little interesting to watch. A few weeks passed as usual, patrols, hunts, and soul burials, guard shifts, mission reports, the dull routine of duty interrupted only by weekends, which Erza would usually spend with friends or training. According to Rangiku, that made her a bore, but success didn't come to the lazy, or the mediocre, it wouldn't come at all unless you put the effort in. Her form improved, both through training with Ikeku, and running simple exercises over and over, 1,001 times. She would work herself sweaty, till her muscles burned and she'd drop into a deep sleep, barely having the energy to get up the next morning. But even with her improvement, it was a surprise when one day, she was contacted by an academy tutor. It was a day as any other, a weekday dedicated to regular training at the division grounds, and she was only just getting warmed up, having swung no more than 100 swings, when she could feel a presence at the gateway of the training grounds. There was a polite cough, and she turned around to look, wiping some sweat from her brow. Yes. She said brusquely. She wasn't too keen on being interrupted when she had only just gotten into her flow. The man in question was tall, thin, bespectacled, and with a receding hairline. You are Erza Scarlet, 7th Seed of 10th Division. That is I, yes, Erza said, putting her wooden training sword to the ground. And who are you? I'm on duty. I represent the academy from which you once graduated, Miss Scarlet, the man said, and she noticed a folder tucked in under one of his arms, and I am told you are, for your level of strength, very fit with a blade. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. Sajamakid. The man gave a slight bow. I am a retainer at the academy. And on duty you may be, but so am I. I was sent to find somebody strong of arm and skilled with a blade, and your captain recommended, among 5 others, yourself. Having reviewed the candidates, I thought of you as the most suitable. I needed to meet you, of course. Erza frowned. Suitable? Candidates? What for? Akid sighed, and waved dismissively. Ah, yes, I didn't mention there was an accident with our kendo teacher, one Shimura Shinpeki. We need a replacement, and quickly. Accident? Is he all right? Nothing too serious, both legs broken, and an infection on top of that. Nothing that 4th Division cannot cure, but I am told his predicament will take time to heal. A few months, at the least. He looked at her studiously. Strong of arm, yes, and in good shape, too. Female, but I suppose you can't have everything. I'm still here, you know, Erza growled, and I didn't say I accepted, either. There would be an increase in pay, Akid said dismissively, and I could always put in a request with your captain. We need a teacher. The students need somebody strong and experienced. Will you shirk away from such responsibility? Can I, at least think about it? You start next Monday. That, I reckon, will give you plenty of time to think. Akid said, with that same annoying dismissiveness, and gave her a curt bow. Take this, he said, handing her the folder. It contains the whole of your employment contract. For how long? Until Shimura recovers, I should think. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have several more errands to run. And with that, Akid simply walked out, leaving a confused, and apparently magisterial Erza. Chapter 12, Great Teacher Erza. 2 weeks later, a very hesitant, confused Erza stood back at the entrance of the academy. Once, she had been a student here, feeling anxious, eager, like a child. It had not been a decade, but it felt like 100 years ago now. So many things she had learned since, so far she had come, so much pain she had felt, and here she was, now expected to pass on knowledge to young, impressionable souls, whose ignorant minds were just waiting to be filled with knowledge. The notion intimidated her a little. She hadn't ever been a people person, she was a sword person, and the problems she was used to solve were the kind where you could apply gratuitous violence until it went away, and if that failed, all you needed was to apply more violence. Somehow, she reasoned that this was probably not an option when it came to students. She took a deep breath, and took that first step, resolutely marching into the academy to report to the headmaster, before leading her first class. She was Erza Scarlet, and Erza Scarlet did not let herself be intimidated by a group of children. Leadership, she knew, was half competence and half just acting like you knew what you were doing, and she knew she could manage at least the latter. After reporting to the principal, the same old man he had been those years ago, and getting some basic information about her classes, her new schedule, she headed down to the classroom. It was fairly simple today, just give them a lecture on what it means to hold a sword, demonstrate some basic moves, and save the proper teaching for tomorrow. She had been relieved to know that once they had got started, all she had to do was oversee their training, offer some direction. She wasn't expected to do much lecturing. It couldn't be that hard, could it? A class full of children, who had to do whatever she said, well, she knew how to command respect. Maybe it was that easy? At long last, and much too quickly, Erza was at the door of her old classroom, where once she had been instructed by Shimura-sensei on how to use a sword, now as an authority. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside the room. 30-odd pairs of eyes turned towards her, and she looked at her new students, younger, older, girls and boys, each one looking right at her. The boys especially looked impressed for obvious reasons. Cleavage or not, men had a way of noticing one thing before all else. All right. Focus. Act like you know what you are doing. You are in charge. She thought, and walked up, standing before the class, folding her arms and putting on a stern look. Class 1A, I will be your teacher for the foreseeable future, she began. And I will do my best to pass on the skills you need to advance. You are ignorant now, weak little ducklings. Each one of you would be hollow-feed within seconds of meeting one. I am going to change that. Make no mistake, you are not here on a camping trip, or on the road to a comfortable job within the walls. Each one of you will face life and death situations many times to come. Some of you will die. There was a hard look in her eye, and for a moment, she thought she saw them down in the class: Sensuk, Marisa, Ramon, her old friends, and she felt emotion swelling in her chest, but she controlled herself. Some of you will not make it, she said, and she noticed an uneasy look in the eyes of the students, something my sensei was not keen to say much of when I was taught, but you will get no lies from me. I will give you pain and I will give you honesty, and you will listen to everything I have to say. In return, you will gain the skills to live on. Is that understood? There were more uneasy looks throughout the class, students looking at each other with uncertainty, murmuring quietly. I said, she raised her voice, almost but not quite shouting, is that understood, students? Yes, sensei. Her new students cried back, in an imperfect, nervous chorus, but each one with gusto. Act like you knew what you were doing. Good. She said, nodding. Does anybody here know anything about holding a sword? A few people raised their hands, and Erza turned to the closest one, a boy with hair as bright red as her own. What is your name? Abari Renji, sensei. He said spiritedly. And what is your experience with a sword? He said awkwardly. Spit it out. Erza said sternly. Back in the Rukon, I sometimes had to use a knife to defend myself. And sometimes a wood branch that I cut to look like one. It was useful against people. Sometimes. He mumbled awkwardly. There were some sniggers in the back of the class, but Erza decided to ignore them. Step up, and grab a training sword. She said, and took one of her own from the wall. Sensei. He said, sounding scared. Take one and try to hit me. That is an order. But dash. I will not ask twice. Erza said, holding up her own. Hit me. Looking terrified, Renji slowly went and grabbed a sword from the wall, and stood face to face with Erza, in front of the whole class. Do you know how to take a stance? She asked, standing with the training sword held out in front of her, in perfect form. She was not usually one for form, her own style was more directed at whatever suited the situation best, but this was a classroom. Sure, Renji mumbled, and clumsily imitated her own stance. Then go. Erza said mercilessly. Letting out a cry, ranging between nervous and spirited, Renji sprinted forward, bringing his sword down much too hard, and with no real balance. Erza easily caught his sword, directed it to her side, and slammed the hilt of her own sword into his chest. Renji let out a hollow cough, and sunk to his knees. On your feet. She said coldly. This was cruel, but life was cruel, they might as well learn that. Why yes, sensei, Renji said, coughing again. Standing up again, his feet wobbly, he took a more cautious stance, before charging again, feinting a swipe to the side, before stabbing forward. Erza simply sidestepped the stab, caught his wrist, and pressed the point of her sword against his neck. And now, you're dead, she said, letting go of his wrist, and pressing the tip of the sword against his neck. Renji wobbled, then fell over, letting out a surprised cry. There were sniggers again, from the back of the classroom, and Erza frowned. Pitiful. She said, putting down the sword and putting her arms behind her back. Each one of you is pitiful and weak. Right now, you are nothing. If you thought you knew anything before, forget it. But when I am done with you, each one of you will have learned how you defend yourselves, and others, how to face another swordsman, or a hollow. She looked sharply towards the back of the classroom. And for those of you who found this funny, Abari probably knows more than you do. This is not a game. This is where you learn a skill that may well save your life one day. Is that clear? She said strictly. Yes, sensei. The class said, almost as one this time. Go back to your place, Abari, Erza said. Now, what is a sword? Can anybody tell me what it means to hold a sword? One student, a lanky young boy with stripy, brown hair, raised his hand. "Speak up," Erza said, nodding. "Excuse me, sensei," he said, and by his accent, Erza placed him as a noble upper class. "But when are we going to, learn about sword fighting? You've been talking all about how dangerous it is, and how important it is, so why aren't we learning it already? I didn't come here to listen to speeches, I got enough of that at home. I want a sword already." There was a look of steel in Erza's eyes. "You want your sword, do you?" she said, walking down towards the boy. "Yes," he said, sounding unaware of her shift in tone, her change of mood, "that's why we're here. Are we just going to talk all day? I want to know what your teaching credentials are." Erza stood in front of him, and looking somewhat nervous, he continued, "Frankly, I don't think dash." Faster than his eye could follow, Erza slammed a fist into his gut. He doubled over, coughing, and Erza punched him in the head, and he sunk to his knees. "God damn it! Holy hell, that hurt, my father will hear of this." He wheezed, breathing heavily. "I am sure he will," Erza said, in her steeliest voice, "and when you tell him, let him know I have no time for punks who question me, and interrupt my lessons." She looked at the whole class, all eyes on her, looking terrified. "This goes for all of you. I don't want to have to beat you down, but if you give me lip, I'll give you what for. Is that clear?" "Yes, sensei," the class shouted, now in total chorus. "Good." Erza nodded, and walked back to the front of the class. "Now, what does it mean to hold a sword? Anybody?" Her first class was not so difficult after all. After that stern lecture, and a speech about the importance of holding a blade, that it meant the power to destroy or protect, and all those essential things, what an unusual thing it was, to teach somebody ethics. She had settled for demonstrating some basics, and before she knew it, an hour had passed. Her first class cleared, Erza felt relieved maybe teaching wasn't so bad. She still felt the same after the second class. And the third. But after a total of 6 classes, Erza felt exhausted, all but completely drained emotionally. Controlling children well, strictly, a fair few were adults, but they might as well be kids, as far as she was concerned was difficult enough, and constantly wondering whether she was doing it right, teaching them what they needed to know, or just ruining what should be a decent education, was flat out destructive. She kept her head high, her tone stern, and her hand firm, but inwardly she wondered how long it would be before she collapsed. Once the day was over, she walked home towards the division, and fell asleep the moment she hit the bed. And before she knew it, it was morning, and her alarm clock let off a loud beep. It just wasn't fair. Nights should, Erza felt, last at least twice as long. After a quick shower, and a hasty breakfast, Erza headed out to school, back to the uncertainty, back to the feeling of just barely being in control, even though it felt like a complete illusion. Like this it went on, for 3 more days, and Erza pondered if she couldn't just appeal to her captain to get out of this. Then again, he might not listen. Well, she could always stage an incident. A broken arm sounded like a fair trade at this point. But then, one evening as she headed back to her room, as if by chance, she came upon Eisen Sauschik, walking towards his division. She gave him a tired wave, and kept walking. "Not even a good evening, Miss Scarlet," he said bemusedly. "Have we become cold to each other without me noticing it?" "Oh, no, not at all," Erza mumbled, rubbing her eyes. Her eyelids already felt heavy, and her arms and legs felt like they were made of lead. "It's just that, I started teaching swordplay at the academy, and, it's pretty hectic." She yawned. "I'm sure you've places to be, Captain Eisen." "You know," Eisen said, smiling, "I felt the exact same when I started teaching." She blinked. "Pardon, Captain. I can see it on you, tired, stressed, and more than a little afraid of failing your students, and of failing yourself. I wasn't aware they had made you a teacher. Did they at least give you a course in how to teach?" No," Erza said, shaking her head, "no, it was more of a last-minute sort of deal. Their old teacher is in the hospital, and they needed a replacement. So they grabbed the first high-performing officer who wasn't important enough that she couldn't be torn from her duties," Eisen said, and she noticed a slight disapproval in his tone. "It's such incompetence. They should have had the foresight to prepare a replacement, or at the very least teach you the basics of teaching. Sir, she said quizzically. It was unlike him, she thought, to take offense like so. Oh, it's nothing, Eisen said nonchalantly, but I do think it an unfair situation. Life's not fair, Erza said, shrugging, and I think I can do it, if I just get used to it. I hope. You know, Eisen said, nodding and smiling, I was quite terrified when I first taught a class. I had the advantage of training for the position, but it was still quite a nervous experience. You, Captain? Erza said doubtfully. Oh, I am sure I must seem quite in control today. The great Captain Eisen, who runs a whole division, but I too was a beginner once, and I too was once clueless. He smirked. How are the students reacting to your methods? Any back talk? Erza chuckled, just a little. I punched out a bratty kid the first day at school. Word spread, and the students know I don't tolerate nonsense. He nodded understandingly. Good, good, you need to make them respect you. But, well, you achieve more, I think, by making them respect you out of admiration rather than fear. These are impressionable young minds, and a teacher's job is to shape them, encourage them, and make them grow like a loving gardener tending to a flower herb. If I were like you, Captain, then I'm sure it would be no problem, she said tiredly, but with some sense of appreciation, but I never was good at understanding people. Hollows, I understand, put me up against a pack of hugs with a sword in my hand, and I'll take them down with all I have. Students? They're a much scarier kind of beast. Eisen laughed. It's a good sign that you haven't lost your sense of humor, Scarlet. I might lose my sanity, though, Erza said, but she couldn't help but crack a smile. Eisen gave her a solemn, happy look. Hang in there. You're strong not just in your arms and legs. This is a new challenge for you, and I've no doubt it will make you stronger. I'll be happy to help you with what I know about pedagogics. Thank you, Captain. I mean, so far, I've made them do exercises, just teaching basics, but I'm good. I hate to sound arrogant, but I am really, really good at sword fighting. Lowering myself to the right level, not forgetting that they don't know anything, it's really awkward. She mumbled, scratching her head. Acknowledging your own skills is neither arrogant nor boastful. Eisen said reassuringly. Nevertheless, these are people relying on you. It may not have been handled right, and I'll certainly have a word or two with the principal, I think, but for now, they depend on you. The most heroic of efforts are sometimes made simply because they must be, because nobody else will do it. I'm not sure it's very heroic to stand in a classroom looking stern while fighting off a panic attack, Erza mumbled. On the contrary, I can think of nothing more heroic, Eisen said calmly and emphatically. People think a hero is just a man or woman who will slay the dragon, save the day, and look fancy in a cape, but violence doesn't achieve anything. Impacting dozens of young minds, does. If you want heroes, look no further than teachers, engineers, scientists, philosophers. These are the people who make a difference. And you have a chance to be one of them. I hadn't thought of it like that, Erza mumbled. Thanks, Eisen. Sir. No sirs, please, Eisen said, waving his hand dismissively with a chuckle, and you're welcome. I'm all too glad to help a promising colleague like yourself. I appreciate it, Erza said. Well, I better. She trailed off, making a vague gesture toward her division. By all means, Eisen said, go get some sleep. Goodness knows you will need it. Erza nodded, saluted awkwardly, and walked off. Still, tired as she was, she felt a little uplifted. School, Renji had learned, was hard. Not as hard as life in the Rukon, though, but between all kinds of annoyingly difficult subjects, like history, literature, or math, who the hell needed to know what happened 12,000 years ago, anyway, he almost found himself missing his old home. Almost. Until he remembered what it felt like to starve, or that he'd never had a home out there at all, or the friends he and Rukia had buried, and that school was hard but you never went hungry, and everyone had their own damn bed. Calling it luxury, for a poor sod like himself, was an understatement. Which didn't really make mathematics any less obnoxious. And then there was that harpy of a woman who taught them Zanjutsu. He still remembered the first day, the humiliation he had gone through, although, in her defense, she had shown no tolerance whatsoever for bullies, and she didn't let anyone off easy even if their parents were rich, and that was more than could be said for some other teachers. A harpy she was, but there were worse harpies out there. Right now, he was walking the corridors toward Keto class, a dreaded subject he'd be entirely lost in if it weren't for Hinamori, who was walking beside him right now. She was a sweet girl, and though he'd only known her for a week or so, she had already offered him help, for no reason other than that he needed it. Maybe, if he worked hard, there was still that chance of making it, all the way to the top as a Shinigami. Well, Keto class first, top later, he decided. Hurry up, Hinamori said, you cannot be late again, Aburai-kun. Don't sweat it, Renji mumbled, I don't want to fail, all right. But you don't want to do Keto either, she shot back. True. He grumbled. It's very important. She nagged. It's a sublime, subtle power, magic that can alter reality and bend the power of spirituality to your will, the greatest and most complicated art there ever was, yada yada yada, Renji grumbled, quoting their Keto teacher. I got it. It's just, not my thing. Of course, a crude street rat like you couldn't appreciate anything with subtlety to it. The voice was familiar. It was that guy who Scarlet had given a beating on day one. Renji didn't remember his full name, didn't have to. Knobs were all the same. Akamura something, maybe? You got something to say? Renji sneered, stopping to face him. He stood with his back against a wall, lazily leaning against it as if he owned the place. Aburai-kun, we don't have the time for this, Hinamori pleaded, but Renji didn't listen. I believe I just did. Or were you thick enough to miss that? Akamura said, sneering. Why don't you say all you've got to say, and we'll see what happens next, Renji shot back, balling his fist. How typical of street trash, threatening violence over the smallest things, Akamura said condescendingly, but I'm not afraid of you. I don't think anybody is, after what Sensei did to you this Monday. He chuckled, and Renji clenched his fist. Keep talking, and I'll show you what street trash do to survive, he said angrily. I was trained by father's retainer, a master martial artist, Akamura said, standing up straight, and I'd gladly teach you a lesson, you inferior. Rats like you shame this school. Society really has let itself go, when trash with no manners or talent can go to school just because they've got the smallest iota of spiritual power. Right, that's enough. Renji snapped, moving forward, raising his fist. Akamura took a stance, looking smugly confident. However, before either one could do anything, Hinamori had put herself between them, her arms outstretched to keep them from getting any closer to each other. She wasn't exactly likely to succeed. She was a small girl, and Renji was easily a head taller than her, and so was Akamura. Still, that didn't seem to bother her. Stop it, the both of you. She demanded with an air of authority far beyond what you'd expect of a student. She almost sounded like a teacher, Renji thought. I'm going to show I'm what for, so don't get in the way. Renji growled. Yes, go on, or are you going to let a little girl get in your way? Akamura said mockingly. This is a school. Hinamori cried emphatically. We are here to learn, not fight. And maybe you don't like each other, but that's no excuse. Aburai-kun, you need to be better than this. Be the bigger person. Renji said, frowning. Something about her tone did make him hesitate. However, before a decision could be made, there was a sharp voice interrupting them. You too. It was, to Renji's dread and visibly, Akamura's as well, Erza Scarlet, the red-haired fury. What's going on here? Nothing at all. Renji blurted out. We just had a small disagreement. Yes. Friendly discussion. Akamura said, his tone changed entirely. Oh, really? Scarlet said, with that you are lying, and I know you are lying look that only teachers seem to be able to produce. Hinamori, is this true? Yes. Hinamori whispered, almost squealing. While Renji and Akamura were not terribly convincing, Hinamori was possibly the worst liar in all of existence. So they weren't trying to start a fight. Scarlet demanded harshly. Hinamori just stared, looking paralyzed. Renji felt sweat forming at his brow. Shit. Get to class, all of you. She said, her tone still harsh. And report to the principal for detention once the school day is done. If you don't, I will find you, and I will make you regret ever coming to this school. But, that's unfair. Akamura began. Akamura, do not try my patience, Scarlet said, giving him a cold look, or I will make it 2 days of detention. But. How about 3? Yes, sensei. He mumbled. We'll go to class. Right away. Renji said, bowing deeply. Well, what are you waiting for? Go. Scarlet snapped, and the 3 of them all but ran away from the scene. Erza watched as they made their way towards their classes. Aburai was a bit of a troublemaker, and Akamura too, but Hinamori had been the one that tried to step between them. Good to know that not all of her students were punks. Miss Scarlet. The scene was the principal's office. It was evening, that same afternoon, and after finishing her last class, the principal had asked her to come into his office. She wasn't nervous. Adults, she could handle, and she was fairly sure her teaching so far hadn't been catastrophic. Principal Kateyama. She said, nodding politely. Formality was not her forte, but for the moment, she might as well be polite. Do you know why I called you in here? He said, taking a seat behind his desk. Sit down, please. Erza sat down opposite of him. I haven't the slightest clue, Principal. He sighed. I know of your record as a fighter, and I realize that you might not be accustomed to some of the subtleties of school life. I realize you were drafted into this very quickly, with little preparation, so that's understandable. What on earth was he talking about? Sir. Today, you gave Jinto Akamura detention, did you not? And Aburai Renji, and Hinamori Momo, Erza nodded. What about it? Sanbei Akamura is the head of the Akamura clan, and they are of some notability. Not as reputable as the Kukaki or Shihoin, but wealthy and influential no less. They are a major contributor to school activities. Tell me, Principal, Erza cut him off, if you saw 3 students involved in a fight, what would you do? Miss Scarlet, stay on the subject, please. I am staying on the subject, Erza said, steel in her voice, and I ask that you answer my question. Please. Please, she might have said, but somehow it sounded more like or else to Principal Kateyama. Miss Scarlet, I don't think. Answer the question. There was no room for argument in her voice. He sighed again. I suppose I would break up the fight, and discipline all students involved. That is exactly what I did. Erza said, nodding. Is that a problem? You have to understand the reality of the situation, Miss Scarlet, Kateyama retorted. This, on top of abusing him the first day. I had a look at the teacher guidelines before, Erza said firmly, and, I quote, a teacher has the right to discipline a student who misbehaves at any time, verbally or physically. Do you call that abuse? That is all well and good, the principal groaned, but I've been receiving some very angry complaints from his father. I really must ask that this stops. What exactly are you asking? That I look the other way when he bullies somebody? That I ignore him disrupting my classes? That I teach him nothing in the way of discipline, and ignore his lacking results? You have to understand, the situation is complicated, the principal said, looking tired. It doesn't look complicated to me, Erza said angrily. You're asking me to give him special treatment because his father is rich. Well, I'm not going to. If he behaves, there won't be a problem. If he doesn't, he will be disciplined just like anybody else. And if his father has a problem with it, he can take it up with me personally. Go ahead, tell him I refused. Miss Scarlet, you're treading on dangerous ground. You had best adapt, or you may be forced to suffer the consequences. Erza gave a short laugh. What, like being fired from a job I didn't want in the first place? A job that you don't have a replacement for. She stood up, fists clenched. Tell his father that I'm not impressed by his money, or his status. And if you can't handle what he has to throw at me, then good luck finding a new teacher. With that, she turned around, walked out of the office, slamming the door behind her. The next day, Erza surveyed her class, all of them doing basic swings with wooden swords for the moment. It had been 3 weeks since she had started now, and while it was still an exhausting job, it had stabilized somewhat. She showed students the way, followed the teaching plan, and mostly just kept watch as they exercised. Some stood out. Izuru Kira, for example, showed excellent form, while Abarai Renji showed a strong endurance. He was slow to take in form, but seemed to have an intuition for what he needed to do. And others still stood out for less flattering reasons. Somebody always had to be the last, and Hinamori Momo was that somebody. She was struggling, her physique was not well trained, and she seemed poorly suited to swing a sword around. But as Erza knew well, even a pitiful soul could grow up to become a mighty warrior. Still, she wasn't looking good at the moment. Erza waited until the class was over, and as she dismissed them, the students poured out of the classroom, relieved that their intense training was over. Erza tolerated no slacking from anybody, and her students would more often than not walk out with sore muscles. When most of the students had left, Erza called out to Hinamori. "Hinamori, come here." She was sweaty, breathing heavily, wisps of hair hanging raggedly from her head. "Yes, sensei." She huffed. "Do you have a moment?" She nodded. Yeah. It's, half an hour till our next class." She was taking long, deep breaths. "I've been looking at you in class," Erza said. I'm so sorry, sensei," Hinamori said, sounding disappointed. I know I'm not very good at this." "You're not," Erza said bluntly. "Which is why I want to give you the help you need. How about some extra lessons?" "Sensei," Hinamori mumbled. "I'll be honest with you, if this keeps up, you will not pass this class." She saw the look on Hinamori's face as she said it, and almost regretted her forthrightness, but it had to be said. "You work hard, but sometimes, that's not enough." "Oh," she mumbled. "But I don't want the others." She trailed off. "You don't want what, Hinamori?" She was quiet for a bit, until Erza's steely gaze got the better of her. "I don't want the others to think I'm getting special treatment." Erza smiled, and walked up closer to her. "Listen, Hinamori, we're all different. Some students need more attention than others. Some people take longer to learn. And there's no shame in that." She put a hand on her shoulder. "At any rate, I'm not giving you a choice. When is the next time you have a free hour?" Tomorrow. 11 in the morning." Erza nodded. "I'll make some arrangements. Meet me here tomorrow, and we'll figure out how to improve your style." Thanks, sensei," she mumbled, and bowed shyly. "Well, off with you," Erza said, in what she hoped was an encouraging tone. "Go do your student-y stuff." The next day, at 11 sharp, Hinamori Momo stood outside the kendo classroom, feeling a little nervous. Her sensei was an intimidating person, hard and harsh and with no tolerance for goofing off. She hadn't imagined she was a very caring person, but here she was, about to receive extra help just because she needed it. Out of all the teachers she had met so far, Miss Scarlet was not one she had expected to do that. She had seemed like most of the others, who either passed you or failed you, not seeming to care much which one it was, so long as most did well enough. Feeling that sinking feeling in her gut, she stepped inside, quietly closing the door behind her. The room was empty, seeming so very large without all the students filling it, and by her desk sat Miss Scarlet. "You're on time." "Good." "Yes, sensei," Momo all but whispered. "Come on, don't be so damn quiet, I won't bite," Miss Scarlet said, but somehow, something inside Momo was not entirely convinced. Miss Scarlet walked up to one of the training mats, 2 wooden swords in hand, and gestured to Momo. "We haven't got all day. Come on, take one." "Why yes." Momo squealed, hurrying up to her sensei. Apprehensively, she took one of the swords in hand. So. "Show me how you do a basic downward swing," Miss Scarlet said. Eagerly, Momo obeyed, gripping the sword in both hands, and swinging down hard. Her sensei shook her head. Again. Again, Momo swung the sword, down, as hard as she could. "Keep going," sensei said, "until I tell you to stop." Obediently, she swung her sword, down, down, over and over, as fast and hard as she could manage. She felt herself getting warm, sweat forming under her clothes. "Stop," Miss Scarlet said. "This just is no good." "Sorry, sensei," Momo mumbled. "Here, look at me," she said, holding her own sword high, and elegantly bringing it down. It was fast and forceful, everything Momo's own swing was not. "Can you tell the difference between my swing and yours?" "Er," Momo said, desperately trying to think of one. She wished with all her will that this had been Kido, that subject made sense, it was deductible and elegant. "And no," she murmured at last. "It looks the same to you, yes? That is your problem." She held her sword up again. "Look at me. Now, hold up your sword like I do." Momo obeyed. "You grip it too tightly," Miss Scarlet explained, "and you swing too hard. Put your lower hand further down the hilt, ease your grip, and swing down." Trying her best to adjust, Momo did as she said. "But, sensei," she murmured, after bringing the sword down, "my swing just becomes too weak. I couldn't hurt anybody this way." "Always adjust your training after your level of strength and endurance," Miss Scarlet explained calmly. "Exhausting yourself needlessly can get you killed all too easily. Strength, endurance, those things come with time if you train regularly. Hit weakly, but without tiring yourself too much, until you feel you can go the full hour without hurting yourself. When you can do that, up the pace. Now, with me we'll go slow. For now, I'll show you the basic swing, until you can do it right." For almost the full hour they kept going, Miss Scarlet adjusting herself to Momo's pace. Every now and then, she'd correct her, show her what she was doing wrong. So they kept going, without Momo overworking herself, and 10 minutes before the hour was done, Miss Scarlet stopped her. "All right, that will do for now." "I'm sorry, sensei," Momo mumbled, hanging her head. "I'm not getting it right at all. I'm wasting your time." To her surprise, Miss Scarlet threw her head back, and laughed. "Sensei," she said quizzically, "do you think you can learn a basic strike in just an hour?" Sensei said, smiling widely. "A novice must practice it for hours on end to get it right. A swords master can practice it for decades before truly perfecting it. Do you think I'm doing it perfectly? The Godai is full of people much better than I am." I can't believe that, sensei," Momo mumbled, feeling confused. "Well, it's the truth. To be honest, you are doing fine for a beginner. There is not putting enough effort in, but there's also trying too hard. Exercise your body, work hard, and practice with me when you have the time, and I'll at least make you proficient with a blade. That much, I can promise you." "Oh really, sensei?" Momo asked, relief flooding her mind. "You really think that?" "I know it," Miss Scarlet said, nodding encouragingly. "To be honest, I'm not a very good teacher. I don't know the first thing about handling a bunch of kids like you. But I figured, helping the ones who need it was a good place to start. I'll see to it that everyone who can pass, will pass. People like you, who need more than just standing around in class, swinging a sword at random." "You're not a bad teacher, sensei," Momo mumbled shyly, a small smile on her face. "That's very kind of you. I haven't done this for a month, though, so I don't know." "Well," Momo said, daring to open up a little, "if you want to be a better teacher, then..." "Then what? Go on, speak up." Maybe," Momo stuttered, maybe you should be a little friendlier. I mean, the students are all afraid of you, and that means they don't act up in class, but, if they all liked you, maybe they'd think you were a better teacher." She choked up. Sorry, I said too much." Miss Scarlet frowned, and Momo felt afraid that she might have messed up, angered her after all had been going so well. "They're afraid of me?" "Why yes." Momo squealed. "I can't say I'm surprised, although I hadn't thought of it, her sensei mumbled, and why is that? Because you beat students who act up, sensei. Oh. That. Erza said, sounding absent-minded. What would I do to seem less beastly, then? You're asking me, sensei. Well, you are a student, are you not? Well, yes, Momo said, feeling a little bolder. Maybe you could show them you're not always harsh? Praise them when they're doing well? They should be doing the right thing because it's right, not because they are afraid. Yes, that makes sense. Thank you, Hinamori. Momo took a deep breath. It hadn't backfired after all? Then, her eyes wandered to the clock. Oh dear! She exclaimed. Shoot, I'll be late for class. Well, alright, run off with you then. We'll see about more training when we can. Miss Scarlet said, in a friendly tone. Thanks. See you, sensei. Thanks again. Momo cried, as she hurried out of the classroom. She felt upset, shaken deeply but not entirely in a bad way. Renji had, in his time so far, found that making friends was possible even without the need for survival, as it had been in the Rokanga. He had gotten familiar with Kira Izuru, a low-ranking noble kid, and Hisagi Shihei, a punk like himself, and a good few others that he were on somewhat friendly terms with. School life, maths aside, was turning out all right. Currently, they were discussing the crimson terror of the school, Miss Erza Scarlet the Dreaded. I heard she beat up a guy so bad, he had to be sent to the hospital. One of the guys, Renji wasn't sure what his name was, said. Yeah, and I heard she eats children and lives in a gingerbread house. Hisagi shot back snarkily. Get real, will ya? You gotta say, though, she's pretty hardcore, Renji mumbled. Oh yeah, like when she beat down that punk on day one, Hisagi sniggered. Now that was a blast. Plus, he added, you have to admit, she's kind of a bombshell. He said, making a gesture with both hands towards his chest. Maybe that's where you look, but all I can think of when I see her is her fists, Renji shot back, grinning. There was a general chuckling from the boys around them. She's an elite Shinigami. Kira cut in calmly, with that same restrained, polite voice he always had. 10th Division, 7th seat. How do you know that? Hisagi cut in. You a stalker, or something? Official records, available to the public, Kira said, sounding bored. It's no harder than visiting the school library. They have a whole index for every seated officer in the Godii. No shit. Renji said. So what's she doing here, teaching? Temporary replacement, Kira said, shrugging. She has an interesting history, over 100 extermination missions, every one of them successful. Went from unranked soldier to ranked officer to single-digit seat in just a few years. Sounds like she'd know how to swing a sword, then, Hisagi quipped. There's a cherry on top, Kira said, almost sounding smug. Well, spit it out. Renji shot back. Don't keep us in suspense, Yatwit. Kira smirked. I don't suppose you've heard of the Scarlet massacre. Duh, Renji said. A whole class got murdered, including the officers who were with them, and there were only 2 survivors. Everyone knows that story. The teachers tell it to us so we'll take life more seriously. Then, something dawned on him. Wait, the Scarlet massacre, you don't mean dash. 2 survivors, one of them was her, Kira said contentedly, and since then, she's done nothing but climb upwards by killing hollows. I don't know about you, Hisagi, but I wouldn't let her catch me staring at her chest. Shit. Hisagi said, sounding impressed. That's kinda hot, actually. You mean to tell me our teacher's a badass veteran like that? Really? Renji said. No doubt. Kira said. You could always check the records if you don't believe me. Shit. He mumbled. Renji had, since the first week, been at the top of his class in Kendo. He sucked at math, he sucked at history, he was a wreck in Kido, but with a sword in his hand, he was better than most. Up till now, he hadn't thought much of their teacher. She seemed content just watching them do exercises, not really interfering much herself, and all this time, they had been watched by a veteran, a real fighter who had overcome things that would kill most men. It was an exhilarating thought. The next day, after his class in Zanjutsu had ended, Renji lingered behind, as all the students eagerly drained from the classroom. For all of class, all day long, he had thought of nothing else. He was good with a sword, and he was being trained by an elite, and he wanted more than just being overseen. He wasn't sure what he was going to say. Improvisation would have to be the way, although that meant he'd fuck up for sure, but there was no good way to phrase what he wanted, because he couldn't quite put words to it himself. Abarai. Miss Scarlet said, frowning. Why haven't you left yet? Renji began. God damn the idea of improvising. Well, you see, Stop blabbering and either explain yourself, or be on your way. I have another class in 10 minutes. I know you are one of the best hollow hunters in your division, Renji blurted out. Confident that he was messing up somehow, he decided to throw himself off the proverbial cliff, and continued, you're one of the best there is. And I want to learn from that. You are learning from me, Abarai, Miss Scarlet said dismissively. Now if that was all, be on your way. I mean really learn. Renji almost shouted. In class, you just make us do these normal things. Form, strikes, practicing with each other, and you only correct us if we do something wrong. I want to learn how to really fight like you do out there. Fighting the real thing, not just learning how to swing a sword up and down. You learn to walk before you learn to run, and you learn to crawl before you learn to walk. It's been 2 months, Sensei, and I think I can do better. In fact, I know I can. But I need somebody who will dash. Enough. She said. You'll learn what everyone else learns. I know about the massacre. He blurted out, realizing he was crossing a line the moment he said it. I know that you hunted more hollows than anybody beneath vice captain rank. You're strong, really strong, and dash. There was a fierce glare in her eye, and Erza's hand shot out, grabbing him by the rim of his shirt, pulling him up close. With fury in her voice, she hissed. What the hell do you know, you stalking little bastard? You think you know what I've seen, what I've done, what I've been through? You come here, throwing that in my face, and expect me to give you special treatment. I am not a stalker. Renji spat out, almost choking on his words. One of the guys told me. It's all in the official records in the library, I promise. I didn't go poking my nose in this, I swear. Still staring at him with rage, she let go of his shirt, almost shoving him backward. So why the hell should I teach you especially? You're already at the top of your class. That's just selfish. Renji took a deep breath, and though feeling intimidated still, he dared talk back with spirit. I'm not like the others. I want to really do my best to the next level. I don't want to just pass, I want to excel. I want to be the best there is, and if you won't help me, I will find someone else who will. He breathed heavily, fearful that he had stepped in it one time too many, that a beating was coming his way, that he'd be thrown out, failed, expelled. But nothing happened. For nearly 2 minutes of unbearable silence, nothing happened, and Renji's mind raced like it never had before. He forced himself to stay calm, to not go crazy, but it was futile, of course, as one fear ran after another. And then, after what felt like an eternity, she said. Tomorrow evening, before midnight. This room. I'll see if you're worth my time. But that's after lights out. I'd be breaking curfew dash. Too cowardly to break a few rules. Miss Scarlet said sardonically, glancing at him with contempt. Sneak out. It's not difficult. If you don't even have the courage to do that, I have no time to waste on you. Why yes, Sensei. Renji snapped, bowing deeply. Thank you, Sensei. Get the hell out of here before I change my mind. She snarled. Not one to try his luck any further, Renji ran out the door. Erza leaned back against her desk, sighing. Why had she done that? For a moment, she had wanted to rip his spine out. The idea that the massacre was well known, that this is what she was known for, did not sit well with her, and being reminded of it, it brought back a dark place inside her head. But even with his clumsiness, with his stupidity, there was something familiar. She saw Abarai Renji, and somehow, she remembered a pink-haired knucklehead, with little brains but more than enough heart, a young man who would do anything for his friends, who even if things seemed hopeless would never lose faith. They were not alike, not really, but there was something about that spirit about defying her, against all common sense, just because he wanted to be the best he could be. Dark memories aside, it brought back bright ones too. Was age just making her sentimental, or had she always been this way? It was not quite midnight. In fact, the time was closer to just past 10, but it might as well have been, as far as Renji was concerned. The dojo was pitch black, illuminated only by a few rays of moonlight. It was funny how different everything looked, all the mats folded up and stacked against the walls, leaving the room empty. Empty, aside from his sensei, he hoped. She had told him to meet him here, but he couldn't quite see anybody. But then he saw something move, and what he had thought to be just a shadow was Erza Scarlet Sensei, standing in the dark. Her bright red hair looked almost black in the moonlight, and she looked eerie. She had the same stern expression she always had in class, but here, now, she reminded him of an unforgiving wraith. Luckily she wasn't, he reminded himself. "Sensei," he began. He tried not to sound nervous, but doubted he was successful. He wasn't quite sure what he was doing, or what would come of this. "You're on time." "Good," she said, and slid open the door facing outside, bathing the room in the pale moonlight. "Wouldn't miss it," Renji said, trying to sound confident as he held up his wooden training sword. "You wish to learn from me?" "Of course, Sensei," he exclaimed. "I want to learn what it's like to really ifing/I not just wave sticks at each other, practicing form." "Maybe I can teach you that, but it will hurt," Erza said coolly. "No pain, no gain, right?" Renji mumbled. "True," Erza said, nodding. Renji watched confusedly, as she opened the top of her shiakusho, sliding it off her body. He could see her naked shoulders underneath it, and her. His face reddened. "Sensei, he mumbled, not knowing what to think. "I don't think dash." In the blink of an eye, she had crossed the distance between them, and slammed a fist into his gut. As he doubled over, trying to stand up straight, Erza slowly and deliberately raised her wooden sword, and slammed its flat side into his face, hard, sending him tumbling across the floor. Renji saw stars, and hoped to all the gods that his jaw wasn't broken or that he wasn't about to break anything bigger. As soon as he could manage, he worked himself up on all fours, trying to see straight. He fumbled about with his arm, trying to reach for his sword. He'd lost it, dropped it from his hands. And then Erza's strong hand grabbed him by the wrist, and pulled him up to his feet. Renji blinked. Up close, he could see it. She was wearing wraps around her chest, sarashi. Suddenly, he felt very stupid. "Rule number 1 of fighting properly, never get distracted," Erza said harshly, and gently rested the flat side of her sword against his cheek, where it had hit home. "This is a wooden sword. It cannot kill you. Had it been a real sword, you would be dead now." "Yes, Sensei," Renji exclaimed. "I will not go easy on you, and if you break, it might be worse for you. Just now that's just a first taste. Do you still wish to learn?" "Yes, Sensei," Renji cried resolutely. His cheekbone hurt, madly so, and he would have a nasty red mark on his face for weeks to be sure, but he finally had it, the attention of his teacher, an experienced warrior. That night, after having ended a very painful first session for Renji, not her Erza lay in her bed, unable to sleep, her mind stuck reflecting on the past and the present both. She wasn't a very good teacher, she realized she might be one day, but not as she was now. And what bothered her about that? Well, many things did, but specifically at the moment was how the academy's other teachers didn't seem to care. Hinamori had been right, treating her students more kindly, with more understanding, that had been better. It's what she should have done from day one, not that she blamed herself, she had done her best, but even so, even being harsh and unforgiving, nobody had so much as complained about her methods, aside from that rich kid. If anything, she got the idea that they approved that shouting, bullying and beating was the right way to go. Shinpei-sensei had never done that unless it was necessary. He had been firm, attentive, focused, but then again, he was different. Gentle. She had always been a harsh woman, at least when facing the world. Sure, she had let herself relax in the company of friends, but her past had made her hard, tough, unflinching, and cold. Come to think of it, how often had she beaten Natsu and Gray, back when she was alive? How many times had they been afraid of her? She hadn't thought much about it before, but now, she was in charge of people not unlike them. Young people, looking to her for guidance. Young people who were afraid of her. Was she worth calling herself teacher at all? Was she even worth calling herself Shinigami? Closing her eyes, she thought back to a good few months earlier, when she had been out on a mission with Ikeku. With elegant ferocity, Erza leaped towards the hollows. There were 3 of them, but she couldn't care less about the numbers. Flawlessly, her weapons shifted according to her will. After dispatching the first beast with a swipe of her double blades, her weapon became a great axe, smashing the skull of the next monster, before turning it into a spear, thrusting forward right into the mask of the last hollow. The process took no longer than 5 seconds, and the monsters were purified before they had a chance to fight back. Breathing heavily, she looked around for more enemies to kill. To her disappointment, there were none. Ikeku had just dispatched the last one, a big, ugly beast in the shape of a badger. As it disintegrated, Erza took a deep breath, and let her Zanpakuto slip back into its sealed form. Wiping some blood off her blade with her sleeve, she calmly sheathed her swords. "You really got a knack for this," Ikeku mumbled, resting his spear over his shoulder. "It's nothing," she mumbled, and shrugged. "They were weak. I was faster, stronger, not even a challenge. You got the big one." "And a rowdy beast he was at that," Ikeku said, nodding. He paused for a while, and gave her a look. "You, all right there, Scarlet?" "I'm fine, senpai," she said questioningly. "Why do you ask?" "'Cause you got hollow blood all over you, and you don't seem to even notice." "Do I?" Erza said, examining her clothes. She touched her cheek. There was blood there, and not her own, and plenty more on her shiakusho. "Oh. I suppose I do. What about it?" "More work for the men on laundry duty, I guess." "I wonder about you," Ikeku said, and there was something different to his tone. "What? How many hunts you been on so far?" 73, Erza said, shrugging. "Or it could be 68. Or 79. I'm not really sure." "And how much time do you spend back at the division?" "What about it?" Erza said irritably. Now that she thought about it, she didn't spend much time there, not as of late. She had taken every extermination mission she could get her hands on. It had been one hunt to the next. "I'm saying," Ikeku said, grimacing, "and I can't believe it's me saying it, 'cause I'm not one to be lecturing on shit like this." "Spit it out," Erza said bluntly. "Scarlet, why are you a Shinigami?" "What sort of question is that? Do you think I'm bad at this?" "Take it as a straightforward question. No jokes, no shit talking, no nothing. Just that question: why are you a Shinigami?" "We're Shinigami," Erza said, grinding her teeth, "to kill purify hollows. That's why we're around." "That is why," she said, gesturing to the place around them, "we've come here in the first place." Ikeku made a face again. "I really ain't the right person for this sort of thing, but no, that ain't the purpose of a Shinigami. The reason we exist, according to the lore of old, is to send souls on their way to the afterlife, and protect the balance between the worlds. We're supposed to be guardians." He spat at the ground. "Now, I realize I ain't much of a guardian. I joined to kick ass and take names, and the whole guarding thing's a job, but for me, it's the fun of fighting that does it." "So what's the issue?" Erza shot back. "Why'd you criticize me for doing what you do?" "Because you ain't me, Scarlet," Ikeku said, gravely. "You're different. You're moral, I suppose. The kind that cares about others. And moreover, I'd bet you my left nut you ain't doing all these hunts because you love fightin'. I know fightin', and I know why people do it, some for the fun of it like me, some to protect, some to advance themselves. And what, exactly, do you think I do it for?" "See, that's the issue. I don't know anymore. That's the dumbest kind of fighting, where you do a lot of fightin' for no reason, 'cause you don't know what else to do. And that's what I am doing. Erza said angrily. You got a better reason for me? 'Cause I'm all ears, Ikeku shot back. I'm doing it to protect. Every hollow I kill is one that won't feed on an innocent soul. You really believe that, or is it just what you tell yourself? What the hell are you saying? I'm saying you're losing your way. Ikeku snapped. You're a goody two-shoes, a nice, caring softy, who kicks ass because it's necessary. That's who you are, that's the Erza Scarlet I got to know. This, living for the hunt, staying back at home only until you can kill again, is that really you? Is that who you want to be? Or is it just what you do 'cause you lost your friends? Furiously, Erza lunged forward, and slugged Ikeku in the face. He staggered backward, but kept himself upright. Don't you dare! She shouted. Don't you dare judge me like this! Maybe that's what you need. Sneered Ikeku. And maybe you just hit me right now 'cause you know I'm right. I'll dash. Do what? Beat the snot out of me? Kill me? Go on. Ikeku said, dropping his spear, and holding his hands out. If that's who you want to be, go right ahead. Erza stood there, staring at him, fists clenched. To hell with you, she whispered, and turned around. Drawing her Zanpakuto, she opened a portal back to the Soul Society. Go to hell, Madaraim. Already been there? Ikeku shot back, and it's not the place for you. As the portal closed behind her, a tear ran down her cheek. She was supposed to have moved on. She was supposed to have become functioning again. Not forgetting them, but move on. So why was he right? It had been a good few months since, and Erza had taken fewer missions. She had spent more time at home, more time with Isane, and even Rangiku. And now, she was a teacher. Maybe, when all was said and done, this was what she needed. Chapter 13, The Bonds Between Teacher and Student. One day turned into night, turning into another day, into another night, into another day, and before Erza knew it, 5 more months had passed, nearly a year having passed since she first started teaching. It was absurd, amazing, and a little frightening, how quickly time passed in the few instances she had the time and energy to philosophize, that was. From dawn till evening, she was busy with teaching, with lunch, with her students, with after-school activities, with this and that. Some, admittedly, was entirely by her own choice. Erza was the kind of person who would rather be overworked than sit idle. 5 months ago, lying in her bed, she had reflected that maybe this was what she had needed. Before that, she had thought she was done grieving, but nightmares had haunted her enough that she could see now that had just been a delusion, wishful thinking. She had sought to drown her grief in the blood of her enemies, but that had made no difference. If anything, it had made it worse. But here, far from any hollow or such like monster, where she never had cause to raise her sword, here, she had found some solace. She had learned how to teach, somewhat how to pay attention, how to balance the carrot and stick, how to command respect without fear, well, to an extent. But with all her efforts dedicated to helping others, all her energy spent on it, it had become strangely therapeutic. Erza had never imagined it, but somehow, she liked it here. Not as a place to stay at forever, but for the time being, being the sensei was all right. Like right now, with yet another late night sparring with Abarai Renji. For all this time, they had snuck out to the dojo, at least 3 nights each week, and if any teacher or student knew, then nobody said a thing. And Abarai, he had soared. She had been hard on him, every step of the way, always adjusting her skill and strength enough that he could never quite match her, but in this short time, he had come a long way. He was stronger than any of his classmates by far, faster. His reflexes were quicker, his muscles were bigger, and he had begun to hear the voice of his blade. Knowing all this, Erza's heart would sometimes swell with pride, a pride unlike any she had known for the longest while, the pride of knowing that she had made somebody's life better. Not saving somebody's life, improving it. It felt good enough that sometimes she felt a little ashamed, as if all her accomplishments as a teacher were just for herself, for healing her wounds, for making herself feel bigger. She always dismissed that, though what point was there to work, if you could not enjoy it? Oi, oi, oi. Renji cried enthusiastically, thrusting his wooden blade at Erza's face, tearing her from her musings. Don't fall asleep, sensei. I'm not gonna go easy on you. Good boy, Erza said calmly, with a smile. She was impressed, though she didn't show it. He was fast enough now that, when she was distracted, he almost got past her guard. Thrusting viciously against her chest, feinting once against her midsection, he cut a short, vicious swipe against her neck, and Erza found she could just barely block it. The dull blade of his training sword touched her neck, and though it could go no further, it was clear he had got her on the defensive. That would have drawn blood, sensei, Renji said, grinning confidently. It would, Erza said contently, and shoved him backward, but don't get so sure of yourself, boy. Lunging forward, she struck hard, once, 2, 3 times, nearly knocking the blade out of his hands. He hung on, just barely, and tried a counter-attack just like she had taught him. The sword stabbed forward, and Erza moved her head to the side, and firmly planted her foot in his chest, sending him flying with a kick. He landed with a thud, and for a moment, Erza wondered if she had gone too far. But after a couple seconds, Renji groaned, and propped himself up. Oof. He mumbled. Hell, sensei, I can never win. Do not attempt anything you are not prepared to fail. She said sternly. If winning means trying and failing 1,000 times, then what do you do? I try 1,001 times, he said, grunting, and getting to his feet again. That's right, she said, nodding. You've done well. Do not compare yourself to me. There is no student in this school you could not beat. Yeah, he mumbled, nodding, looking a little groggy. So, again. I think you had enough for one night, she said, laughing a little. Sit down, rest, and go to bed when your head clears up. I can still fight, he mumbled defiantly, but sat himself down on the mat nonetheless. I know you can, Erza said merrily, grabbing 2 bottles of water from her teacher's desk, and sat herself opposite of him. But you have to know when it's time to stop. That's an important skill, too. Do you, sensei? Renji asked, taking a swig from his bottle. Know when to stop, I mean. Why do you ask? Because. He hesitated, huffed, and drank again. Well, you always seem so fired up, I guess. And this is just the training grounds. What are you like when it's a real fight? Good point, Erza mumbled, and took a drink of water herself. Where I came from, we never learned an ounce of discipline. It was all heart, intuition, giving everything you've got to protect your family. Back then, I'd go crazy if I had to, even if it meant dying. Renji drank another swig, sweat pouring from his forehead. Is that how you? I mean, if it's not too personal. He sounded anxious, as if he was afraid he'd crossed a boundary. No, that's not it, Erza said, shaking her head, holding her hand up dismissively, to put him at ease. That's not how I died. Don't worry yourself. Funny that you'd think that's how I'd go out. She shook her head. Anyway, enough about me. Yeah, sure. Renji said, wiping his brow. Not wanting this to turn into an awkward silence, Erza said, a little quickly, so, how about girls? Girls, sensei? Erza shrugged. Most your friends date and such, don't they? She had noticed Renji as had anyone with eyes, really had his eye on this one student, Rukia. She had come with him from the Rukon, his one surviving friend. She was pretty, in a quiet sort of way. Typical, really long-time comrades turned lovers, you heard about that all the time. You got somebody you're interested in. I don't know what you mean, Renji murmured defensively. Like a certain raven-haired student? One who's good at keto dash. Well, look at the time. Renji said, standing up. Thanks, sensei, I really appreciate this, but, you were right, it's late. Know when to quit, and all that. See you tomorrow night, yeah. Erza sighed. So much for not being awkward, then. She had a way to go still, didn't she? Later, during lunch, Erza sat by herself in the dining hall. There was a teacher's table, but Erza never felt at home there. They were stiff people, formal and strict, and dreadfully boring. Not that she'd say it out loud, but they were not her people. So, she would pick her own table, often ending up next to other students. There was no rule against it, but it was frowned upon. Luckily, Erza felt confident she could outfrown most people in the school. As she opened her simple lunch of rice balls, fish, and soy sauce, she spotted Hinamori, looking a little undecided. Waving to her, she motioned for her to come sit. "Come," she said, as Hinamori approached her table, "I've got a spot for you, too." She gestured at the chair opposite of her. Is that all right, sensei?" Hinamori mumbled. "Company is better than being alone," Erza shrugged. "Sit down if you like or don't." Looking hesitant still, a little nervous, Hinamori eased herself down into her seat, and took out her lunch, no different from Erza's. Contentedly, Erza ate, and quietly, Hinamori joined her. "So," Erza said, after a little while, "how are you doing in classes these days?" "Just fine, sensei," she said shyly. "Except Zanjutsu, I'm doing fine or at least decently in all subjects. Thanks to you, I am sure I will pass." "It's nothing," Erza said happily. "I'm glad I was able to be a proper teacher." Nearly a year it had been, and Momo's extra lessons had ended 3 months ago. The girl had grown some muscle, listened to Erza's advice, and finally caught up to the rest of the class. Right now, she was just slightly above the average. She knew how to use a sword well enough for her level. Given her affinities, though, she wasn't likely to be much of a swords master. "How is Kido?" Momo smiled lightly. "Sensei says, well." "Go on, say it," Erza said encouragingly, "if you got praised, it's all right to tell people about it." "Sensei said my essay about the flow of spiritual particles upon the discharge of an offensive Kido was brilliant. He said I was years ahead of my class. He even said..." She blushed. "He said it was genial." "There you go," Erza said, nodding cheerfully, "I couldn't do that in a million years. You'll make an expert mage, I'm sure." "You can't have been that bad, sensei," Momo said, ignoring the praise. She was humble. Erza had noticed she seemed uncomfortable with being in the spotlight, with being better than others. Erza took a bite of her last rice ball, and chewed. "You know how you were in swordsmanship? That was me in Kido. I could barely control my own Ryutsu at all." Momo giggled. "It's hard to imagine you as a student, sensei." "I'm serious," Erza insisted. "I would have failed my first classes, if it wasn't for..." She went quiet. "If it wasn't for Marisa." "Sensei." It's nothing," Erza mumbled. Damn it, she should be able to say it as it was. "There was somebody, a clever girl who was good at Kido like you, but a little bolder, who held me up, who got me through the first month. I owe her a lot." "Is she?" Momo said, and trailed off, looking nervous again. They both knew what she meant, and Momo looked scared, like she had gone too far. I mean, I don't want to pry, sensei dash. She died," Erza said flatly. "Back then. I'm sure everybody knows, anyhow. It's nothing to run from." "I'm sorry, sensei." "Don't be," Erza said, trying to sound neutral. She felt a sting at the memory, tugging at her heart in ways all too familiar, but she was in charge of herself. She was well past the point of breaking down. "It wasn't your fault. Or my fault. It was nobody's fault. I shouldn't have brought it up, really." "No, it's fine," Hinamori said, shaking her head, "you still remember those people, and that's good. You shouldn't act like they're an embarrassment, sensei." "They're not," Erza mumbled, "but, well, I guess it's good to remember them for the good they did." It was strange, how close Hinamori had become a student giving a teacher advice, on personal issues. Erza was fairly sure that wasn't standard. But even so, she found she didn't dislike it. "That's right," Hinamori said enthusiastically. "You should think of the good times." "I will," Erza mumbled. "In my own time." She sighed, and downed the last piece of rice. "Well, for now, that'll be enough, I think." Good talk, Hinamori." With that, she stood up, and walked away just like, she realized, Renji had this morning. Ways to go, indeed. The next day, Erza walked across the school courtyard, having just finished a class. A little break was in order, although it would be mostly her drinking tea while grading student performance. At least it looked pretty outside, autumn having colored the trees in marvelous shades of red, yellow and brown. Which was why it was all the more irritating when she was interrupted, some man blocking her path, with a posture like he owned the world. "Erza Scarlet, kendo teacher," he demanded authoritatively. He was posh, that was for sure. He wore wavy, flowing robes in several layers, with the most extravagant colors: golden, deep purple, deep blue striped with silver. His face was strict, he had a hawk nose and thin lips, and it was like he wore a great big sign that said, "Look at me, everybody, I am very rich and important." "That is I," Erza said, sighing inwardly. "Do you know who I am?" he said, as if it should be obvious. "Should I?" he harumphed. "I am Akamura Senrei, first of my house, lord of the great and venerable house of Akamura, true and loyal servants to the Goti 13 Did you want something?" Erza said brusquely. It wasn't very polite, but, it seemed, neither was he. "Do I want something?" he sneered. "I have come to put an end to your vicious persecution of my son, Jinto." "Oh dear." Sighing even deeper in her mind, Erza said. "If you have a complaint, file it with the principal. I tried that many times. And each time, I got vague answers, excuses, and hints that you were an unruly, unprofessional teacher with no respect for authority or reason. So I came here, in person, to settle this matter once and for all." Akamura Jinto had been a nuisance since the first day, Erza recalled, and though he had settled down in her class, he was anything but a model student, arrogant and condescending, viewing the rules or guidelines at best. "All right," she said coldly, "let's settle this." "Good. Good." Senrei said angrily. "You will leave my son alone, you will apologize. Let's settle how he skips class when he feels like it. Let's settle the way he bullies around students weaker than him. Let's settle how he underperforms, and acts like he still has a right to pass class." "What?" Senrei cried. "You rebellious bitch, how dare you!" There were people watching now, all over the schoolyard, students, teachers, one pair of eyes after another turning her way. "Why don't we discuss how he's tried to peek in the girls' dorm rooms, several times?" Erza continued mercilessly. "Why don't we discuss why he has no respect for anybody? Children are ignorant, they are as good as their parents taught them to be. So why did nobody teach him respect? Why do you come here, demanding respect for your son, when he's doing nothing to earn it? How dare you?" Senrei shrieked. "My son is a genius, and it is commoner filth like you, envious of our talent and success, who are the problem here. I don't know how you got this far, if you bribed, stole, or hoard your way up to a comfortable position like this, but I will not allow this kind of disgraceful behavior. I'll see you fired, you and every last school employee." He was practically frothing, nearly running out of breath as he screamed his insults. "I've nothing further to say," Erza said. She wasn't even angry, this man was pitifully angry, self-absorbed, and ignorant. Being insulted by him was nothing. "Teach your son better manners, and there won't be a problem." "Enough!" Senrei shouted, and raised his hand to slap her. Easily, Erza blocked his strike with her forearm, and quickly grabbed his wrist, holding onto it hard. There was a circle around them, no, mortified teachers and excited students, looking at her and this obnoxious man as if they were the center of the world. "Yes, enough. I agree," Erza said coldly, gripping his wrist even harder. "Unhand me, you low-born scum!" Senrei cried, desperately trying to break free, but in vain. He was nowhere near as strong as she was. In the crowd, Erza could see some kids from her class, including Jinto. "Akamura!" she demanded harshly. "Yes, you, I can see you at the back. Walk up here, right now." Looking deeply uncomfortable, the young Akamura walked up to her, watched by all. "Your father is under the impression that Senrei interrupted her, shrieking some more profanities, but Erza squeezed his wrist a little harder, and he went into a quiet whimper, "under the impression that I have been persecuting you. Bullying you. This is a serious charge. Do you agree with your father's assessment, Akamura?" The nervousness on his face, the discomfort, the fear, Erza did not envy him. Come on, father, he mumbled nervously, visibly upset, just let it go. It's fine. I can handle it myself, I dash. She is a criminal little bitch, and we will not stand for this affront to our pride. Senrei cried out, his tone in between a squeal and a shout. You did not answer my question, Jinto, Erza said steely. Have I treated you unfairly? Would you like to take this up with the principal? He hesitated, for a long time, looking torn, but then said. And no. No, all right. Just leave it be. Please let him go, sensei. Well, there you have it, Erza said, finally letting go of Senrei's wrist. There has been a misunderstanding. Your son was not persecuted, but you acted out of fatherly concern. Let that be enough. What the hell are you thinking, Jinto? Senrei hissed, rubbing his wrist. She's a low-born whore, and you don't have to take this abuse. This will go to all the courts, I swear it. Father, I have class soon, Jinto mumbled, nervously looking around him. I have to go, all right. Quickly, he hurried away from Erza and back to the circle around them. Come back here, you little brat. Senrei sneered. I swear to all the gods dash. What he was about to swear would be forever a mystery, because Erza's fist connected with his jaw, and into the schoolyard mud he went, face first. She could hear cheers from parts of the crowd behind her, students howling, laughing, whistling. Harassing a teacher, attempting assault, all in front of witnesses. Take it to your courts, then. Erza said. I'm not afraid of you, or your money. You'll regret this, he sneered, slowly getting himself to his feet. If it is the last thing I do, I will see to it that you will regret this indignity, Erza Scarlet. I'll be right here, she said calmly. Then turning to the others, she said loudly and clearly, what are you all looking at? You have classes, the show is over, move along. Slowly, the crowd dispersed, each one going their own way. She could see her students, looking amazed, she saw other teachers, looking utterly horrified. She saw Jinto, leaving the scene, with a look of utter shock on his face. And last of all, she saw the principal coming her way, with a grim expression on his face. You really messed up this time, Scarlet, he said, shaking his head. Come with me. To my office, right now. She was marched into his office, and somewhere in some distant, absurd part at the back of her head, it struck her that she would be late for class. And then, of course, it started to dawn on her, slowly but steadily, that maybe she had really screwed up. Principal Kate Yama she began, but he stopped her immediately. Just, be quiet. He said, in a strangely low-key tone. Shut up for a minute. He walked over to his desk, an aged, finely polished thing, and took out a liquor bottle, and a glass, and poured himself a healthy drink. He took the glass in his hand, and downed the liquor in one gulp, and gave a deep, throaty grunt. I needed that, he said, sounding strange, not angry, not afraid, just, sort of hollow. Gods, did I need that? Sir Dash. Do you know what you have just done? He snapped, pointing at her angrily. I stood my ground. Erza said stubbornly. But now, with the anger she had felt dissipating, her frustrations gave way to worry. Akamura Senrei was rich, and influential, although to what degree, she did not know. He could make life difficult for her, maybe even stop her career entirely. Stood your ground. Kate Yama snorted, now working himself up into a proper fit of rage. Oh, you stood your ground all right, and then it opened up under your feet. That doesn't make sense dash. Shut up. He snapped. His cheeks were reddening, and he was breathing heavily. You humiliated a nobleman in front of all these children, and now. He rubbed his temples. Do you have any idea what this could mean? I could lose my job, Erza said cautiously, and dash. You're always so damn smug, Kate Yama sneered, proud and stubborn, because you're strong. Always looking down on the rest of us, without knowing the first thing about tact, diplomacy, or subtlety, and you just. He trailed off, almost choking on his words. You wanted me to give them special treatment. I wouldn't. That was all. You think that was all? Kate Yama roared. Do you think you'll just be fired, that he'll be happy with that? He'll see you executed and he'll see every teacher on this academy fired. Every last one. We'll be lucky if he decides we shouldn't get 100 lashes each for this. You can't mean. Erza mumbled. Surely, he couldn't go that far? Don't you see why we have to kowtow to those pathetic nobles? They've got money and power, and we don't. And now, because you decided principle is so goddamn important, you've endangered every last one of us. What are you going to do, hero? Protect us all. He ended, sarcasm dripping from his voice. He took a deep breath again, and poured himself a new drink. Do you think it's easy? He sneered, pouring himself another drink. Do you think it's easy, passing incompetence because their father is rich? Ignoring their bullying? Oh, I'm sure you must look down on us all, but you never had to walk a mile in our shoes. Not a single damn step, Erza Scarlet, not a single damn step. I never. Erza mumbled. But it wasn't wholly true. She knew she had never understood or approved of the way the teachers gave in, and never thought much of why. It had seemed cowardly. But bravery was easy for the strong, and difficult for the weak, and this was a kind of enemy she couldn't take her sword to. Yes, you did. Kate Yama said, with steel in his voice. And it worked. For a while. They were more afraid of you than of their fathers, those brats. But you took it too far, and now, we all pay for it. I never meant. She mumbled. Of course you didn't. Kate Yama said, with a despairing look on his face. He buried his face in his hands, and groaned. You are a good person. You've got a sense of justice. It's just that you haven't got much else going for you. Look at me, I've been here for over 200 years, bowing to spoiled brats with rich fathers every step of the way. I'm sure you must think it's pathetic, but I worked myself to the bone to run this school right, till my back nearly broke, because that's why I am here, why this school is here. To guide the young in life. And that meant being practical, knowing when to be strict, knowing when not to. He groaned again. It's not pathetic. Erza said firmly. You've done what you had to, I see that now. It's a little late, Kate Yama mumbled. But it's appreciated, still. They couldn't shut down this school, could they? They need Shinigami. That they do, but they can replace every last member of staff. That won't happen. Is that so? The principal murmured. Good heavens, I need another drink. I won't happen, Erza said, putting her fist over her heart, because I'm going to take full responsibility. What now? The principal murmured, as he poured another glass. Write a statement. She said, nodding eagerly. I've been an unruly, rebellious character, I haven't worked well with other teachers, and despite complaints I never listened. I'll sign that, you can show it to the courts, or whatever necessary, I'll take it all on myself. You stupid damn hero, Kate Yama mumbled, downing another drink, want some? No thanks. Erza said. You would sign this? Kate Yama said, sitting down behind his desk. All on yourself? They could see you executed, you know. I don't intend to die like this. Erza said, with conviction. Write it down right now, make me out as horrible as you can, I don't care. Nobody should be punished for this that didn't have anything to do with it. You're certain? You have a school to run, principal. Erza said, smiling. That's all that matters, isn't it? I suppose. He murmured. He procured an ink pen from his desk, and a sheet of paper. Well, let's write then, shall we? Yes, sir. Erza missed her class that day. A document was drafted, she had read through it and approved it, and finally put her signature on it. When the time came, at least the school would be safe. She had half expected to be arrested the same day, but oddly enough, the day passed without much else happening. And so did the next, and the one after that. She doubted this would be the last of it, but for the moment, life continued on as usual. So it came to be that now, 3 days later, she was again training late at night with Abarai. He had grown much now, fast, strong. It was a workout training him, one that she welcomed. It had been long since she had even held her Zanpakuto, and it was good to remind herself that she was a fighter at heart, if a teacher for the moment. This particular night, though, Aubrey was different. His movements were sluggish, and he made mistakes she hadn't seen him make in months again, and again. Finally, having smacked him across the head for the third time in a row in an all-too-simple counter-attack, she stopped, stepping back. "What is it, sensei?" he said irritably, assuming a stance. "Aubrey, sit down," she said firmly. "What?" "I'm here to train dash." "Sit down." Her tone was one that accepted no disagreement. Looking confused, Aubrey sat down cross-legged, and Erza followed suit. "What's going on, sensei?" "You tell me, Aubrey," she said, stretching her arms. "You're the one that keeps fighting like a beginner. What's eating you?" "It's nothing," he said evasively, just stuff. "School is hard and all that, you know." It was a pitiful excuse, and even Erza could see it was a blatant lie. "Aubrey," she said, looking him in the eye, "I will not force you to tell me what eats at you. However, I will not train a student who lacks the focus and conviction. You showed me that when we first started, so what changed?" He mumbled, running a hand over his mouth, looking exasperated. "It's this thing, all right." "A thing?" Erza said, nodding, "and what is this thing that has you this upset?" "I'm not upset," he snapped. "I can tell," Erza said dryly. "It's just..." He sighed, grunted, and leaned back, holding himself up with his arms. "Just, never mind, sensei. It's nothing you need to worry about." She sighed, and smiled at him reassuringly. "You know, we teach boys to be strong. Girls too, since this is a school for Shinigami, but boys especially. But there's one thing they aren't taught at all. You know what that is?" "Sensei?" Aubrey said, sounding confused and curious. "What you don't get to learn, what people don't tell you nearly enough, is that even when you're strong, it's okay to be weak. It's okay to tell people how you feel. Bottling it all up isn't good for anybody. When you're down, if you have people to rely on, then rely on them instead of trying to do it all on your own. Do you understand?" He sat quiet for a while. "I guess," he murmured after a while. There was a look on his face, emotional, uncertain. "Look, I can trust you, right? You're not going to tell nobody?" "Not a soul." Erza nodded. "It's stupid, really," he grumbled, looking down at the floor. "I shouldn't be mad. It should be good. I should be happy. But you're not." "Yeah. What happened?" It's Rukia," he mumbled quietly. "Did you dash?" "I didn't do nothing," he said sharply. "It's just simple. Some bigwig came to see her yesterday." He stopped, hesitating again. "How big are we talking here?" Erza said curiously. "Head of the Kukaki clan," Renji said sullenly. "Wigs don't get much bigger than that." "No, they certainly don't." "What happened?" "They wanna adopt Rukia," Aubrey said, sighing, "and I should be happy, right? She'll get everything she ever needed. She'll have it made for life. That's good, right? But you don't feel that way." She looked at him, and tried her best to sound understanding. "That's all right, Aubrey. I'm going to make a guess she'll be rich now, she'll be nobility, and you're still a poor kid from the Rokanga. You're afraid you'll lose her. As a friend, or, well, more than that." He didn't say a thing, but he didn't have to. The looks passing over his face said it all. Hurt, sadness, anger, displayed as clearly as a painting on a canvas. "That rich fucking prick," he sneered. "I'm going to graduate, I'm going to work my ass off, and I'm going to one-up him." "What good would that do?" Erza said bluntly. "I dunno," he said, shrugging. I want to be. I wanna be good enough for her, all right? That's all I want." "I don't know Rukia as well as you do," Erza said. Cautiously, she was treading on thin ice, she realized, but she never struck me as the kind of girl who needed her friends to impress her. "Do you think she is shallow?" "Of course not. She's the best there is, and..." He trailed off, emotion thick in his voice. If she truly is your friend, then no amount of money and status can get between you, Erza said, and made a fist, putting it over her chest, and if it ever happened that she felt the way you did, then I don't think she'd let that stop her. She's strong. You love her, so show her more respect than that. She's not a prize, she is your friend. If you are good enough for her, it won't be because you are strong or rich, but because you are who you are. Or so she guessed. At least Erza would be the first to admit she didn't really know the first thing about romance. Act like you knew what you were doing, just like day one. I guess so, Aubrey said, stubbornly staring down into the floor. This has me really fucking edgy, like I wanna hop out of my own skin. Renji, she said, calling him by his given name, something she only rarely did, it's okay. It's okay for you to be angry. It's okay for you to be frustrated. It's okay to feel weak. Things will happen the way they happen, and sometimes, we're powerless to help it. So what? Do I just roll over, forget this? However, Erza said sharply, we always give our all, no matter what. If you want something to happen, work for it. Do you want her to notice you? Then talk to her. You could get rejected, but your friendship will survive. Or you might not, and everything you wanted might come true. Do you want to be powerful, strong? Then don't do it for somebody else. Do it for yourself, Renji, to protect your loved ones, not to live up to what you imagine is somebody else's standards. Don't live your life for other people. Live it for yourself, the way you want to. Renji said, looking stunned. I don't know. He sat quiet for a while, just staring at Erza. She had raised her voice, she realized, let that teacher's mask slip, let her true self shine through. Yeah, maybe, he said, at last, slowly standing up, yeah, who the fuck knows? I don't know. Maybe you're right. Or maybe I should just try and find a way to punch that rich git in the nuts someday. He walked slowly towards the door, and Erza felt unsure, had she really helped him, or had she just done more damage. Then, before going out the door, he turned his head towards her. Thanks, sensei. He mumbled. That was good. Having somebody to talk to, it's good. For me. Thanks. I feel much better now. I'll just go. I promise I won't slack next time, okay? Sure thing. Erza said cheerily. And with that, Renji walked out of the dojo, feeling as overflowing with emotion as only a young man could. The next day, between classes, something unexpected happened. She was on her break, and on her way to the teacher's lounge, she passed by the Kido classroom. She walked past the door, absent-mindedly noting that it was open, which was unusual, and then, having taken a few steps past it, she realized that she recognized the voice coming from inside the classroom. She blinked. Could it be? Quickly, she turned around, glancing into the classroom, as discreetly as she could. And as you can see from the spirit particle flow, it is not only the added power that transforms the essence of a higher level Heidu, but the skill of the caster. Each word has a subtle effect on the energy we manipulate, at a molecular level. That is the essence of Kido, offensive, defensive or otherwise, bending spirit particles to our will. Understanding this allows us to. Erza spaced out, just staring for a bit. The glasses, the short brown hair, the gentle voice. Aizen, her old sensei, back in that classroom just the way it had been all those years ago. It felt like an eternity, and like yesterday at the same time. Fascinating, isn't it? It was the voice of the regular Kido teacher, a woman named Shikumi. She usually had a prim, proper, and strict look on her face, the kind that just oozed disdain, but today she looked pleased. Aizen Teiko paid a visit on a clerical errand, and offered a guest lecture. His knowledge on the minute details of Kido workings is amazing. The students are luckier than they know, hearing his words of wisdom. Erza felt like she spoke solely because she felt the need to praise him, not because Erza was here. The two never had got along that well. Yeah, that's true, Erza nodded. I remember when he taught me. Oh yes, he did teach back in your day, didn't he? What was he like? Very attentive. Erza said. She wasn't looking forward to a conversation about this, but luckily, as if to answer an unsaid prayer, the bell rung, and the students stood up, bowed to Eisen, and walked out. "It's been a pleasure," he said, watching them leave. Erza stood there, watching the class flood out, all of them seeming excited, for once. Theoretical Kido wasn't usually an uplifting subject, even for the talented. To Erza, it had been hell on earth. He had made a difference, it seemed. Among the last out was Hinamori, looking like she was about to burst. "Sensei!" she exclaimed happily, when she saw Erza. "Oh sensei, you should have seen it, it was brilliant. It's just... I had no idea how many things I don't know." A strange thing to be excited about, Erza thought, but she nodded and smiled nonetheless. There is so much to learn, and it's like an endless field of knowledge. I could work on Kido all my life, and not learn an iota of the sum total of what there is to know about it. She said it like a child who had just found a giant cave full of free candy. "He taught me too, you know," Erza said, chuckling lightly. "Oh yes, I heard he used to teach here, wasn't he wonderful?" Hinamori said, with a dreaming look in her eyes. "I don't want to disrespect Shikumi-sensei, but... he's an expert," Erza said, shrugging. "And a decent man, too. He helped me pass when I was clueless." "Yes, an expert," Momo said, nodding eagerly. "I want to study this, I want to learn all these things, not just one lecture. Maybe that can be arranged one day." It was Aizen's smooth, calm voice, coming from behind her. "Sensei Teiko." Momo squealed. "I didn't mean dash." Before she could embarrass herself, or choke, Erza cut in, "She is the top of her class, you know. I noticed you took notes." Very energetically, actually. "Was I mistaken, or did you break a pen?" "Two, actually," Momo said, blushing. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt." "I do not often see students with such passion for the subtle arts," he said, and smiled. "It is a joy to see. I am not a teacher anymore, but sometimes I miss the privilege of shaping young, impressionable minds. There is no greater joy, I think, than guiding others to success. Or kicking them until they manage," Erza said, chuckling lightly. "Oh, I don't believe I was as harsh as that," Aizen said, smiling at her. "I was the kind to need some serious motivation," Erza assured him. "Kicking?" Hinamori mumbled, giving Erza a confused look. "Scarlet Sensei is making a joke, Hinamori-kun," Aizen said. "She never was very skilled in that particular field, but that is no cause to stop trying. Suffice to say she found Kido challenging." "Still do," Erza said, shrugging. "I use it sometimes, but, well, I'm more of a brute force kind of person. Not like Hinamori here, she knows what's what." "So I noticed," Aizen said, and Hinamori looked a little overwhelmed. "Well, I must be going, but I wanted to say, I heard about your trouble with nobility." He looked at her, the smile gone, and continued with a serious tone, "I want you to know you have friends where it counts. Should it come to that, you will get a fair trial." "Thanks," Erza said. It was not exactly overjoying to be reminded of it, but knowing she had support was good, still. "Well, I shall be going," he said, turning around. "Good luck, Scarlet and Hinamori, I look forward to seeing what you can achieve." Just after he had turned around the corner of the corridor, Hinamori turned to Erza. "Did he really mean that?" "He's more tactful than me," Erza said ponderously, "but I've never known him to lie, or flatter people. If he says you are talented, then he believes it." "I do too, actually," she added. Looking positively elated, Hinamori hurried away, presumably to the next class, shouting a quick goodbye. Erza smiled. As difficult as it could get, there were people worth fighting for. It was good to be reminded of that. With the bustle and stress of teaching, with the duties of a Shinigami, even with the threat of a nobleman hanging over her, some things were never altered. Today was such a constant, something that she would never let change if she had any say in it. Here, today, she was off work, walking up a small, elegantly maintained dirt road leading to the Godei 13's designated graveyard. Well outside the walls it lay, but still not so far you could not reach it by foot without difficulty. Every year, On this day, she would come here, to offer flowers to the tombstones, to remind herself not of her failure, but that they had been good people, her classmates, and it was only her memory that let anything of them live on still. It was a quiet, desolate place, well maintained but mostly deserted. There had not been much left to bury, but stones had been raised still. The Godii had at least that much respect for its service members. And walking through the gates, taking her time as she strode through the alleyways, she took in the solemn, sad serenity of the place, feeling the smell of flowers, dirt, trees, every step of the way. Inevitably, she came to her destination, because no matter how slow she took it, each step was 1 foot in front of the other, 1 step closer. Thus it was that, for too many years in a row now, she stood before the graves of her fallen comrades. Quietly, she placed a flower before each stone, until there were only 3 left. Upon those 3, she placed a garland on each one. They were more expensive, and much grander, and part of her always felt that it was unfair, but there was no denying it, these 3 had mattered more to her. She could barely remember the names of the others now, each one fading from her memory each year little by little, but these 3 had been her friends. Marissa. Ramon. Sensuk. She felt a tear at the corner of her eyes. She hadn't cried for a long time, hadn't felt the need to, and she didn't feel the need to hold that back, either. But life had moved on, and the sincere sadness in her heart was enough, the feeling of loss, the experience of memory, it was enough to honor who they had been. You made it, huh? It was a tired, raspy voice, mumbled from behind her back. Of course, Erza said, her voice quiet, subdued, thick with emotion, always, no matter what. Yeah. It was Rod, of course, the one and only other person who would come here on this day. Fuck, I don't know why I keep coming, I hated them all. You're lying, as usual, Erza said, smiling slightly, and turning to face him. It's easier that way, isn't it? Something like that. He was smoking a cheap cigarette, and looked older he did each year. Worn, wrinkles forming at the edge of his face, dark rings under his eyes, and still looking like nothing could hold him down. Every year. Because you're still a good person. He laughed joylessly. It's nice to have at least one person who thinks that about me, even though it's as wrong gets. We do things, over in the Special Forces. That would send chills down my spine, right? Erza shot back teasingly. I don't think anything would shock me now, but you can't tell me, or you could, but you'd have to kill me. Your sense of humor is dreadful, Scarlet, he said, but there was a small smile on his face, despite his words. How have you been doing? I hardly see you these days. Rod shrugged. You can joke, but since I joined the Special Forces, most of what I do is confidential. I can tell you I got 9th seat there by now, and that I'm doing well, where I work, you either do well in your missions or you tend to come down with an unfortunate case of death. Now whose sense of humor is terrible? Erza said, feeling glad, despite the scenery around her. Still yours. I am a veritable comedic genius. If I didn't love crawling around in the mud, hiding perfectly still for days on end, constantly doing near-death situations and grueling paperwork on top of that so much, I'd resign to become a stand-up comedian. Erza sniggered. Before you know it, you'll be personal assistant to the commander herself, for sure. Some fat idiot got that spot already, and he's connected. I like it well where I am. So how about you? I'm actually a teacher, Erza said, for the time being. I'll be going back to soldiery eventually, but right now, I boss kids around until they learn how to wave a stick right. You. Rod said, choking with a short burst of laughter. If there is a God, he has a sense of humor, at least. I'll have you know I am very appreciated by my students, Erza protested. And feared. And feared, she admitted. A bit of both works, I find. You wouldn't believe how good it feels to make somebody else find their way. Exhausting, but good. Maybe I chose the wrong profession, Rod said, shrugging. Well, too late now, I suppose. He tossed his cigarette away, and put it out with his sandal. He sighed. Here we are, in this depressing place. We don't need to be here much longer. We could go to dinner, Erza said, nodding encouragingly. Nah, but thanks, he said, taking out another cigarette. I've got another assignment, starting in an hour. I had to do some serious scheduling to even fit this in. Still, I'll take you up on that dinner sometime later. Whenever you can, sure, Erza said, nodding. I don't want to lose contact. Don't be a stranger. I feel like I am one already, he said, a bit hopelessly. Well, I'll see you around later, Scarlet. Goodbye, then, Erza said, and watched as he turned around, walking off. No more than 10 minutes had he been there, but he had come, and that was what mattered. She wondered how he fared. Did he have close friends to rely on in the forces, like she had, like she still did? Somehow, she wasn't sure. She stayed for another half hour or so, just taking in the scenery, before turning to walk away, too. Sleep well, all of you, she mumbled, as she began her walk back. You've earned it. She left the cemetery feeling somber, solemn, and more aware of the sun's rays than before, shining down on her. But there was more around than sun rays, tweeting birds, and trees, she noticed. Only 100 feet or so within the exit gates, she felt a presence. Come out, she said, firmly but not with hostility. Looking embarrassed, a little ashamed even, Hinamori Momo stepped out from behind a tree. I'm sorry, sensei, she began, but Erza did not let her stumble into her own insecurity. Should you not be in school? Actually, I had double classes of Kido today, and I am ahead of the curriculum. A lot. She said shyly. Well, I hadn't expected you to be the kind to skip class. But what brings you here? On this day? She said nothing, looking too intimidated. Erza sighed. I'm not angry with you, Hinamori, she said reassuringly, but you are technically out in the Rokon. This is not, strictly speaking, a safe zone for students. Do you have permission from a teacher? Oh my goodness, Hinamori mumbled, a look of dread on her face. Oh dear, I didn't think I didn't know. I mean, I haven't been back out here since I first came here, I didn't know dash. Calm down. Erza said, and extended her hand. Come here. I'll make sure you won't get in trouble. Tentatively, as if the touch might burn her hand, Hinamori walked up, and after some hesitation, she took Erza's hand. They locked hands, and Erza made sure not to grab too hard. Her student had it hard enough without fractured hand bones. Let's go, Erza said, walking forward. You're really not mad? Hinamori mumbled. No, I'm not, Erza sighed, but an explanation would be nice. This was a personal sort of trip. I was curious, Momo said, hanging her head, and I saw Sensei walking out of the gates, and I just sort of wanted to know what you were going to do on your day off. So I followed you. Oh gosh, that's creepy, isn't it? Erza chuckled. There are a lot of things people could call you, but creepy isn't one of them, Hinamori. I didn't realize it would be so long, and, well, before I knew it, I was out here. Then I realized why you'd be going to a cemetery. I didn't mean to snoop, Sensei. I'm sure you didn't. I really wasn't. Hinamori said insistently, it's just that Sensei dash. You can call me Erza out here, Erza said, cutting her off. Right now, I am not a teacher. This is my day off, so no need to mind formality. It's just that, Miss Erza. At this, Erza had to stop herself from rolling her eyes. She was adorable, the way she couldn't err enough on the side of caution to be polite. You always seem so, well, so strong. And kind. I wondered what you were like when you weren't teaching. I guess it is considered improper for teachers to fraternize with students outside of a classroom, Erza noted. I know, Hinamori said, looking down at her sandals. Then again, did it ever seem like I cared what those stuffy people think is proper? Oh, Hinamori said, seeming relieved. So, since we're walking here in the sunny weather and all, free from school, why don't you sate your curiosity? Send Miss Scarlet. You obviously followed because you were curious. So, ask away, ask about everything. Don't hold back a single thing, ask to your heart's content. If it's too sensitive, I'll decline to answer, but otherwise, I'll answer any question you have, as well as I can. Why she did this, she didn't know. Somehow, She felt talkative, relaxed, and in an oddly decent mood for such a solemn day. It's fine, Hinamori mumbled, but she didn't seem quite as shy as usual. I don't have to. But you can, Erza said firmly, anything you like. There was a look on her face, but the seconds passed as they walked, and Hinamori said nothing. Erza shrugged mentally, and walked with her in silence. They had walked for a good few minutes, when she suddenly piped up. It was your friends you visited just now, wasn't it? Yes, Erza said, nodding, yes, it was. Did I get in the way? Erza looked her in the eye. I probably wouldn't have been that happy if you had walked in on me placing flowers on their headstones, but you didn't. You're fine. Hinamori was quiet for a little longer, gathering her courage, before finally daring to say. Is it true? What they say, I mean. That depends what they say, Erza mumbled. I'm sure some people say there was 1,000 dead bodies, and I swore vengeance and slayed 1,000 hollows that day, before heroically toppling over. Hinamori actually giggled a little. They sometimes talk, and, well, a lot of the boys like to imagine things like those. They like big, strong heroes. They like proud, handsome ones like Kukaki Byakuya, or big, powerful ones like Zaraki Kenpeki. And they seem to like being taught by one, too. I'm not a hero, Erza shook her head, I'm just somebody who tries to do what she thinks is right, sometimes. Some people would say that is heroic. So what else do they say? Hinamori shrugged. A lot of the same things. I don't know, I didn't snoop. It's rude, I think, looking into somebody's personal history. All I know for sure is that something terrible happened, and your friends died. Smart girl, Erza nodded affirmatively, yes, that about sums it up. Do you want to know? If Miss Scarlet doesn't mind, she said shyly. It was a routine patrol. First thing we were supposed to do after graduating is Shinigami. Everyone does it, no trouble. Erza took a deep breath, the memories swelling into her mind like a tide, and, well, we were an anomaly. You don't need to push yourself. We were ambushed. Erza said firmly, her grip on Hinamori's hand tightening a little, as she powered through the memory. A hollow, far stronger than any we were equipped to face, popped up. It picked off half our group before we knew it had happened. We had split up, you see. She took a couple of deep breaths again. It attacked, and there was nothing we could do. The officers escorting us died. My fellow students dies. I tried to fight it, I tried to get them all together, but, she paused, taking in another deep breath, forcing herself calm, you see, sometimes you're just powerless. Sometimes there's a bigger fish and there's nothing you can do about it. So I watched them all die, eaten one by one. There was so much blood. She mumbled the words, as it played through her mind again, the screams, the despair. It was just me left. Rod lived, but he was knocked out. I just barely got enough power to hurt the thing, and it ran away, and then I sat there, in the field, surrounded by blood and bones. Sensei, my hand, Hinamori whimpered. Erza realized she had been gripping it tighter, much too hard, and as if burnt, she immediately let go, and stopped walking. I'm so sorry. She said, a bit of emotion leaking through in her voice. That was inappropriate, Hinamori. I should have known better. She smiled at Erza. It's fine, Miss Scarlet. I knew what I was asking about. It's okay to make mistakes. It's not fine to let myself hurt other people over it, especially my students, Erza berated herself. I'm not your student right now, remember? Momo said cheerily. I'm just somebody out walking, in my free time. That's right, Erza mumbled. I'm sorry, it was. I lost myself in memory there. It would be strange if that sort of thing didn't leave a mark, Hinamori said. It's a sign you're still a person, isn't it? Yeah. Erza murmured. By the way, if I don't call you sensei, then you can call me Momo. Just when we're not at school. It's only fair, right? All right, Erza said, nodding. When we're not at school. Good, then. Let's go then, Erza Scarlet. She smiled, and held out her hand again. Hesitantly, as if afraid she'd break it, Erza took it. Sure. Let's go. Momo. Chapter 14, Titania Descends. It was almost a full month before it happened, long enough that Erza had almost let herself believe that Akamura Senrei had just been blowing hot air. But some people were inevitably petty enough to never let go of a slight, and nothing bred pettiness like the arrogance and pride of a nobleman. That is why one day, as Erza was headed to one of her classes, her path was blocked by two serious-looking Shinigami, swords at their side, carrying the insignia of 2nd Division Order officers. The area was fairly secluded, away from where students would gather. Undoubtedly, that had been their intention. "Miss Scarlet," one of them said, hand demonstratively at the hilt of his sword, "you are under arrest." He had a scar just under his eye, and a very cool, cruel glare, the kind that said, "Try it. Just make my day and try it." His partner looked even fouler, short, with a stubby nose and a face like he ate lemons for breakfast every day, because happiness was for chumps. Somebody, apparently, had tried very hard to intimidate her. That somebody did not know her very well. "On what charge?" she demanded. "Assault, harassment, aggravated assault against a minor, attempted murder," the first one said, digging out a small scroll, rolling it open. "Subversion, heresy, spreading of anti-Godei propaganda, loitering, and, well, it's a long list, miss. And if you do anything other than get down on your knees and put your hands on your head, I'm adding resisting arrest to the list, too." "You don't say," Erza said, nearly balling a fist. There was an urge in her smash their faces in, but she resisted it. "You're right, that is a long list. Didn't you hear?" The other one snarled. "That's resisting arrest, and that means we can get rough if we want to, so I'd shut my yap if I were you." There were quite a few remarks she could think of, smart, snappy little comebacks that would sound cool. You could try, for one, or, go ahead, see what happens. She could even give them a short little lecture about what it meant to threaten a single-digit ranked Terminator. Instead, she looked them in the eye, and said, "I'd like to see the warrant for my arrest, please." They looked at her with a curious look, as if she was some sort of mentally challenged ape, stepping in muck without realizing how far in she was getting. "You what?" the second one began. "The warrant," Erza said firmly. "According to regulation, no officer holding any numbered rank may be arrested without a warrant, except in the case that the one arresting holds a rank of vice captain or higher. I see you brought a list of charges, so I'd like to see a warrant." The two of them looked at each other quizzically. "I don't think you understand, miss," the first guard said, as if explaining something to a child. "You are under arrest. For the last time dash. Show me the warrant, or I am walking away from here," said Erza, steely. "I have classes to teach." "You'll do as you're told, or dash," the second one started, but Erza cut him off. "Or what? If you thought you could take me down, you'd have done it already." A look of frustration passed their faces, and the situation might have escalated further, if not for one of her students. Kira, she recalled his name, had walked by. "Sensei? Is there a problem?" he asked, looking concerned. "These two men claim to be officers of the law," she said calmly. "I'm glad you stopped by. Go get some more students. I think this will make a good lesson in applied law." Kira snapped a sharp salute, and ran off with a determined look on his face. Just a few minutes later, spent with her having an informal staring contest with the two officers, he came back, with at least a dozen students in tow. There was a bustle, whispers, murmurs, chatter, all sounding concerned and very much excited. "Students, please," Erza said calmly, and her students went quiet almost immediately. "These gentlemen claim to represent the police agency of the 2nd Division. However, they refuse to show a warrant for my arrest, or even proof of their identity as law enforcement. As far as I can tell, these two might as well be imposters attempting to kidnap me. This is bloody ridiculous." The first officer sneered, but he looked considerably less sure of himself. "You're only making this worse for yourself dash. So are you," Erza said coldly, staring at him and letting her riot soufflare a little. She could read them both well enough, by no means weak, but neither at all threatening well, as far as she knew. "What's going on?" One student whose voice Erza recognized as Momo's piped up. Why do they want to arrest Sensei? This is disgraceful. Another student piped up, and Erza recognized it as the voice of a young noblewoman in her class. My father shall hear of this. Mine, too. Another chimed in. They should just go away. What are they thinking, making a scene like this? A third said. Hey, teach. Kira said. You know, to me it looks like they're about to attack you. Does it not look like she has no choice but to defend herself? Yeah. Renji cried, having got to the forefront of the group. They're a bunch of crooks, right? You hear? There was a chorus of yes and other affirmative words, and Renji slammed a fist into his palm. Self-defense. He cried. Self-defense. 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 Catching on, the entire group started chanting with him. The two officers, Erza noticed, were now visibly sweating. Erza let them keep going for a while, before she raised her hand. That's enough, students, she said, a little bit of satisfaction in her voice. I'm not going to make a scene. But I won't go anywhere without a warrant. A look of pure rage passed the face of the second officer, and the first one looked only slightly less vexed. You. He snapped at his comrade. Go get the paperwork. I'll be staying right here, keeping an eye on her. But the second one tried to argue. Go. He snapped. Well, stay right here, Erza said cheerily, and I'll be going about my duties. I'm not hard to find. Of course, a bit of wit, intimidation and moral support did nothing to stop her, in the end, from being arrested. In the hours she had left that day, she had pondered what to do. Would she run away? Her career would more than likely be ruined now. She might be sent to prison for God knows how long, or even executed. No matter how you looked at it, this might be the end for her place here in the Godai, and she couldn't help but curse her actions, if only for a moment. But, she knew, she couldn't have done it any differently. In the face of a storm, you could either bend and rise later, or stand and be crushed, but nothing about her had ever learned to bend, ever wanted to bend. It was not the fairy tale way. And now, because of it, it could all be over. Would she run? She was strong now, but there were many people stronger still, and she wasn't good at hiding. Desertion equated to treason, and that was a guaranteed execution. How long before the special forces sent a hunting team to kill her? For how long could she go on like that? How many could she kill before they finally got to her, all her dreams unfulfilled? No, just like always, she would not bend, could not bend. She'd face her fate head on, no matter what it was, because not doing so would mean not being Erza, and Erza was keen on, if nothing else, being Erza. And so, she had been taken in, only 2 hours later. She had come peacefully, and her hands had been chained, her wrists encased with anti-spiritual minerals, sealing her strength. She had been walked out of the school, for all to see, but she had refused humiliation, kept her head high every step of the way. Her chains were oppressive, the anti-spirit materials made it feel like her entire body was breathing through a thick, damp cloth, but she let nobody see her discomfort. She had been ushered into a small, dank room, lit only by the faint light of a small lantern, where a grim-looking interrogator had come to see her. Before 5 minutes had passed, he had begun screaming accusations at her, listing crime after crime, urging her, demanding of her that she confess. The process went on for 3 whole days, she later learned, and she did not receive so much as a drop of water in that time. But even with fatigue and hunger hounding her, she wouldn't say a word, not a single word, to her interrogator, only staring at him with silent contempt. Sometimes he went calm, reasonable, trying to convince her he wanted a good deal for her, that if she confessed she would get a lighter sentence, that really, she was better off bargaining. But in the face of her silence, it never took him long to return to shouting at her, trying to break her down. His facade was completely unconvincing to Erza, although she had to admire his endurance. After 3 days, they seemingly gave up, and Erza was thrown into a small cell, only just large enough to stand in. She was given water, just a small cup of lukewarm, dirty water, and was left to her own devices. Sitting down on the cold, hard floor, she wondered what could become of her, how many people missed her. And fortunately or unfortunately she did not have to wait very long. Before 2 days had passed, 2 stern-looking guards took her out of her cell, and led her out of the prison barracks. She was walked to the courts, she was told, and she took every step of the way in chains. Their route went through the Godii, many parts of which she had once patrolled, and she wondered if this would be the last time she saw it. She was helpless, and, she suspected, she was not going to get a fair trial. Though every step was stumbled, weakened as she was by the chains, all too soon she stood before the court building, an elaborately designed building at the outskirts of the Godii. The noble's court, she recalled as she was walked through its gates. Well, that was that. And so, about 5 days after her arrest, Erza stood behind a podium, under the gaze of 5 stern men in noble, dignified regalia, all carrying the crest of Godii law. Sitting behind her to the right, with a legal representative and several clan members carrying his colors, was Akamura Senrei. His son sat next to him, although, Erza noticed, there was none of the victorious glee in his face that she might have expected. The young man's eyes seemed fixed on his feet. Glee was in no short supply on his father's face, however. And to her left, where she assumed her defense would be, sat nobody at all, the courtroom having given her none. This was what passed for justice? All present, said the middle judge, the eldest and most elaborately well-dressed of them all. He looked around the courtroom with discerning, judgmental eyes, finally fixing his gaze on Erza, in her now dirty teacher's shiakusho. Very well. The Godii 13's Court of Noble Affairs will now hear the case of Erza Scarlet vs. Akamura Senrei. Senrei's representative, a sleazy-looking man with an expensive dress and carefully groomed black hair, stepped up, and begun his oration. For nearly an hour, he described the blackest, most vicious harassment, a bully intent on terrorizing her student, targeting noble students out of a viciously hateful jealousy of their success and status, spinning a tale of a student bravely standing up to her ruthless terror tactics, and being singled out for it. It was a good, well-told lie, told with passion and ardor, one that most anybody could believe just by virtue of the conviction with which it was told. Erza's blood boiled as she heard it. It was so brazenly untrue, so completely uncaring about truth, but, she noticed, the judges looked bored. Was there hope? And so, having made her vicious assault on my client, her hatred spilling into action, abusing the strength she should use to righteously smite our enemies, said the prosecutor, waving his arms enthusiastically. Prosecutor Konaji, a judge on the right, said, "You are regurgitating your story. Get on with it." Agreed. The chief judge said. "Present your evidence now. We have heard enough." "Gladly, your honors," said the prosecutor, and went on to recite several witness testimonies, all of them forged, all of them describing stories fitting his oratory perfectly. For nearly an hour more, he presented more and more so-called evidence, witnesses, recordings, and while Erza scowled at the lies, some things went beyond mere lying. And so, after finishing school, the accused went on her very first assignment. No. He would not go there, would he? There was no way. She listened in horror as he described it, the massacre, all her friends dying. And as the record will show, the alleged hollow, which was far too strong to reasonably appear in such a weakly saturated place, was conveniently missing once officials entered the scene. With such bestial strength as the accused has, one has to ask the question, was there really ever a hollow, or was it an excuse to cover up something far darker? Something boiled over in Erza, a primal rage right down from her gut and upwards, reaching her head in seconds. She felt like she would explode. Almost screaming, she exclaimed, "You lying son of a bitch! How dare you! I was there, I saw it. I saw it slaughter my friends." A little voice in her head cried to her to stop, that this is what she wanted, but she was too furious to listen. "You wretched, pathetic little man, you have no idea what you're saying. I should snap your dash." She finally controlled herself, before the threat was finished. "As you can see, your honors," said the prosecutor smugly, "her violent tendencies are unrestrained, not even capable of holding back when it should matter most. Given her excessive history of especially brutal hollow hunting, with a clear and evidenced lack of regard for her squad mates, it seems obvious that we are dealing with a dangerous, unstable individual, quite likely psychotic." It is the prosecution's recommendation that, at the very least, she be detained in the maggot's nest for all her life. Not nearly enough. Senrei sneered loudly. Whip her till her skin comes off, and then cut off her head. She deserves no less. You horrible, horrible little man, Erza hissed between her teeth, still seething, you are crossing a line here, do you understand? There isn't much you can do about it, is there? Senrei said smugly, gloating unabashedly. Silence. The head judge demanded. The court will make note of Scarlet's outburst. Very well, the prosecution has spoken. The court will now hear the defense. Erza, Scarlet, what have you got to say? Erza swallowed, frustration joining her anger. What could she possibly say? She had no evidence, no defense, nothing she could do to counter. The odds had been carefully and deliberately stacked against her. Though it was hard to admit it, fear rose in her chest to join her rage. She could be killed here, or sent to prison for all eternity for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, and there was nothing she could think of to prevent it. She gaped, and swallowed, stuttering out some incoherent noises. He. Speak, Officer Scarlet, one of the judges said sternly. The court will not give you another chance. Make your damn case so we can be done with this. There was a disgust in his voice, resentment. Did he hate her so much? Did they all? Had she nothing now, judged by strangers with nobody to support her? This was nothing like battle, this was the doing of people, of civilized society, and she had no means of fighting back. She felt weak, tired. Lies, she said, her words barely a whisper. He's lying. It's all lies. He wouldn't let me teach an eye, and I dashed. She trailed off. Despair was just around the corner, she could see its dark and ugly face leering at her. Given that Officer Scarlet has nothing further to add, said the head judge after a minute or so of silence had passed, I suggest we move on to judgment. An excellent suggestion, Your Honor. The prosecutor beamed. We move that the defendant be sentenced to death, after being tortured publicly. The judge shot him a look like he had been addressed by a particularly filthy insect, but went on to say. The court has had the evidence. We have been presented with a case telling a tale of harassment, abuse, and attempted murder. We see no option but to dash. And then, as Erza hung her head, the strangest thing happened. The judge's voice went silent, and she could hear the creaking of a door. Despair flew away, replaced by hope, however desperate, and Erza turned her head towards the noise. I hope you do not mind, a gentle voice came, but I would like to voice my objection. Eisen. It was Eisen. And beside him was her captain, Sheba Ishain. Behind them, an entourage of people, noblemen, judging by their gaudy, official clothing. The relief she felt was like no sensation she had ever been through before, flooding over her like rain across a dry field. What is the meaning of this? A judge sneered. These are private law chambers, and you are not authorized to be here, Captain. Eisen smiled, and gave them a knowing look. I would have words with you, Your Honors, and you would be wise to listen to them. For your own good, if nothing else. You had best explain yourself, said the head judge sternly, and it had best be a good explanation. But, Erza noticed, there was something to his stern, official tone that had changed as if a little shaken, and uncertain. Certainly, Your Honor, Eisen said, bowing politely. His manners were, as always, impeccable, but there was no doubt he was taking charge. And may I thank you for having patience with me? I know I came in unannounced, most uncivil of me. He looked around the courtroom, his eyes landing on Akamura Senrei, who squirmed in his seat, looking like he wanted to fire off a barbed remark, but somehow, he seemed unable to. Uncivil, indeed, he continued, just like violating the due process of law severely and repeatedly. I would never accuse anybody of having manipulated the law for their own gain, surely, fine, wise men like yourselves never would. However, it does seem strange to me. I am well read in the matters of Godii law, civil, noble and martial, and I was under the impression that the mandatory minimal time for preparing a court is 1 week, for the sake of gathering evidence, and setting up proper procedure, although, to my understanding, it often runs as long as a month. Am I mistaken, Your Honors? One of the judges shifted uncomfortably in his seat. and grunted. "You have yet to explain your intrusion, Captain." "Am I?" Eisen said calmly. "Oh yes, dear me, it seems like I have. My most sincere apologies, gentlemen, I will get right to it." Every last word he spoke was perfectly calm, kind, civil, but everyone, the judges, Senrei, his prosecutor, looked at him fearfully. "It is of course possible that I am mistaken about putting a prisoner to trial within 5 days, but I am positive, on the whole, that any prosecuted officer is entitled to a legal defense, as well as legal counsel prior to the courtroom. Tell me, was Officer Scarlet offered this when she was shoved into 2nd Division's interrogation chambers?" His voice sharpened, ever so slightly. "We have no knowledge of this dash," the head judge said uncertainly. "Of course you wouldn't, Your Honor," Eisen cut him off politely. "You would never be party to a miscarriage of justice. Your moral character is well known among the courts. I am sure you are completely unaware of these developments." Looking stunned, the judge simply nodded. "However," Eisen continued, "to the untrained eye, one less familiar with the subtleties of law, this might look like a rigged trial, one that some would even call a sham. Can you imagine that, Your Honors? Why, I even know some judges very overzealous, of course, who would call this criminal. Perhaps even put every last one of you on trial yourself." His voice sharpened, just for a second, but almost instantly he was back to his calm, understanding self. "This is outrageous," the prosecutor snapped, finally working up the courage to speak back. "This is an intentional and malicious attempt at meddling with a clearly justified court dash." "Ah, Prosecutor Konagi," Eisen said, smiling at him. "Why, I haven't seen you since I saw you stand trial for embezzling. I am so glad to see your corruption charges were dropped. I almost feared you would have been disbarred." "Evidence prevailed," the prosecutor said stiffly, and slumped back in his chair. "Justice is a wonderful thing," Eisen said, once again turning to the judges. "Your Honors, I realize this is most unorthodox, but as Officer Scarlet somehow seems to lack representation, a perfectly understandable clerical error, I'm sure I would request that I be allowed to speak on her behalf." "You may," the head judge said, nodding. "Very kind of you. Now, I believe my colleague has something to say on the matter." He pointed at Ishain, who stepped up. "Right," Ishain said, and his brows were furrowed into a deep, furious scowl. "Now, I ain't prim and proper like Eisen here is, so I'll just speak plainly. You lot are either in Senrei's pocket, or he made you do this, and either way I have half a mind to beat you all half to death." The head judge looked as if he would object, but the look on Ishein's face kept him silent. "I have a word or two to say to every last one of you, and you'll listen." As Ishain launched into a long, angry tirade, berating all of them, the judges, the Akamura clan, the prosecutor, Eisen calmly walked up to Erza, and led her to a table by the defense benches, where the both of them sat down. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you so much." "We did not sit idle," Eisen said, smiling the same calm smile. "Your students made quite a fuss, and word reached my ears that you had angered somebody rich and important. I've seen it happen before, and I never much liked it. It was my pleasure to help. I am sorry I could not do anything sooner. The bureaucracy was quite tiresome to go through, and I had to move carefully." "You're here now," Erza said, and smiled at him. "That's enough." "I think so, yes," he said, sounding confident, "but let's hear Captain Shiba out for a little. This ought to be amusing. The man is very forthright." Forthright was one way of putting it. He was chewing the whole courtroom out, with a wrathful passion Erza hadn't ever seen in him before. "And you," Ishain sneered at the prosecutor, "you're a low-life criminal who cheated the justice system, and now you work for this piece of trash. Have you no shame?" "That's enough," Senrei shot back. This woman, this bitch of a woman publicly humiliated me. In front of everybody. Do you think such an affront could stand? Your idiocy is well known, Shiba, but have you no concept of honor as well? That's because you're a rat prick with your head up your arse, and an ego bigger than this courthouse," Ishain sneered back, "and if you had spent some time slapping some sense into your boy instead of teaching him the sun shines out his ass, she wouldn't have needed to put him down. You got what you had coming, you little shit." Now listen just a minute. Senrei began, red in the face with anger, but he was interrupted this time by the nobles who had accompanied Aizen and his hind into the courtroom. One by one, in disorderly fashion, they stood up and started talking over each other. This is outrageous. One of them, in blue robes, declared. Outrageous, Erza noticed, was a popular word in these circles. She made a man out of my boy. I sent him to the academy to toughen up, and by Jove, he toughened up. He went from being a scrawny little wimp to a strong, young lad, and it's all because she wouldn't accept nothing but the best. I always said sword fighting is the noblest of arts, and she taught him well. Why, just last month he bested me in a spar. My daughter looks up to her. Another man, old and wearing white and yellow, proclaimed. I could barely get a word out of her before no respect. But these days, I can actually have a conversation with her. Do you have any idea what a miracle that is? Here. A third one said. My son has the biggest crush on her, and I can see why. I even hear she gives extra lessons to needing students. That last one was a little bit awkward, as she knew what student that man was the father of, but nevertheless, it was appreciated, this strange show of support. You better let it go, Akamura, Ishine said, looking at him with steel in his eyes, or it'll come back to bite you. I'm never giving up. Senrei spat. I will have retribution. I will not allow my name to be spat upon like this. Then how about this? Ishine shot back. I'm officially taking her under my protection. What she's done, whatever it counts for, is a Shiba matter now. Senrei went quiet for a while. You wouldn't. For this woman. Damn right I would. Ishine said stubbornly. And I don't know law that well, but I do know that means I can invoke the right of trial by combat. A really old rule, but I like it. Go on, name a time and a place, and I'll kick your ass. Or whatever champion you choose. Go on. Senrei went quiet, rage apparent in his face. I don't like to invoke this, Ishine said, crossing his arms across his chest, but we're bigger and more important than you. Drop it, or I'll set your house back to the Dark Ages. That is, Aizen spoke up, if we decide not to just sue you for everything you own. I am sure these fine judges would gladly stand testimony for how you forced them to violate the law. The judges looked eager, whispering between themselves, and Erza got a feeling they weren't very loyal to Senrei. Looking defeated, the same anger and frustration flowing through him that Erza had felt just minutes earlier, Senrei stood up. Come on, he sneered at his son, we're leaving. Am I to take this as you withdrawing all charges? Aizen said innocently. Senrei did not reply. Because if you do not say the words, Aizen continued, the case cannot be dismissed. Admit defeat. Ishine said, putting a hand on his sword, do it, if you know what's good for you. With a look on his face like he had been forced to suck on a lemon, Senrei turned to the judges. I, Akamura Senrei, he began, forcing every last word out slowly, would like to excuse myself from this case. I will seek no retribution. The court hears your request, and approves, the head judge said, sounding relieved. Officer Erza Scarlet no longer stands accused. This court is finished, by virtue of my authority as senior judge of the noble court of the Godii 13. Erza felt like she was soaring upwards on a cloud, true relief washing through her mind and body. The nightmare was over. Never forget that you have friends, Aizen said, as the two of them stood up, in places high and low. You may not be a captain yet, but you'd be surprised how many hear the name of Erza Scarlet and think of it with respect. I never felt this weak. Erza mumbled. Aizen took off her cuffs, and the rush of spiritual energy made her feel lightheaded. There is no shame in weakness, nobody is strong all of the time. He said reassuringly. Now, how about we go get some tea? I'll have some business to wrap up, but it should not take long. Erza could only nod weakly. In the most strangely simple, life returned to normal. After some paperwork, Erza was released, and the very next day she was back at school. The students had cheered for her when she got back to class, every pair of eyes turned her way except, that is, the Akamura boy, who was strangely absent. Taking in their cheers, Erza had smiled, and her doubts in herself as a teacher had lessened somewhat. Not being one to laze around, Erza had kicked her classes back into overdrive. It was nearly a week's worth of missed classes she had to make up for. And though cheers turned to groans soon enough, she was back to normal. Normal included her nightly spars with Renji, too. He had grown, both in spirit and in body. He was all muscle now, reaping the benefits of good food and hard training, and he had gotten faster and stronger for it and more skilled from her training, of course. Sparring was a strange thing. It could be one of the most intimate way of knowing somebody. Every movement familiar, every attack predictable, and the same was true for him. Soon, he'd have to seek new partners, or his form would go stale. She wouldn't have counted herself among his closest friends, but in this one way, she knew him better than anybody, and he knew her better than most. This, of course, meant that whenever something was off, even by a small margin, it was screamingly obvious when it was. So it was that now, this night, fully 2 weeks after her legal ordeal, she broke off the spar midways. The both of them were breathing heavily, the sweat on their bodies glistening in the moonlight. "What?" Renji said, motioning for her to attack again. "Come on, sensei, we got time, don't we? Your arms are stiff, and your strikes are too rigid, and too fast. You leave yourself open to easy counter-attacks, and that's something I haven't seen you do in months now. Something troubles you." It was not a question, just a simple statement, leaving no room for disagreement. "What?" "No, I'm fine," Renji said irritably. Not that Renji let that stop him from trying, though. Erza frowned. "Renji, either sit down and talk to me, or go to sleep." Demonstratively, she sat down cross-legged. "I just goddamn it, how do you know? Call it a woman's intuition. Or maybe just me having eyes in my skull, whichever suits you best. I'd rather fight." Renji mumbled. "I'd rather not," Erza said firmly. "In this state, neither of us learn anything. Either let me know what troubles you, or leave and come back when you're not troubled." Reluctantly, a strange look on his face, Renji sat down. "Thing is, I'm pretty troubled, I guess. A lot." He looked her in the eye. "Sensei, I don't want to lose these fights, too. I need especially now." "Then speak." She was being hard on him. She realized she could never really tell if she was too rough, until it was too late. But she was a teacher, and she had to do something, even if it meant gambling. Renji paused, and took a deep breath, followed by several more. It could have been from the exertion of fighting for an hour straight, but Erza doubted it. He was gathering his courage. "So this is one of those things, that I wouldn't really tell anyone, alright? 'Cause really, I'd rather forget it. Whatever it is, don't let it fester," Erza said. Already now, she was beginning to suspect. "You don't tell nobody, right? I mean, not that I don't trust you, but..." "I understand," Erza said, and nodded. "It's important. Nothing you say will leave this room." Renji sighed, and put a hand over his face. "It's Rukia, all right." Of course it was. What about her? She knew now, of course, but he needed to say it. "I told her," he mumbled, each word sounding like so much agony. "The other day. I worked up the guts to do it, and then I rambled at her like a stuttering idiot for like 5 minutes. I had a whole speech worked out, and it sorta broke." He took another deep breath, turning his eyes up and away from her, staring into the roof. "I think she got the point about halfway through. She tried to say something back, but I was just trying to, I dunno, talk her into it. It was really dumb. In the end, she shouted at me to pipe down. And then..." He trailed off, and judging by his ragged breathing, he wasn't far from tears. "She doesn't feel the same way," Erza said, putting words to what Renji couldn't. In the darkness, she could see him nodding. And this time, it was Erza's turn to sigh. "I'm sorry," she said flatly. "I wish I could help you with this, I really do. Thing is, I don't know the first thing about this. About love. Feeling that kind of ache. I guess I could say it'll get better." This was awkward, no doubt about it, but she had sprung this open. People fall in and out of love all the time. And it hurts now, but I know for a fact people get over it. It's not just that. Renji mumbled, and a heavy breath turned almost into a sob. She's angry with me, and I think I ruined everything, sensei. His voice trembled, and he had that quick, forceful breath to him of somebody trying not to weep. He stood up, and turned around. I'll just go, sensei. I'm sorry He started walking away, as fast as his feet could carry him. But before he had reached the door, Erza had caught him by the arm. What? He sobbed out, turning to face her. Erza only looked at him, and pulled him into a tight hug. It'll be fine. She whispered, holding him tightly. It'll be fine, I promise. But Renji whispered, his voice breaking. I'm going to talk to her. You listen carefully, Renji, she's your best friend. She's been with you all this time. Friends like that don't give up on you just because of something like this. That kind of bond is way stronger than that. Renji, finally breaking down, said nothing as he finally broke into tears, his shoulders shaking as he leaned on Erza. The next day, before classes had started, Erza took the time to seek out Kukaki Rukia. She was in Renji's class, she knew, and he would have history in 20 minutes or so. After stalking the area around the history classroom for a few minutes, she saw Rukia, a dedicated student. She had come in good time before the lesson started. She didn't know that much about her. She knew that compared to Renji, she was a fairly mediocre student, with no exceptional talent with a blade. Whether she was a good person or not, whether shallow or deep, cold or kind, she had no clue. Not that she needed to, and she would find out soon enough. She looked around, and the place was mostly empty. Few people cared to be up early in the morning, most students arrived only when they had to. Which was just as well. She knew many of the staff would frown on a teacher intervening on personal matters. And strictly speaking, she shouldn't, it was unprofessional. But Renji, he had become more than a student. She had taken him in, taught him as much as she could in this short time, and she had come to think of him just like she would one of her own guild members, him, and Momo. It was not entirely appropriate, but the spirit of fairy tale still burned inside her, rebellious to the core. As such, she walked up to Rukia. Good morning, sensei, Rukia said, bowing politely. Good morning, Erza said, nodding back. Would you mind if we spoke for a moment? Sensei. Rukia said questioningly. This way, please. Erza said, opening the door across the history classroom, the Kido lecture hall, which wouldn't be used until 2 hours from now. Looking quizzical, Rukia obliged her. What is it, sensei? Is my swordplay underperforming? I was sure I had passed dash. No, Erza reassured her. Her swordplay was quite passable, if not very inspired. It's another matter. Rukia remained silent, and Erza found herself wondering how she could really raise this topic without it seeming off. Before she let her mind race away, anxiety shutting down her ability to reason, she forced herself to speak. This would be off, no matter how you cut it. I have spoken to Renji, Erza said simply. About what? Rukia said, sounding suspicious. I know he recently confessed his feelings for you. They were rejected. Well, bluntness was one way to go about it. I don't believe that is any business of yours, sensei, Rukia said, sounding offended. Mostly, yes, Erza mumbled, but, well, I am making it my business, I guess. I am leaving, sensei, Rukia said, turning towards the door. He is broken down, Rukia, Erza said firmly, in the way only heartbreak can break a man. And that's not something I'd meddle in, but dash. But what, sensei? Rukia snapped. He comes to me, out of nowhere, saying all these stupid things, and how the hell am I supposed to react to that without hurting him? I can't make myself feel the same. I'm not asking you to. Erza said calmly. But he believes you hate him and never wants to see him again. He believes that your friendship might be over. Rukia frowned, almost going into a scowl. That's ridiculous. It's very dramatic, Erza said, nodding, but people don't often think very rationally even under normal circumstances. Now imagine how he must think in a situation like this. So what, then? Rukia mumbled. Speak to him. It will be difficult, and it will be awkward, but please, let him know where he really stands. Please. Slowly, Rukia nodded. I suppose that's fair, yes. Erza smiled, although it was somewhat forced. I did not come here to tell you to return his feelings, that you're foolish not to. I'm just trying to keep my students happy, in what ways I can. Friends, Rukia, the bonds you make with them matter more than anything in life. Not everyone shares these ideas, but as far as I am concerned, money, power, strength, all of that is useless without people to share it with. Renji is your oldest friend, do not let that fracture. It won't. Rukia said, giving her a look that Erza wasn't sure if it was angry, relieved, or just weirded out. I'll keep this in mind. Really, he's such an idiot sometimes. With that, Rukia walked out. Well, she had done what she could now. Just like that, the last term had been served, and 2 whole years of school were over. Her students had passed their first final tests, and now their second ones, 2 not 1, she had noticed, with enough joy to make her heart soar, had failed her class. Even the worst of them were proficient. She had done it, she'd made a difference in a wholly different field. She was a teacher, not just somebody swinging swords at monsters. She got along with the staff, and even the principal, whose nerves had been quite upset by the Akamura incident, seemed to like her. Good things, though, are not to last. One day, she was approached by the same principal, just on her way to class, the last class of the year, a formality for the most part. Sir? She said curiously. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Just a second of your time, Scarlet, he said gently. You see, well, it is like so, that. Sir? She said, again quizzically. Shimura Shinpeka suffered serious injuries 2 years ago, and has since been on the road to recovery, and just last week, he was declared healthy and fit for duty. He has since expressed interest in returning to his duties as teacher. The look he gave her was strange, as if the news were some dreadful malady. Oh. Erza said. Yes, I suppose he would eventually, yes. You have, of course, done a marvelous job, the principal assured her, a tad unorthodox, but you are well liked by your students, and there is no denying your results, but Shimura has a seniority of 15 years, and No, it's all right, she mumbled. She felt odd, very, very odd. Of course it had to end eventually, she hadn't even wanted this job to begin with, it was strange it had even lasted as long as it did, but somehow, the thought of not returning next year, not seeing Momo develop any further, not sparring with Renji every other night, not helping all of them grow, made her feel a bit hollow inside. Teaching had grown on her, like a weed, infesting her very being, and losing it out of nowhere was strange. Unpleasant. It had to happen, she knew. It's not like she wanted to stay forever, because she had things to do with her life, things that were much bigger than just being a teacher. But, her students, what would become of them? Would Shimura treat them as well as she had? Well, what right did she have to doubt him? He had taught her entire class. All these thoughts blurred through her head, and she hadn't realized how lost in thought she was until the principal called out to her. Miss Scarlet. He said, sounding nervous. Are you, all right? I'm just fine. Erza said sharply, snapping back to reality. I'm glad Shimura-sensei will be returning. He is a far better teacher than I am, more experienced. And less of a headache too, I'm sure. Come now, the principal said, smiling slightly, sometimes, we could all do with a headache. It reminds you that you're alive. Erza smiled back. I suppose so, principal. But you'll be much happier without one, won't you? Maybe, he admitted, but life won't be as interesting and your students will miss you, to be sure. Head on to your class, you should let them know. You will be free from all duties from after tonight until you reassign to your squad. You've earned that small vacation, I think. Thank you, principal, Erza said, nodding. With this revelation at heart, she headed to class. Class, just this final day of school, was all her students, in every different class, gathered together at once, to hear what final words she had to say. She wasn't one for preparing speeches, she had meant to speak from her heart and she still did, although it was somewhat shaken now. She walked into the classroom, her dojo packed tight with heads, all eyes on her just like it had been when she first walked in, so long ago now. And now, she was filled with confidence, with happiness, and affection and regret that it had to end. Who would have thought? It was strange, the way things turned out. "Good morning, students." She almost roared, standing tall, her arms crossed over her chest, a vicious but, her students would know by now, not actually that serious expression on her face. As one, with the overwhelming strength of well over 100 voices, they cried, "Good morning, Sensei." Erza allowed herself to smile, openly and contentedly. She usually put up a harsh front for her students, but there was no need for that anymore. "The year is over," she began, slowly pacing back and forth before her students, like a drill sergeant overlooking her troops, "and you've come a long way. I promised to teach you the way of the sword. Have I failed you?" When they did not reply right away, she repeated, "I said, have I failed you?" As one, her students let out a resounding, "No, Sensei." Erza nodded approvingly. There was no more need for theatrics, no more need for that pretend play of strict authority. It was time to be herself entirely to them all, this one time. She stopped pacing, and put her arms at her side, looking out over her students. Again she spoke, softer yet still loud enough for all to hear. "I've done my best. And I don't like to brag, but I think it was enough. I'll be honest, when I first walked in here, I terrified all of you, but I was every bit as terrified of myself. I was afraid I'd let all of you down. That, since I had no training as a teacher, everything that could go wrong, would go wrong. I was afraid, very afraid." She watched over the sea of heads, most of them looking confused at her honest confession. She could see Momo smiling at her, and Renji grinning confidently. "You proved me wrong," she continued. "You are good, strong students, and I have no doubt you will become good, strong Shinigami, all of you. I feel hopeful for the future of the Godai. You will pass the rest of your years without trouble, of this, I have no doubts. But," she paused, taking a deep breath, "you will do so without me." There was a roar of upset voices, protests, angry cries. She couldn't leave now, they needed her, what would they do without her? And Erza smiled again, a solemn, bittersweet smile of joy. She had started this journey by making them fear her, and now, as it ended, they were just loyal. It moved her, deep inside, in ways she was not prepared to show openly. "Silence!" she bellowed, after letting them protest for a minute or so. Almost instantly, the hall went quiet again. Momo stepped up, though, a hurt look on her face. "What do you mean, Sensei?" she said, her voice one of disbelief. "I came here as a replacement of Shimura Shinpei. He was badly injured, but has since recovered. He is a far more experienced teacher than I will go back to my squad. I will miss you, but I have no choice in this matter. Study hard, prosper, and become Shinigami, all of you." More protests came, not so loud or manifold this time, but still they were there. It was ridiculous, this wouldn't stand, they couldn't just throw her out, "My father will hear of this." Some people never changed. "Silence!" she cried again, and they went quiet. "This is out of my hands. I can't stay, even if I wanted to. And I do, actually. But times change, and either we change with them or we get left behind. Talk to the principal if you must, but come next term, I will not be here. I'm sorry. This has been a wonderful time, more than I ever could have thought. It was my honor to teach you what I knew. I'll miss all of you. You'll do fantastic, so." She couldn't continue, she felt herself choking up. All things good had to end someday, but this was not a bad ending. It was the best ending she could have imagined, enough to move her like she hadn't been moved in many years. Not wanting her students to see her cry, she managed to croak. "You'll do amazing, all of you, I know it. Be good to Shimura-sensei, and she rushed out the door, a tear falling from her eye just as she closed the door behind her. Damn, these students, these little people, how could they reach so far inside her without her even noticing? She stood out in the hallway, having gone just around the corner, her shoulders shaking just a little as tears fell down her cheeks. She felt such joy, so much more than she had ever felt since she had gotten into this afterlife. It was magnificent. Sensei. The voice behind her was Hinamori Momo. Of course it would be, who else, of all people, would follow her? Momo, she said, her voice messy and garbled, failing to conceal her tears, just go back to the classroom. You got dash, she hiccuped, taking a quick, short breath, you got a whole vacation ahead of you. You should be with your dash. She felt Momo's arms around her waist, from behind. It's okay, sensei, she sniffled, I'm crying too. Erza took her hand, and stood there for just a few minutes, letting her emotions run free. That same evening, when all were out celebrating the end of the semester, Erza went out among the festivities. She had wiped her tears, they had gone soon enough, she wouldn't trade those feelings for anything, but on the other hand she most decidedly was not the crying type and decided to put on a festival kimono, and go enjoy herself among the teachers and students. She had only days left before her formal dismissal, and it wouldn't do to let her experience here end in tears. Out on the school grounds, there were all sorts of festivities, barbecues, liquor, entertainers of all kinds, fire breathers, jugglers, stalls with snacks, little games. Rich students could be obnoxious, but there were advantages, like generous donations to the school's party budgets. So she enjoyed herself, took part in the festivities, and once she had had her fill of good food, games, and just a little bit of good, strong drink, she sat herself down on a rock near the outskirts of the event, just to look at the night sky and reflect. She wouldn't go undisturbed for long, though. Soon, Momo and Renji had found her, several other students in tow, including Kira and Hisagi. Not one to shirk words, Renji walked up to her, an angry look on his face. So is that it, then? He said accusatorily. You're just going to leave? Erza smiled, looked him in the eye, and said. Sit down, Renji. How can you expect me to dash? I said, sit down. She said firmly, slamming a fist into his gut. Renji doubled over, and fell on his ass. Recomposing himself, he sat up. Just like old times, huh? He said, gasping for air. Yes, old times. Erza mumbled, smiling happily. Look, we aren't all stupid like Renji, Kira said, stepping up with a curt bow, but, isn't there anything that can be done? We do miss you. Damn right. Hisagi said, nodding eagerly. Momo just looked at her, and smiled back. But, sensei. Renji groaned, rubbing his stomach. Listen, Renji, Erza said, grabbing hold of his hair, forcing him to look her in the eye, I'm not going to let you act like this is some tragedy. Shimura-sensei had this job before me, and I've got no right to steal it from him. Life's full of disappointments, and if you get angry about each one, you'll never feel happy. And we, she said, glancing back to Momo also, we're not through by any means. I won't be able to do it as often, but when I'm off duty, and you got a moment, I expect you to be ready for a right and proper, hard, and gritty spar. I'll make every bone and muscle in your body ache like there's no tomorrow, is that understood? And I expect you to be happy it happens at all, instead of whining that it doesn't happen more often, is that understood? She spoke strictly, very strictly, but she knew that he knew that she wasn't half as serious as she sounded. Yes, sensei. Renji cried emphatically. Good boy, she said, nodding, and letting go of his hair. She stood up, facing all four of them. Listen, you lot, it's inappropriate for a teacher to befriend a student. Downright wrong, no good teacher would do it. Hisagi looked like he might snicker, Kira gave a little smirk, Momo just smiled, and Renji got to his feet, still looking a bit surly. But, she continued resolutely, 4 years from now, when all of you graduate and make officer right out of the gate, you'll have a friend waiting for you. By then, I'll be even higher up and I expect all of you to catch up. Is that clear? Yes, sensei. They all cried in chorus. I'm an officer, damn well salute. Erza snapped, but she couldn't stop herself from snickering as she said it. As one, they all saluted. Good then, troops. Now move out, and have fun until you pass out, that's an order. Yes, sensei. They all said, in chorus, saluting again. And as they walked off into the night, Erza's smile was broader than ever. To be proud of your own ability was one thing, but it was a special feeling, being proud of others. And in the dark, at the outskirts of the festivities, she could see Akamura Jinto walking past her. He locked eyes with her, gave her a foul look and then bowed to her. Some people never changed. But sometimes, on the oddest of circumstances. Vacation passed in a blur. 3 weeks she had to herself, before she would be reassigned. It was said to be bureaucracy, but she suspected her captain was either lazing off, or deliberately giving her some time to herself. Which wasn't so bad. She visited the Rukon, went on trips with Lysina to the world of the living and elsewhere, trained with her sword, meditated, had sweets, or just slept in a little, enjoying the small luxuries of everyday life. Inactivity was something she hadn't had in a long time, though, and towards the end she found herself itching to grip her sword again, and in the last few days she found herself itching for the feeling of her Zanpakuta strapped to her waist again. So it was that she was pacing somewhat restlessly, at the last 2 days of her vacation, her mind occupied elsewhere. Not just by restlessness, though she had spent some of her time giving extra sword fighting lessons to the students who wanted it when they had time off, and she had learned something she couldn't quite let go of. Momo, Renji, Kira, Hisagi, they were all at the top of their class, and that placed them at the advanced class, the top students selected for elite duties. It was a great thing, of course, but it meant that after 2 years, they could go out on patrol in the world of the living, under supervision, to learn the practical duties of a Shinigami. They were going to do just that tomorrow. It was paranoia, she told herself, that she would be afraid for them. They would be looked after by competent officers. Just like she had been. There would be little to no chance that any hollow of significant strength could materialize. Just like it had been, back then. They would be just fine. Just like she should have been. She had tried to shake off her fears. They were silly, irrational, stupid. What were the odds, really, that such a 1 in a million thing would happen again? But emotions were not rational, and neither was trauma, and try as she might, Erza couldn't convince herself that everything would be fine. The next day, she met the class as they departed, giving them a wave goodbye, wishing all of them well. Momo had smiled at her, Renji had shot his cocky grin, and off they went. Determined to refuse being this silly, Erza went off to have some tea in a bun, to just relax herself, let them go out there, learn to walk. She couldn't protect everyone all the time, could she? You had to let people stand on their own legs. She was being very, very silly, she decided. It wasn't until she had gotten to her second cup of tea that she realized that she had Tetsu no Tama strapped to her waist, her thumb running up and down its hilt. And at once, she stood up, marching furiously towards the school's monitoring headquarters. Every trip was monitored, she knew that for sure, and she could at least follow their progress. She felt a little guilty, toward herself for not being able to let go of these fears, and towards her students for not being able to let them run free, but it couldn't be helped. Something most likely Erza herself compelled her to walk with a purpose. She still wasn't on duty, she still wasn't in uniform. She wore a white, flowery kimono, one Rangiku had picked out for her, one that she didn't much care for, but she had her sword by her side and anxiety the size of a mountain. After having asked for some directions, she barged into the control room. It was manned by an aging, thin man, spectacles on his face, looking worn. "What is the meaning of this?" he mumbled. It probably was his idea of outraged, but it sounded a good bit too unenergetic to qualify. "I need to see the data feed from the class out on practice assignment in the world of the living," she said bluntly. "Who are you?" he protested, glaring at her from underneath his bushy eyebrows. "What authority do you have? Who gave you access? Do it, or I'll thump you across the face until you do," she snapped. She hoped she wouldn't have to, but her uneasiness was rising inside her, like an oppressive wall of gloom and doom. She needed to know they were all right. The intimidation seemed to work, as the old man went over to a control panel, pressing buttons, entering codes, while murmuring angrily. "Young people these days," he muttered, as a video screen flickered to life, "no respect at all." Erza had never learned to read code. There were courses for things like that, engineering, data operation and so forth, but it had never occurred to her that she would need it. Frustrated, she stared at the screen as green numbers and lines danced across it, as mysterious as a pack of fairies. "What is this?" she mumbled. Is this normal? Is everything as it should be?" Yes, the old man said grumpily, reading the numbers as they went across the screen. "Everything is fine, you see? The released spiritual emissions are all normal here. This curve shows you the Ryotsu of the young NS, and here's their teachers, and here's the ones of a couple of hollows what they slain." He pointed back and forth, to different emitting curves, as if reading them was the most natural thing in the world. "So everything is fine, then?" Erza said, relief washing over her. Her heart was racing, pounding hard. She hadn't realized it until now. Yes. The old man murmured. "Then, if it's all the same to you, I'll stay here until you return," she said, breathing out. She really had been foolish. "Nothing I can do to stop you," grumbled the old man, "but I'll be filing a report to your superior." "Why here? Kids these days." He stopped himself, frowned, and looked at the screen. "That's strange." "What is?" Erza said, snapping to alert at once. "I'm getting some anomalous readings. Way off the expected charts. Hang on, the ruddy thing's probably just malfunctioning." He banged at the machine, and the screen too. "Sometimes you just got to give it a proper smack and no, wait." The curves were spiking, and even Erza could see it was different now. "That's no malfunction," the old man said. "What is it?" Erza demanded, urgency all in her voice. "Hollows. Big ones," the old man murmured. "Huge." Everything went cold for Erza, that sinking feeling in her stomach making itself known. With the urgency of a woman with everything to lose, she grabbed hold of the man's shoulders, and stared him in the eyes. "How fast can you open a portal out there?" she demanded, her voice cold as ice. I can," the old man said, squirming under her grip, "but you don't got authorization. Let go of me, I need to send out an alert. We'll get senior officers on this dash. It will be too late." Erza growled. "I will head out to the designated portal area, and if there isn't a gate waiting for me there, I'll get back here and skewer you like a pig, you hear me?" It was an idle threat. Even in a state like this, she would not make a murderer of herself. But the old man didn't know that. All right, he whined. "Keep your knickers on, girl. Young people these days." Erza had already let go of him, racing towards the gate. It had gone so well. Momo had walked the streets of this living world city, whose name escaped her. She had, for the first time, seen the world they were fighting to defend. She had learned so much, how to dispatch souls. Hisagi had tried to send one on its way, failed as he pushed too hard, and taken much verbal abuse from the spirit. She had giggled. She had watched Renji beat down a small hollow quite easily. She had even gotten to block an attack for herself, sending one back with a well-placed Kido before Kira finished it off. For nearly 4 hours, everything had gone off without a hitch. Exciting, a little scary, and absolutely fascinating. Then the skies had torn asunder, to reveal a gaping, black hole, from which a gigantic body had spilled out, ugly, big, unwieldy, and terrifying, and it had been followed by dozens more, some nearly as big, some much smaller. Now, she and her fellow students stood on the roof of one of these tall, human buildings, feeling very small. 2 boys from another class lay still on the ground, blood seeping out from their bodies as hollows flocked to feed, their ugly, unnatural bodies writhing, chittering, descending without mercy. She could hear the sickening sound of flesh being torn, of bones crunching, and the only small mercy was that their bodies couldn't even be seen under the writhing mass of hollows covering them. Not that she, or any of her mates, could spend much time looking at it. The 2 officers in charge just barely held together, jaws clenched and swords out, desperate looks on their faces, as the hollows gathered around them, surrounding them. "Sensei, what do we do?" Kira asked, sounding desperate. They are there too many. Shut it, you git. Renji sneered, sword out. We stand and fight, that's what our real sensei would do. Can't run, can't win, but we sure as hell can give 'em a fight, can't we? His words seemed to calm the students a little, and Hisagi nodded grimly. He's right. I'm not keen on dying, but I'm even less keen on dying screaming like a pig, begging for mercy. Besides, this is good company. He was afraid, she could tell, even through his tough, calm, collected words. Was this how she felt? Momo said, mostly to herself. On that day. Despair. Like a big, dark pit for her to sink into forever, it came upon her, the realization that all she was would end here, that all she could accomplish and do in life, have a career, find a sweetheart, live a long and mostly happy life, all that would be for naught. She swallowed. Be strong. That's what Sensei would want. The first hollow charged, the bigger ones waiting. As one. Renji snarled. Momo, slow it down if you can. Hisagi, get my back. Kira, guard Momo. He had taken the role of leader so easily, even as his superiors stood there, paralyzed with fear. Snapping out of her fear, Momo stared determinedly at the hollow. Against all odds, stay firm, stay strong, face your fate. Art of Binding number 63, Seijo Sabaku. She cried. This was well out of her competence zone, a high-level spell like that, fired off by a student without even an incantation. But it needed only succeed partly. And it did incomplete, weak, the chains of glowing gold wrapped around the hollow, surprising it. Its flying descent became a fall, and with a snarl, Renji leapt forward, flanked by Hisagi, impaling it midair. Striking with all effort he could, Hisagi let his sword bite into the creature's mask and it cracked, gloriously, and the hollow screamed as it evaporated. Good. Renji spat. How'd you like that, you piece of shit? He looked around him. All right, one down. Quickly, he regrouped with Hisagi. One down, and a dozen more left, towering over them. Looking amused, the biggest hollow took a step forward, and Momo realized he was the one thing that had been holding the others back. It licked its teeth, and let out a low, evil grumble, that Momo realized was laughter. Stay firm. Stay strong. Stay firm. Stay strong. She repeated the words, over and over, in her head, but the fear was rising in her chest, overwhelming. This was it. The beast would charge, and it would kill them all, and she'd die screaming and in pain. And somewhere, at the edge of her mind, just outside the fear, in that mad little spot of her mind that still believed she might live through this, that little part that leaves you last because if it isn't there, you might as well lie down and die, somewhere, just at the edge of consciousness in that small place, she became aware of a noise. A cry, distant but loud, and strong. She looked up into the sky. Look! Momo cried, pointing her finger. Far, far up in the sky, descending like a white and red dot, she could hear the scream. Like a fury, like some mythical creature composed of primal rage, it screamed and roared, an inhuman sound from the very core of its being, far removed from the conveniences of everyday life, from even the heat and valor of battle, came a scream of rage. This was like nothing Momo had ever heard before. This was primal. And like a fury, it descended upon the first hollow, viciously cutting off its closest arm, before mashing its sword against its body like it were a club, scoring hit after bloody hit, before finally cracking its mask like an egg. The hollow screamed, and died. Momo could see now. It was Erza Scarlet, her sensei and friend. Her face was twisted, contorted into an ugly mask of rage and hatred as she bore down on her enemies. In her hand was a sword, a huge, two-handed black sword, with jagged teeth running down its one-sided blade, a nasty-looking weapon to match her anger. She wore a simple, white kimono, stained now deep red with the blood of the hollow she had killed. Erza was vaguely aware, somewhere, that she was screaming. Her lungs ached with it, she felt her fingers strain in protest against how hard she gripped the hilt of her sword, but she barely felt it. She was seeing red, consumed with an anger she hadn't ever felt since she had died. Every frustration, every last bit of grief, helplessness, and trauma that she had ever felt since that day, stacked up like a pyre, was lit aflame, and burned and blazed with the roaring strength of a forest fire. Never again! Never again! She screamed the words out loud, in between her roars of fury. Every fiber of her being was awake, every little movement seemed slowed down, every part of her knew what to do next, to kill these monsters as painfully as possible. Every strike she made was poetry, and in synchronization with her, Tetsu no Tama sung the ugly song of war. I am Titania. She roared. I'll kill you all. I'll protect my own. The first one had gone down in seconds, the two after it had a mercifully quick death, as in one wide stroke she struck across their masks, shattering them to the tiniest atoms, into dust. 7 more lunged at her, at once, perhaps hoping to overpower her with numbers. If that was their plan, it was brought down in flames as Erza, still screaming at them, charged furiously through them, lashing out wildly, hacking at the hollows, maiming and injuring all comers. None died yet, but that would change, morphing its shape. Her blade turned into a huge, bearded axe, and she brought it down with vicious abandon onto the nearest hollow, and leapt on to impale the one behind it. She felt the burning sensation of being stabbed, a hollow claw having got past her guard, but she didn't let it stop her grabbing onto the offender with one hand. She wielded her axe effortlessly with the other, lashing out in wild, vicious swings, while she slowly choked the other hollow, mercilessly crushing its throat with only her fingers. She struck out with her axe, crushing yet another mask, and as she felt the hollow's throat crush and rip under her grip, she let it go, flailing helplessly as it fell to the ground. 5 were dead now, and in a second, she counted the rest 4 more. They looked at her, hissed, and reared, but none charged. They were afraid. One of them, the biggest one remaining, began to open a portal. Kill them all. Kill them all. Nobody escapes. Kill them all. Her mind was aflame with anger, with a want to kill, but somewhere, a memory made itself known. Ikeku. You're a goody two-shoes, a nice caring softie, who kicks ass because it's necessary. Maybe you just hit me right now 'cause you know I'm right. And like that, Erza went quiet, holding herself back. He wasn't right. Maybe he had been once, when she was in a dark place, but not anymore. She fought to protect, not for revenge. That was who she was. At once, it struck her. Her students. What if these weren't the only hollows? What if one of them jumped them after all? She saw the last of the hollows disappear, and she glared. Yeah, you better run, she mumbled, and let herself descend down towards the rooftop where her students were. Her kimono was ruined, covered in blood, gore and ichor, having splashed all over her. The render sword was a messy weapon, one she hadn't had much opportunity to try before, but it did the kind of brutal damage you needed to deal with a mob. Momo watched her descend, like a bloodied angel from above, a savior most brutal. She felt tears at the edge of her eyes, feeling something much too big, much too important to be called mere relief. At their darkest hour, she had felt a tinge of hope, and it had come true. They had needed her, and her sensei had come. Sensei, Renji mumbled. You okay? Erza just walked up, and her face, which just a minute ago had been so twisted, had turned somber, soft, the face of the kind teacher they all knew so well. Erza, Momo mumbled, you're here. Not saying a word, Erza caught her and Renji in a bear hug, holding them close like she was afraid they'd fly away if she didn't. Momo could feel the somewhat nauseating smell of fresh hollow blood, feel it rub off on her own kimono, but against her cheek, where Erza had buried her head against her shoulder, she felt another kind of wetness. She was crying, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. Renji looked a little awkward, shocked still, not sure what to do. Momo wrapped her arms around her teacher, though, feeling safe. Thank goodness, Erza whimpered through a sob, thank goodness, thank goodness. You're all alive. I made it, Momo, I made it. You're safe. She sobbed, holding them close, refusing to let go. Hisagi cheered, raising a fist high, letting out a cry of victory, and most of all relief, hope, and the class joined him. From the jaws of death they had been delivered, but it was obvious that their savior didn't care about glory at all. Just holding them, just crying out her relief, her pain, her amazement, the Titania stood there with her students, all of them grouping around her in odd relief. Chapter 15, Interesting Developments. Few things pleased Eisen Saushik the way a well-executed, complex, and carefully considered plan falling into place did. But simple plans were enjoyable, too. You had to eat rice every now and then to remind yourself what made a luxurious sushi so delicious. But today, it seemed like a mischievous cat had stolen his dish, fish, rice, soy, and all. It had supposed to be a simply executed plan, call in a hollow attack using his connections in Hueco Mundo, let them instill proper terror in the students of his choosing, and swoop in at the last second like a merciful angel, a savior of outstanding character and greatness. From there on, he would have the undying loyalty of the students with particular potential, all the better to run the divisions under his control as they advanced through the ranks. There wasn't much that was impressive, a critical voice in his head reminded him, about manipulating impressionable children, but with the obnoxious mask he had to wear every day, to hide his true self, he would take entertainment where he found it. As he had stepped out of the portal, he had watched with some amusement as the first two students died, as the brave, brazen and utterly foolish Abarai had attempted to organize a wholly futile defense. Then, like a bull in a china shop, another angel had swooped in and promptly stolen his thunder, hacking through the hollows with a berserker's tenacity and rage, slaughtering all that didn't flee, in less than 2 minutes. If Eisen had let himself feel anything like annoyance at his plans being foiled, however inadvertently, it would soon have been replaced with curiosity. Yes, curiosity, and interest. Not everything could be accounted for, he knew. The world was a vast place full of X-factors like Erza Scarlet. As he descended towards the building, Ichimaru in tow, the piece fell in place. Scarlet was incapable of the distanced professionalism of a sincerely competent teacher, and had formed deep attachments to several students. Given her past, paranoia would have caused her to come, despite the unlikeliness of an incident people, he decided, would be so much easier to control if they weren't always so irrational. But then again, that wouldn't be very entertaining. Erza was still a crying, sobbing mess, but eventually she composed herself enough to let go of Momo and Renji. It wasn't a very dignified display after what she had just done, but looking cool couldn't have been further from her mind. Renji looked a little awkward, still shocked. Momo just looked at ease. She wiped her eyes, blew her nose on her Shiakusho sleeve, and took deep breaths as she looked over her students. Their faces were a glory to behold, wonder, relief, happiness all around. Then she sensed it, another signature approaching fast. It was familiar. She looked up, and saw him, Eisen Saushik, followed by his vice-captain. He landed, with a serious look on his face. "Yes, sir," she mumbled, saluting awkwardly, still feeling shaken to her core. There was a distress call. "I happened to be the closest, and I departed immediately," he said, sounding almost stern, "but it seems my help was not needed." "Thank goodness you got here in time, Scarlet." He smiled warmly, and Erza's heart soared. "You appear to be out of uniform, though." "Yes, I was off duty, she murmured. I had a gut feeling, and..." She kicked their asses. Renji cheered. "We'd all be dead without her." There was a cheer from the other students, affirming his words. "Not all of you, it seems," Eisen said, pointing to the far end of the building's roof, where the corpse of two students lay. Student Erza herself had taught, still in a pool of blood. "Oh God, I couldn't, I was too late." Erza started to choke up, breathing raggedly, but Eisen put a hand on her shoulder reassuringly. "Because of you, no more died," he said warmly. "This is a tragedy, but what you have done here is nothing short of heroic. Because of you, all of these young men and women will go on living, serving the Godai, having lives to make something of. Without your arrival, who knows how many more would have died. Please, Erza, I urge you." He leaned in close, looking her in the eyes. "Think not of the good you failed to do, but the good you actually did." Right, Erza said, nodding weakly. "I will personally be commending you for valor to your captain," he said firmly. He then turned to the others. "Students, you have been through a terrible ordeal, but I must ask that 4 of you help carry the bodies of these 2 back. They deserve a burial, at least. All of you will be coming with me, to report to 4th Division for a medical checkup." "Understood." There was a chorus of affirmatives, and Erza noticed that there was something about him, an ease of confidence and authority, that made him in control of the situation with just a few words. He was a natural-born leader. "That goes for you too, Miss Scarlet," Aizen said, looking back at her. "I think you will need a visit to Vice Captain Katetsu's office." "Yes," Erza mumbled. This would be a hell of a story to tell. The next day, after some emergency therapy with Isane, and a good night's sleep, Erza was back on duty. She hadn't so much as finished breakfast before she received a summons, though, a simple note that, in the typical manner of her captain, read, "Get your ass over to my office post-haste, Scarlet. Sod patrols and all that crap, we got stuff to talk about." Oh, and Aizen'll be there. Crude and to the point, just like he always had been. He was a good man, the kind of man who'd have fit right into fairy tale which, in Erza's book, was a badge of honor if there ever was one. So, after just a simple cup of tea and a few crackers, Erza hurried out. Best not to keep him waiting. She wasn't sure what would come, what he'd say, but hopefully it'd be good. Captain Aizen had promised to vouch for her, after all. Any concern she might have had about a lecture, a rebuke, any criticism, was quickly swept aside as she stepped into her captain's office. The man was in good spirits, talking excitedly to Aizen himself. "Like that. And that," he cheered, jabbing with his fists at some imagined enemies. "Tell me again, Saushik, how'd my gal do?" "Kicking ass, sticking it to em." Enthusiastically, he jabbed at the air some more. "I only caught the faintest glimpse of the tumult," Aizen said diplomatically, a bemused smile on his face, "but I can assure you she fought with vigor and valor." "Enough with the big words," Ishain said cheerily. "Tell me how it really happened." "Ask her yourself," Aizen said, pointing to Erza, who had stood awkwardly silent as her captain spoke. "Scarlet!" he exclaimed. Other men might have been embarrassed, caught in such a moment of boyish cheer, but Shiba Ishain didn't even flinch. He walked up to her, firmly taking his hand in hers, shaking it firmly with both hands. "You did some real good out there. I wish I could have seen it myself," he exclaimed, still shaking her hand enthusiastically. "Striking down on a bunch of hollows, saving the maiden farewell, the hapless students, but you can't have everything. You did a real great thing out there, the kind any Shinigami should. You're a pride to the whole profession, Scarlet." Thanks, Sir Erza managed, feeling a little overwhelmed, and somewhat dizzy from the very eager handshake. Noticing her discomfort, Aizen said, "You may want to let go of her hand, Shiba-teiku. It wouldn't do for you to tear it off after she fought so bravely with it." "Oh. Right," Ishain said, letting go of her hand. Not content just yet, he patted Erza on the back. Well, patted in the most understated sense of the word. He nearly knocked the wind out of her with 1, 2, 3 blows that might have knocked out lesser Shinigami. "Real stellar work. I ain't had so much fun hearing about a subordinate for years now." It's nothing, sir," Erza mumbled. "I just had a feeling, and I did whatever any Shinigami would have done." It was a lame, generic line, but Erza didn't really feel like saying "I went berserk and then nearly had a mental breakdown." If only she had been smooth, like Aizen, knowing what to say and when. "Nothing, my rear," Ishain exclaimed. "That's the biggest act of heroism I seen since Kyan took a hit for his captain, and went on to slaughter the Ajichas. What did it, with only one arm to use? Now there's a story dash. An absolutely fascinating tale, I'm sure," Aizen cut in, "but let's stay focused, shall we?" "Really, sir," Erza mumbled awkwardly, "I just wanted to protect them, and I did. It's not that special. I wouldn't be me if I didn't help my friends." "Modest, too," Ishain bellowed. "See this one, Aizen? Knew it when I first laid eyes on her. A real looker, but more importantly, she got as much heart as she got strength of arm. Some people would have basked in such praise, felt it well earned, appropriate." Erza just felt uncomfortable, not out of modesty so much as it was odd. She wasn't used to this at all, and her mind was preoccupied with the two she couldn't save, with the friends lost so long ago. That she had gotten there in time, in her mind, hadn't been a special or heroic deed. It had just been necessary, nothing more or less. If she had failed, she was sure she would have gone mad. Deep down, this praise felt undeserved. As if sensing her discomfort, Aizen cut in. What Shibateiku is meaning to get to, although he tarries in his excitement, is that your talents by far outstrip your rank. Notions of heroics aside, you slaughtered 3 high-class huge hollows, all known to the Godei by name as vicious Shinigami killers. There will be bounty money coming your way for that, but more importantly, you've demonstrated with all clarity that you are strong and competent enough that you do not belong at a petty 9th seat. Seeing the look on her face, he added, "This is not flattery, Scarlet. It is my assessment as a professional captain of the Godei 13 that your skill and power is, well, what I just said it was. You may have done as you did solely out of a desire to protect, but whether you are comfortable with the role of a hero or not, fact remains that it is obvious to all that you have grown in strength and skill." "Damn well seconded." Ishine cheered. "Thanks." Erza mumbled. I guess I just did my best." You put your back into it, pushed hard and never stopped, and got stronger over time, just like a man, well, like a Shinigami should," said Ishine, nodding enthusiastically. "Which is why I would like to offer you a promotion as 3rd seat of my Squad 5, effective immediately," Aizen said calmly. "What?" Erza mumbled. "We was talkin' before you came," Ishine said, stiff bugger that he is. He insisted on talkin' business before we got to the fun stuff, but yeah, I agreed that if you want it, you can transfer right away. "Don't get me wrong," he said, waving his hands dismissively, "I don't wanna see ya go, we're real proud of ya, but Aizen here's better at the whole mentoring shtick, and you two got a history. You can go real far under him, and, we all want what's best for you." His last sentence sounded a bit more somber, Erza thought. I don't know what to say," she mumbled. She'd done a lot of mumbling, she realized. "Say yes," Aizen said warmly. "You'll get the position you deserve, and I have faith that one day, you will be a captain yourself. You have great potential, and it would be my honor to play a part in cultivating it." "Can I think about it?" she asked. Sure, Ishine said dismissively, "but it's probably best if you make up your mind before the day's over. Less paperwork, and all that." Erza swallowed. Why would she hesitate like this? It had always been her intention to advance through the ranks. This was perfect, wasn't it? To rise up in rank, to be mentored by her old teacher, one of the people she trusted most. Not a goof like Shibateiku, or a monster like Kenpeki, a decent, professional man. It was everything she had wanted. "I'll do it," she said, firmly and loudly, balling her fists. "Enough mumbling. Right on," Ishine said. "Hold on, I got the papers here somewhere." "Splendid," Aizen said, smiling happily at her. "I look forward to working with you, Erza." This had been sprung on her on a hard, emotional time in her life, still in the throes of nearly losing some of her most precious people, but unexpected or not, hard or not, she was not going to let such a great opportunity slide. It was hers to seize, if she wanted to move forward, and where else was there to move, but forward? For Erza Scarlet, there was no place else to go. The papers were signed, and within just hours, her transfer was complete. She said her goodbyes to Listen, and nothing dramatic, it wasn't as if she wouldn't see her often anyhow. Listen had congratulated her, and after a warm hug, Erza was on her merry way to Division 5, carrying her personal belongings in a cardboard box. And once at her new division, she got all of the things promised: the 3rd seat, along with a better, bigger room, a bigger paycheck, greater responsibilities. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Day after day of hard work passed, always starting with an early rise and a meager breakfast, always ending with a tired Erza falling into bed, sleeping like a rock. It was in no way unfair, nor as exhaustive as her first days of teaching, and she did get free time to herself, including one free day each week. There were the perks of being a top-ranked officer too. Official and unofficial people showed you respect, gave you free tea and cookies at the shops, and rich men and women would often approach you with ingratiating smiles asking for a favor in this and that matter. Some of it was harmless, and some of it was pure bribery, she knew. Some, she knew, took the bribes without thinking twice. Erza herself rejected each offer without a second thought. With all this, with hard work and perks, she was content. She had enough direct work to keep her stimulated. She was officially too important for petty chores like patrolling, but on the other hand there was more paperwork. On the whole, she was in a good place. Today in particular was special. She stood at the gates of Division 5, standing tall and firm, but couldn't help but smile a little. Through the years, she had still snuck off to teach her kids. She still thought of her students like that, what she could about sword fighting, whenever they had the time. But time had passed, and suddenly they had all graduated. And today, she would be welcoming 4 of them to her division: Izuru Kira, Shihei Hisagi, Hinamori Momo, and Aburai Renji, all of them applying for Division 5 immediately. She would be welcoming them, along with a dozen or so more recruits, and though she kept a stern front, she felt excited inside. After waiting for what was officially 2 forevers, she could see them walking down the street, all of them with that look on them she knew so well of a rookie, somebody at once excited and nervous, confident and humbled, thrown into a world they thought they were ready for but just quite weren't. Recruits. She bellowed once they were within earshot. Over here, right this way. The new recruits flocked to her, and after giving them all a quick, stern speech about responsibility and how not responsible people tended to have a disagreement with her fists, she led them to the barracks, signed all of their papers, and gave them the accommodations and assigned duties she was supposed to, all formal, all according to schedule. After a strict frown, and an order to get settled and report to their commanding officer, thankfully not one of her duties, the recruits scuttled away, nervous and eager. Except 4 of them, who stayed for just a minute in the dank light in the barracks, face to face with Erza. She kept a stern face, looking down on them with judgment, but not one of them, she knew, took it seriously. When Momo cracked a smile, and quickly walked forward to give Erza a hug, the facade broke instantly, and Erza smiled happily. "Look at you all," she said softly, "all grown up. And it happened so fast." "We ain't little chickens no more, sensei," Renji said cockily, grin on his face. He had got tattoos on his face, she noticed a couple lines just above his eyes. "I'm not your sensei anymore, Renji," Erza corrected him. "Well, I sure don't feel right calling you sir, or something like that," said Renji. "You may well have to. And if it's just me, well, call me Erza. Or if you want, just sis, I suppose. I like the sound of that," Momo said softly, as she broke away from the hug. "A big sister, protecting us from the monsters. Dunno about you, but I'd rather learn to protect myself," Hisagi said, arms crossed over his chest. "Well said," Erza said, nodding, "and you will be soldiers from now on. You will start doing the lowest chores, just like I did. You'll go on endless patrols, you'll clean latrines, you'll do kitchen duty, you'll do laundry, you'll do everything the division needs you to. Ah, the glamour of Shinigami life." Kira mumbled sarcastically. "You start at the bottom, all of you," Erza said firmly, "because you can't appreciate anything without earning it first. I've faith in all of you. You will go far, but to climb high you must start at the lowest point. Is that understood?" "Listen to you, all official," Renji grumbled. "All right, scrubbing floors and doing laundry it is, I guess. I'd argue, but I learned that's not an option with you, Sensis." "You're a good learner, Renji," Erza said, smiling grimly, even though it took loads of pain for the lessons to sink in. "Don't I know it?" Renji said, flexing his muscles as if recalling one injury after another. "Well, I can't be standing here coddling you all day," she said, making a motion to leave. "You all know who to report to, and..." She stopped herself. "There's just one thing." "What, Erza?" Momo asked. "It's a bit of a, how do I put it?" Erza said hesitantly. "Basically, stay away from Ichimaru-jin." She had worked with the man every now and then these last 3 years, got to know what he was like, and he was a creep. To put it mildly. He was lean, lanky, with silver gray hair and eyes that seemed constantly shut, and always with a mean-spirited smile on his face. Something seemed wrong about him. He never did anything that was unambiguously questionable, but he reeked of cruelty, his laid-back attitude showing hints of sadism every now and then. Completely cold, as if lacking any sort of empathy. He was like a serpent, Erza thought. Isn't he the vice captain? Kira said. One of the best officers in the division. Just trust me on this, all right? Erza said. I've got a sense for these things, and that man, he's bad news all around. Stay away from him, as much as you can. Sure, Renji said. We got it. Now come on guys, duties wait in boring patrols, and whatnot. Momo gave her a hesitant look, and then the four of them went on their way, and Erza went on hers. Her new position meant some interesting things, like high-level holo hunts, and some less interesting things, like running errands from division to division, making courtesy calls about interdivisional cooperations, schedules, having papers signed this and that way. Everyone knew the road to success was paved with failure, with blood, sweat, and tears, with pain and endurance, with the perseverance to overcome whatever life threw your way. What most people didn't know was that success also came with bureaucracy, whose lifeblood was paperwork to no end. In this particular instance, it was an errand to 12th Division, to sign for a holo captured by their division and subsequently handed to the research division. Along with her was Isane. On a similar errand herself somebody had been injured, and of course there was some paper that needed signing for that, too. As she walked there, it occurred to her that she had never visited the place before, well, except the one time with Isane, but she had hardly seen anything of the division itself. She had never had cause to. Her duties had her spend much time in the field, and divisions did not frequently make joint operations. Few situations called for deploying soldiers on that big of a scale. She'd met a few 12ers here and there, and they seemed all right to her. It was a place of learning, she knew, the home of the one and only science organization in the GODI, as well as an extensive data bank and library. Before long, the two of them were inside the division, heading towards the information desk. They were in luck. The captain himself stood there, angrily lecturing the receptionist over something. She hadn't met the man before. He was an elusive sort who didn't often stray outside his lab. She had heard he was a ruthless sort, very no-nonsense, but didn't know much else. As they approached, she noticed his strange appearance: skin painted white, with black linings painted, or naturally colored that way. No, you imbecile. The captain sneered at the receptionist, his voice shrill enough to almost be a shriek. The specimens were supposed to have come through half an hour ago, and it's only your incompetence keeping me from discovering all their secrets. Should I take you down to the labs, strap you down and dissect you instead? The receptionist seemed too frightened to answer, looking to be on the verge of tears, so the captain continued his litany. Honestly, the incompetence on you all. How am I expected to conduct my research when I am surrounded by fools? Mayuri-sama, said a tall woman standing by his side, who Erza hadn't noticed until now. She was pretty. She noticed black, straight hair hanging down in a neat cut, pale, well-sculpted legs, and a calm, almost detached expression on her face. What? He snarled, turning at her. What could you add, you pathetic ingrate? I believe this is a simple miscommunication, sir, the woman said, taking the abuse without flinching. I have been told that the specimens have been delivered to Section 3, Lab 4. We simply haven't received word of it until 32 minutes ago. 32 minutes. Captain Kuratsuka spat. It has been here for over half an hour, and you haven't told me yet. You specifically ordered me to keep quiet as you left your lab, sir, the woman said. Nimue, you useless bitch. He spat, and slapped her across the face. I graciously let you live as my assistant, and this is how you repay me? Undermining my efforts. As he screamed the words out, he hit her, again and again, until finally Nimue staggered back, leaned against a wall. Erza felt her fists balling, anger rising in her chest, but she could feel an arm on her shoulder, holding her back. Don't. Isane said. You can't stop him. Nothing good will come of stepping up here. But he's dash, Erza said, fury preventing her from forming a proper sentence, as the captain hit, insulted, struck his assistant, over and over, not stopping when he drew blood, not stopping when she collapsed, sitting down against the wall as he hit her, again and again. You can't, Isane said, her grip tightening as Erza tried taking a step forward, because he is a captain, and he has a right to run his division however he wants. If we step in here, then we're the ones breaking the rules, not him. And that would be if he didn't decide to kill us for insulting him. The man is a monster. Erza hissed between her teeth. He is. Isane hissed back, but there's nothing we can do. Not right now. Erza's nails dug into her palms, hard enough to draw blood, as she watched the captain hit her, his hand finally slowing down out of exertion. He spat at the woman, then turned to face them, as if noticing them only now. Oh, he said, casually fixing his hat, what the devil do you two want? He looked at his hands, and his coat, and mumbled angrily, damn it, now I got blood on my clothes, what a useless bitch. Well, spit it out, the two of you. Erza said nothing, just barely managing to keep her mouth shut, just barely managing to not hit him with all the strength she had. Quickly, Isane spoke up. We are here to sign for some specimens and an injured member from your division. Please, sir, if you would take just a moment. You're from 4, aren't you? He said, looking at them like they were vermin. Fine, hand me the dem papers. I have research to conduct, you plebeians. Papers were signed, all while Erza's willpower was tested to their limits against herself, and finally, the captain turned to leave. He stopped by his assistant, and gave her a malicious look. Pick yourself up and be down in the lab in 10 minutes, or I am dismantling you. Yes, sir. Nemu managed, looking frighteningly accepting. Did she take this all the time? Was she this used to it? The moment the captain turned around, Isane rushed over to Nemu, pulling out a medical kit from her pocket, treating her injuries with a feverish quickness. So you do care, Erza spat, finally managing to get a word out, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. That's not fair. Isane said, dabbing a cut on Nemu's face with alcohol. Here, come help me. Yeah, sorry. Erza mumbled, walking over. It had been an unkind thing to say, but this was a different experience, one she hadn't been at all prepared for. Are you okay? Isane said to Nemu, not seeming to care much about the insult. Does it hurt much? Anywhere specific? I need to go help. Mayuri-sama. Nemu mumbled, clumsily attempting to stand. Out of the question. Isane said firmly. Sighing, remembering who she was dealing with, she said, at least let me treat you, alright? You're no use, bleeding from your face. Nemu said nothing, but sat back against the wall, letting Isane treat her. Soon too soon, Erza knew she got up, just barely treated for the injuries she had just taken. She is, a mod soul, Isane mumbled. He made her. She is his daughter. He legally owns her. Beats her whenever he gets angry. She had a haunted look on her face. It's not right. Damn straight. Erza growled. How can people just let this go on? How can nobody protest? He's a captain. Isane said simply. Practically, there's no position more powerful than that in all of the Soul Society. And if you hold that, without having any sense of good. She trailed off, but the meaning was clear. Let's get out of here, Erza mumbled, pulling Isane by the arm. Nodding weakly, she followed her out. As the two of them left, Erza thought she could hear, very faintly, a distorted sound from below, sounding like a scream. She hoped it was her imagination. Startling as some parts of Godei life were like the revelation that one of its highest officers was an abusive monster, there was still much good to be found. Her pillar of strength was her friends Lisana, Rangiku, Isane, Renji, Momo, they were what kept her going. Which was why, now in her room after hours, sitting on her bed, she was paying the likes of Mayuri no mind, because Momo sat across her, an excited smile on her face. Well, show it then, Erza said, smiling back. It's not every day you achieve Shikai, is it? Technically I did it the day before yesterday, Momo stuttered, teeming with a subdued eagerness, so typical to the shy little Momo Erza had first gotten to know, but I had to try it again and again, just to make sure it wouldn't go away. Erza giggled. You know, they usually don't change their mind. I know, Momo said fussily. But I had to make sure. You know. I know, Erza said, nodding. Go on then. Slowly and carefully, taking a deep breath, Momo pulled her Zanpakuto out of its sheath, cautiously holding it straight up, grasping the hilt with both hands. She took a second deep breath, and said, a bit nervously, "Snap, Tabayam." There was a flare of red light, and the hilt straightened, and from each side a second and third blade jutted out, one lower down on the blade, and one higher up. It looked more like a tuning fork than a sword, but then again, you couldn't judge by appearance alone. With a curious look, Erza said, "Well, that's brilliant. What can it do?" "It's sort of a Kido weapon," Momo said, licking her lips nervously. "I can channel energy through it. Right now, all I can do is make things explode." As if to accentuate her words, a jolt of red energy overflowed from the blade's tip, shooting into the roof with a small bang, leaving a small crater. Momo gave a shriek, and instantly sealed her sword again. "That was not supposed to happen," she said, holding a hand over her mouth. "I'm so sorry, I should have better control, I really should." "It's all right," Erza said, looking at the hole in her roof. There was a red spark of residual energy there, dying out the moment she looked at it. "It's good. You've got a strong blade. You just need to practice with it." Sure," Momo mumbled. "I should be able to do some really interesting things with this. I just don't know much yet." "It's the same for everyone," Erza said, reaching for her own Tetsu no Tama. "I had to try for a very long time before this one right here let me unlock its power. And if I don't live up to his standards, he'll take it away. He's a bit of a grump." She could feel the disapproval of her sword's spirit in her head, but she paid it no mind. She stepped off the bed, and slowly unsheathed the blade in its full length, a good deal bigger than Momo's, or for that part, most Zanpakuto. "Let me show you," Erza said. "Sure," Momo said, nodding happily. "Strike," she said, her tone assertive, and the sword glowed faintly in response. Nothing much else seemed to happen, though. Momo said, after a pause long enough that it was almost awkward. "Duel," Erza said, and in both her hands appeared two long swords, with red hilts, but not looking extraordinary aside from that. "In battle, I can call these out easily, just with a thought. But here, it's a bit less compliant," Erza explained. "Back when I was alive, I had magic I could switch around between any weapon or armor in my arsenal. I used to think my Shikai would work the same way. But it doesn't," Momo said, looking curious. "No," said Erza, shaking her head, "I have a fixed number of weapons, and, well, each one looks like it's an aspect of combat, generated by my emotions. It was subtler than I first expected. I only recently realized. And these two swords? They are balance," Erza said, weighing them in her hands, moving them around a little. "Using two swords at once takes extremely good hand-to-eye coordination. You have to do twice as much, and do it right all the time. As such, it's a sword combination used only by very skilled swordsmen. Because it requires the user to be very dexterous, they represent a good balance." She smiled, and let the weapons dissipate. "To be honest, they aren't very strong, because I'm not the calmest of swords people. I'm passionate, I live in the moment. If I could learn to distance myself, be more stoic, they would be much stronger." The weapon changed, now taking the form of a bearded axe, with a very long hilt. "Breaker," Erza said, simple, running her thumb down the axe's blade. "They represent determination, the willpower to crush your enemy no matter what. It hits slow, but hard, and crushes through the toughest defense when it does. This one is strong. But it's limited." Again it changed, now turning into a great spear and a big, round shield, inscribed with the regalia of fairy tale itself. "Sentinel," said Erza. "Born of my will to help others, to protect them from harm, it represents the aspect of defense." She let it dissipate, and again the weapon changed, now taking the form of a black, jagged blade, a gigantic, thick great sword that left a big dent in the floor as it materialized. "Render," Erza mumbled. "It looks different." "It is," Erza said, looking intently at the weapon. "It's the strongest one. It's the aspect of chaos. Of going berserk, wanting nothing more than to fight, 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 to hit your enemy and never stop. Ponderously, she let her eyes wander up and down the sword. It's born from my hate, my anger, my sadness. It's the strongest, because I had some rough times before I reached my Shikai. It's grown and changed since I first got it. It looks scary. Momo said quietly. It is. Erza agreed, letting the blade vanish, and her Zanpakuta return to its sealed form. But sometimes, I have to use it. I want to make weapons like Duel or Sentinel the strongest, not Render. When I can do that, I think I will be truly strong. I'm sure you can do it. Momo said, and nodded. Sorry I shouldn't have brought this out. Erza said apologetically. Why don't we go out, celebrate your new sword? Sure. Momo said, smiling slightly. Aizen Saoshik was a planner of plans, a hatcher of schemes, a manipulator, a puppet master who tugged at strings from the shadows, hiding in plain sight. He was, however, not opposed to get his hands a little dirty, metaphorically speaking. Spend too much time sitting down, and you would lose your touch. Which was why he was out here in the Rukanga. When he had first started his infiltration, so much younger than now, he had sometimes fantasized that there might be more people like him strong-willed, driven, with a goal and smarts to get there. But sadly or not, he had never seen anybody much like himself, with perhaps just the one exception. He seemed to be alone in his brilliance, the only one with the will to change the world. Which was why he felt the smallest hint of irritation when he found people who had seen past this veil, only to create one of their own like Inaba Cage Rosa. He was the 7th seat of Division 12, and one of its chief scientists, and he had run secret experiments out here, in this lab hidden far out in a half-dead forest. That in itself wasn't strange by 12th Division standards. It wasn't uncommon for more dangerous, unethical research to be carried out covertly, so that the Godai could wash its hands off of it, should the secrets be unveiled. But Inaba was different. He had first looked into him only out of mild curiosity, as a way of passing the time, but the more he had looked, the more he had seen an oddball, somebody outside the norm, somebody with something to hide. It hadn't been hard to find. Inaba's greatest protection was his status as an officer, being beyond reproach as a researcher, but he was not good at covering his tracks. Irregularities in materials sent to his lab, strange work hours, and he hadn't even bothered to suppress his riot so by much going out here. Here, in the Rukanga, close to Erza's home village, what a quaint coincidence that was. And out here, he had found exactly what. Row upon row of modified souls, clones of several officers from the Godai, kept in tubes of glass. Some were failures, and others, he sensed the riot's signatures, and despite himself, he felt a little impressed. Not only were there some excellent copies, but they mimicked the signature and power of several captains. Yet, Inaba's vision was flawed. How could it not be? What could he possibly hope to do with an experiment like this, if not some plebeian idea like taking the Godai over with force or destroying it? Inwardly, he shook his head and sighed. People thought genius was something extraordinary, something special, yet they failed to see that genius was pointless without vision, not that these dolls were genial in particular. Masterfully crafted, but even a casual look at the designs told him they could be improved upon. Well, no point in wasting time. If successful, these dolls could cause havoc, more than he was interested in dealing with. He'd have to slip the 2nd Division a discreet tip, without it being traceable back to him, let them deal with it. Or, a train of thought that was spawning an idea was interrupted by something that caught his eye. A mod soul, in a glass container just like the rest. He approached it. Female, green hair, short, dressed simply yet in typically human fashion, and, he felt as he prodded for its signature, seemingly unique. The others were all copies, but this one, it had a subtlety to it. It had been created, with much care, to be something else, something unique. He smiled. This was most likely Inaba's prized possession. So, why not find out how prized a possession she was? He opened the container, bypassing the simple Kido lock put on it, and the mod soul began to wake up, slowly opening its eyes. Aizen held up his Kyoka Suijutsu, wordlessly letting the Shikai activate. The mod soul would be seeing a frail old man dressed in rags, looking frightened. What? She murmured. Who are who are you? She stood up out of the container, stepping out on the floor. Go. Eisen murmured, mimicking the words of a frightened old man. Just go. And so, the illusory old man ran out of there at all speed. Eisen himself stood still where he was, quite invisible to the girl. He watched as she took a couple of cautious steps out on the floor and then ran herself away. Inaba was a good craftsman, but it seemed he instilled no love or loyalty. Typical. Well, at least it made for a new opportunity. This could be an interesting test for Erza. She was quite close now, to being somebody he'd make one of his own. And as it happened, she was out on visit there, in her old village just by coincidence. Every so often, although, Erza admitted to herself with a little shame, not often enough she would come back to visit her village. It was good to be reminded who she was fighting for, where her roots were. She was strong now, and so very different from the girl that had once spawned in this afterlife, weak and ignorant, but she was still the same Erza who loved the company of others, cared about the weak and needing, and protected those she could. In this case, protection came in the form of some money, and any local bandit knowing that all hell would break loose if the village was targeted by anything bigger than petty theft. So it was that now, after a day off well spent in the company of the village children, who had watched with awe as she showed them her sword and regaled them with tales of her hunts carefully censored to take out the more horrible bits, that she was walking home. Shunpo could take her there in a tenth of the time, but a good walk was nothing to waste. It gave her time to think, to enjoy the scenery, and just be left by herself. Her tranquil walk, though, was interrupted. Not far from her village, she saw a girl, lying in a ditch just next to the road. Her clothes were strange, much better made than that of the typical Rukon dweller, and her hair was green. Quickly, Erza walked over, and checked for a pulse. She was alive, at the least just unconscious, it seemed. Erza frowned, sensing carefully this mysterious soul. She had power, it seemed quite a bit of it, at least the equivalent of a 20th seat, putting her miles above the typical Rukon dweller. Carefully, she lifted her up, and put her under a tree by the road. She took out a simple water bottle from her pack, always useful on a trip like this, and splashed some of it on the girl's face, gently. It took a minute or so, but then the girl stirred, her eyes opening. Where? She mumbled weakly. Drink. Erza said, holding the bottle to the girl's face. Easy now, you must be exhausted. Carefully holding her head up with one hand, she put the bottle to her lips. The girl drank greedily, reaching up with one hand to hold it by herself. Erza let her, and sat back as the girl got up in a sitting position, taking deep gulps. Finally, she put the bottle down, and took a deep breath, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. Who are you? She asked shyly, looking at Erza with suspicion. Strange as she were, Erza couldn't blame her. The Rukon could be a hostile place. I mean you no harm, Erza said, making what she hoped was a friendly gesture with her arms. You want that water? You can have it. That doesn't answer my question. The girl mumbled. Oh. Right, that. I am Erza Scarlet, 3rd seed of Division 5, of the Goti 13, she proclaimed, speaking quietly. I am Nozomi, the girl said, clutching the water bottle and hugging her legs to her body. My name is Kyujo Nozomi. Where are you from? Erza asked. Where did you come from? When I found you, you were unconscious by the road. You must have walked for a very long time. The girl just kept hugging her legs, looking into the ground. All right, Erza said, making sure to keep an even, quiet tone. I'm not going to force you to talk. I know a lot of people out here don't like us Shinigami. Some think we don't care, some think we're just like the gangs out there, only bigger and stronger, but I try to be better than that. I'm not going to force you to say anything. If it's your business, it's your business. The girl just looked at her, with a curious expression, as if veering between suspicion, disbelief, and plain old confusion. There's a village up that road. Erza said, pointing to where she had come from. I'll walk you there or not, if you don't want to. If you tell them Erza Scarlet sent you, they'll give you a meal and a place to stay. It's a good place to start. It's where I started. The girl Nozomi sat quiet for a while, and Erza began to wonder for how long she could stay. She had to get back to the Godai before sundown, and while helping a stranger was the kind thing to do, she couldn't hold herself up all day. I'm afraid. Nozomi said at last. He'll come hurt me if I. Who will? Erza asked. I can't tell. Nozomi said. He kept me, he made me, it's not long from here. She trailed off. Like I said, Erza said carefully, you don't have to tell me anything. I'm not here to bully you around. I just want to help. Why? Erza blinked. She was strange. Because I think it's the decent thing to do. And why is that? I don't need a reason to be kind, Erza said, smiling at her, it's just enough that people need a kindness, and I have the time to give it. That's all. She sounded suspicious, almost hostile. That's all. Erza said affirmatively. But I'm not going to force it on you if you don't want it. So. She stood up, as if to leave. His name is Inaba. Nozomi said quietly. Really? Erza said, sitting herself down again. You'll protect me? Nozomi said. If he comes for me? I definitely will, Erza said, nodding. At this point, she knew of few people who could outfight her vice-captains, captains, and not many others, certainly no Inaba. All right then, the girl murmured. Listen closely. What she told Erza had her at first nodding understandingly, then raising her eyebrows, then drawing a sharp breath of surprise. The girl, Nozomi, was a purely artificial creation, grown in a lab not far from here. More alarmingly, said lab was full of copies of Godai officers of the highest rank, powerful and intended to do harm. Erza could scarcely believe it as she heard the tale, but if the girl was lying, then she was a fantastic actor. A quick tour back to the lab, after some instructions, confirmed it a secret lab, full of devious things. Erza had returned to Nozomi not an hour later, picked her up in her arms, and carried her with her as she sped towards the Godai 13 as fast as her legs could carry her. After placing Nozomi in official custody, that is, in her own room, she had reported directly to Aizen. He had listened, nodded, and sent word to the 2nd Division immediately. That had been yesterday. Now, today, she stood to attention in his office, called in by her captain personally. At ease, please, Aizen said, standing up from behind his desk. Erza relaxed herself a little. The report came back this morning. It seems this Nozomi girl was one in a line of dozens of creations. They are being dismantled and destroyed as we speak, of course terribly dangerous. What will happen to Nozomi herself? Erza said stiffly. Would they want to do the same to her, dismantle her? I argued for her case. I can say with some confidence that she will not face the same fate. She has a mind of her own. She is a soul, even if artificially created. She will be kept under surveillance, but I can say with some confidence that she will be allowed to live. Good. Erza said, breathing a sigh of relief. More importantly, Inaba is still at large. Aizen said gravely. His goal, it seems, was not a hostile takeover, but the complete destruction of the Godai 13. His research, Project Spear, a mod soul program for combat purposes, was rejected. For that petty a reason, he decided to use his genius for the sake of destroying all we hold dear. He sighed. A wanted order has been put on him, dead or alive, but due to the level of strength he possesses, a regular kill team is out of the question. Sir. I'd like you to hunt him down. Aizen said, giving her a smile. We have a fix on his last known position, out in the Rukon, and it's continuously monitored. Yes, sir. Erza said, nodding. I know you will do fine. But don't delay, go out there now. Everything you need to know will be in this file. He said, handing her a file, not especially thick. She looked inside. There were some sheets of information, and some photos. Read on your way there. Now, go. Erza nodded, and walked out. Out she was in the Rukon, in a rugged forest littered with half-dead trees. It was a gloomy place, even with the sun shining down on it, most appropriate, Erza felt, for traitorous scum like Inaba Rosa. She walked across the forest floor for an hour or so, carefully sensing for riots. She was watched, most likely, by intelligence agents they left nothing to chance. She would solve this herself, though Eisen was counting on her, and she would not let him down. Eventually, she sensed it emissions of riot so, well hidden but not concealed enough, too close to be masked. Confidently, she stepped up towards where it came from. She came upon a rock formation, with an entrance to a small cave. Hiding in the dark? It would do him no good. Boldly, she stepped forward, unsheathing her sword. She murmured the release for her Shikai, and felt the blade change, manifesting as dual, one sword in each hand. She stepped towards the mouth of the cave, feeling the riot source. No letting her guard down, there was no telling what. The assault was sudden, out of nowhere, and only many decades worth of trained reflexes let her react in time. From above, a series of jagged, rock-like projectiles rained down on her, and just at the last second she slipped into a shunpo, moving away. She had been hit, though, several of the projectiles had slammed into her left arm and shoulder. It hurt, but nothing seemed broken. Sliding to a halt some 20 strides back, Erza looked up at her attacker. "This is who they send for me," said Inaba, standing above the cave. Pitiful. He stood tall, wearing yellow robes, and he wore the creepiest spectacles. His hair was green, like Nozomi's, with a blonde streak in it. In his hand was a double-bladed sort of staff, with a sword blade at each end, held with the casual ease of a trained swordsman. Erza did not indulge him with a reply, instead dashing forward into a zigzagging run, Shunpo carrying her at breakneck speed. Inaba spun his sword staff, though, forming a grey circle of some sort, from which more stone-like projectiles flew. Erza was forced to jump aside, her charge halting. Inaba did not let up, sending hailstorm after hailstorm of rocks at her. As she jumped, dodged, she tried to think there seemed to be no end to these things, and though they dissolved very quickly after hitting, they did hit hard. His spiritual pressure was absurd, for a supposed 7th seat easily at the level of a vice-captain. Quickly, to test him, Erza sent out a mid-level Kido spell at him. "Heido number 33, Sakasui!" she cried, and the white lightning formed in her palm, flying directly at Inaba. He did not even move, the grey circle just formed in front of him, blocking her attack with ease. Damn! She was getting nowhere like this. "Sentinel!" she murmured, and her weapons shifted into the round shield and spear. Standing her ground, she waited for Inaba to make his move. Spinning his sword again, the grey circle appeared, raining down another barrage of pointy projectiles. Bracing herself, Erza lowered her center of gravity, and held her shield up high, absorbing the attack. It hammered on her hard, and her shield arm screamed in protest against the unrelenting assault, but she had to endure. It couldn't last forever, right? She hoped it wouldn't. Luckily, it didn't. After what felt like an eternity, the barrage stopped for just a second. It was all Erza needed. Raising her spear arm for a throw, she could see Inaba looking down on her, as if to see if she was still standing. Then, she let her arm lash out, and the spear flew from her hand, and in just the blink of an eye, it hit home. She heard the dull thud of flesh being pierced, and a grunt from Inaba. The spear and shield dissolved, once again reshaping as dual blades, and she leapt forward in a step of Shunpo, crossing the distance in but a second. Inaba was staggering back, bleeding heavily from his side, but he still managed to parry her strike, skillfully wielding his stave sword. He was hurting though, Erza knew it, and up close she had the advantage. Mercilessly, she hacked and slashed at him, with all the speed and grace she was capable of, her arms weaving an artful, well-practiced pattern of slashes, stabs, upward and downward cuts. None of these were meant to hit so much as keep him on the defensive. He was defending though, just barely, seeming far more resilient than she would have expected. After nearly 2 minutes of trying to break his guard, she decided to try something else. Pushing down hard with both swords, she locked the both of them in place, pushing against each other. Then, letting go of one sword, she thrust her palm forward, under his guard and right against his chest. "Heido number 1, Shao!" she cried, putting all she had behind the simple Kido spell. It slammed into him with full force, knocking him over, sending him tumbling. To his credit, he was almost at his feet when she came at him, but it was too late. Slashing upwards with both swords, she cut him across the chest and arm, feeling flesh give way to the sharpness of her blades. He cried out in pain, and still managed to get to his feet, but Erza gave him no pause, kicking him in the gut. He staggered back, and Erza prepared to attack again. Now to hurt him just badly enough that he'd live. Then he reached for something by her waist, and suddenly there was a puff of smoke, and Erza's eyes hurt. Coughing, tears running from her eyes from the chemical smoke bomb, Erza fell over. By the time she got to her feet, Inaba was already on the run. Inaba grunted through his teeth, biting back the pain. He had administered as strong of a painkiller as he dared, and kept running. He was bleeding from at least 3 places. The damned woman had pierced his side with a spear, and cut him twice with swords, catching his chest and arms. Blood was soiling his robes, and the pain still burned through the drugs he had injected. Damn them all! He had given the Godii his truest genius, allowed them the finest project imaginable, and this was the thanks he got? They deserved to die. Every last one of them deserved to die, for rejecting him, for refusing an intellectual superior out of ignorance. Mongrel apes, the lot of them, stuck in their archaic beliefs of power and authority. But of course, being a genius, Inaba had taken precautions. The moment he started his revenge scheme, he had known this was a possibility. There were contingencies. There were safe houses out there, deep in the Rukon, according to his own design, well hidden from all prying eyes. He'd run, he'd lick his wounds, and he'd do whatever was necessary to get his revenge. One day, they'd all see. Letting out a wheezing chuckle, he pictured the death of each captain, powerless to stop his brilliant plan. And then, as he staggered forward, he noticed a figure standing in his way. He had almost bumped into his chest, so preoccupied had he been. Aizen! He burst out, cursing his luck. It's the strangest thing, ambition, Aizen said. His tone was different. In fact, all about him seemed subtly different. He wasn't wearing his glasses, he was holding them in his left hand, his hair was combed back, and he sounded so cold. It's a good thing to have, he continued, as Inaba staggered, forcing himself to stay upright despite the pain. How else will you get anywhere in life? Too many settle for less than they are capable of. Out of laziness, out of security, out of contentedness. Even among the best officers, this is true. Few are those who do not settle. What is this? Inaba snarled. He was a wanted man, a traitor, yet Aizen had neither killed him, nor made a move to subdue him. Your work, Aizen said, smiling as if he was thinking of a funny joke. I liked it. I almost admired it. It's all being destroyed now, of course, but I saved some blueprints for personal use. A look of horror crossed Inaba's face, as he imagined all his research, his brilliant knowledge, unearthed only to be buried again, being destroyed. Aizen only looked more amused now, seeing his face. You had ambition, power, and nearly was careful enough to cause a ruckus. You even made a copy of myself. I'd have felt insulted, but then again, I cannot be copied. I am one of a kind. Your crude effigy was the copy of a fantasy, so I'll let that slide. He put his hand on his sword, and slowly pulled it out. Inaba took a sharp breath, preparing himself for the worst. What I cannot abide is having ambition, power, seeing past the illusion everyone else does, and then making a pitfall of your own the moment you gained clarity. He sighed, casually waving his sword in Inaba's direction. Really, destruction? For the sake of petty revenge? I could respect wanting to tear it all down to build a new tomorrow, according to your own vision, but you didn't even think that far, did you? If you're going to kill me, kill me. Inaba sneered, clutching at his side. No. Aizen said flatly. We'll get there. But first, I think you need to know why you failed. Not just because you were careless, but because you attracted a bigger fish, that is, myself, without even knowing I was there. He narrowed his eyebrows. You are a petty, second-rate schemer. You are a child whose reaction to adversity was throwing a tantrum and wanting to kill all your detractors. You are a little fish who dared to swim in my waters without looking further than right ahead of you. What are you? Inaba hissed, breathing heavily. If you're a big fish, what does that make you? A bringer of change. I'd explain, but what I want is far beyond your limited spectrum. You put yourself in my way, as if you could possibly be a worthy rival. I am the man who will topple the Godi, and when I do, it will have meaning. And they said I was mad. Inaba started, but before he could continue, Aizen was right in front of him, his sword smoothly sliding into Inaba's chest. He let out a gurgle, as he watched his heart's blood pour out. What had happened? There had been no shunpo, no hint of movement. One moment, he had just been there, right in front of him, before he had had a chance to raise his guard. Madness is what lesser men call a true genius that they cannot understand. Aizen said, his eyes staring right into Inaba's. On that point alone, I think we agree. Those were the last words Inaba ever heard, and he sunk to his knees and slumped over, quite dead. Shooting a content smile, Aizen dried his blade with a handkerchief, sheathed it, and put his glasses back on. Well, this had been a fun distraction. The next day, Erza reported back to her captain's office. The mission was, on paper, a success. Inaba had been found a few miles down the line, having bled to death. It did not feel like success, though she had wanted to take him alive, bring him to justice. She sort of expected a chewing out, and she felt like she would deserve it. Walking into the office, she stood to attention before her captain. Erza Scarlet reporting, sir. She said stiffly, in an unusually formal tone. Report, then, Aizen said, from behind his desk. I pursued Cage Rosa Inaba to the indicated location. He used his Zanpakuto's abilities to launch a surprise attack, but was unable to deal any significant damage. Her shoulder still ached, though. After overcoming his Shikai's ability, I was able to close the distance, and finally outfight him. I cut him a total of 3 times, although in my opinion, with the physique of a Shinigami of his level, it should not have been fatal. She lowered her gaze to the floor. I was mistaken, sir. Please, Erza, Aizen said, smiling at her, look at me. Reluctantly, she obliged. Inaba was unstable. Aizen explained. He had performed much experimentation on himself, to some success, but his body was unable to adjust in such a high-stress situation. He chose to run, and due to a self-induced chemical imbalance, he bled to death. You had no way of knowing. You did your duty admirably, as I knew you would. She really wished he had just scolded her. Sir. It's an ugly business. He said, shaking his head. Some would say it is better this way. Not myself, of course, he added hastily, seeing Erza's look. No, I'd rather have seen him brought to justice. The Godi was not without blame, benefiting from his research for so long without seeing him go extreme. Erza nodded. I tried my best. You always do. He said, smiling warmly. Now, I believe there is something else you'd like to ask me. Erza nodded again. Yes, Nozomi. Aizen sighed. Right now, only a limited number of people know of her existence. I had hoped to save her, but the 2nd Division is rather insistent on cleaning this mess up. And by clean up, I mean purge with fire. 12th was furious. They purged all the mod souls they could find, along with any data. If they find out about Nozomi, they would kill her. Erza said sharply. They would call it termination. Aizen said soberly. To them, it's no different from scrapping a machine. The law would agree with them. It's not right. Erza burst out. She's a person, she has thoughts and dreams, and she's not just some toy. Calm down. Aizen said sharply. What is there to do? I'll take her and run if I have to. Erza said stubbornly. You really mean it, don't you? Yes. Erza said, taking a deep breath, realizing that she'd walk out on her entire life over just a principle. Damn ethics. You do realize you just confessed intent of treason to a captain, yes? So be it. Erza said coldly, feeling like she was standing next to a cliff, ready to take the plunge, to crash and burn. What would he do? He was dutiful, she knew, understanding, kind, reasonable, but not a traitor. But Aizen just smiled. Calm down, there's no need to be so drastic. I'm not about to report you for having a moral spine. Erza breathed a sigh of relief. So you agree, then? Do I agree that she deserves more than indiscriminate termination? Yes. I do. But officially speaking, I cannot do much. Legally, my hands are tied. This is a second division matter. Then Erza started angrily, but Eisen raised his hand, silencing her. I said officially. Sir. She said uncertainly. Erza, ever since the first time I saw you, I knew you were different. He said, leaning back in his chair, crossing his fingers. You are intelligent, driven, and you know right from wrong. I always knew you would go far. To be honest, I am proud to have you under my wing, proud to see you standing here, in the face of your superior, choosing right over law no matter the cost. You have integrity. It is people like you who make society worthwhile. Sir. She said, feeling surprised. That was high praise, and it rather came out of nowhere. It was wonderful to hear, sure, but it didn't have much to do with Nozomi. He sighed, and shrugged. I suppose what I am trying to say, in my roundabout way, is that I like you. Integrity, backbone, that's hard to come by. Erza nodded. You said, officially. Clever girl, Eisen said, nodding and pointing a finger at her. Yes, officially I can do nothing. But as you know, being a captain comes with considerable power. We are expected to never abuse it, but when it's something obviously right, like saving a life from merciless bureaucracy, is that abuse? No, sir. Erza said firmly, looking him in the eye. It's not, no. Eisen said. He rummaged through his desk, finding a file of papers. I could call in a few favors, silence a few voices with money, maybe a bit of threats. I could make some reports go away. I could save her. Yes, I could save her. A look of joy on her face, Erza shot forward, putting her hands on his desk. You could? Then please, I beg you, Captain. You must. You barely know her. Eisen said. She could become a villain no better than Inaba, for all you know. She deserves a chance at life. It doesn't matter if she is my best friend, or a stranger on the street, she deserves a chance. Everyone does. Remarkable. Eisen mumbled. There is the fire of conviction in your eyes of a kind I haven't seen in a long time. You really believe it? I believe she deserves better. Erza said, standing herself tall. I'm not a philosopher, I'm not that smart. But I believe everyone deserves a chance. This would come at great personal risk. Eisen said hesitantly. If it were found out, captains can be cut a lot of slack, but it only goes so far. If it were exposed, I could be imprisoned, maybe even executed. I know, sir, Erza swallowed. I could just dash. No, you're not going to grab her and run, you silly girl, Eisen said dismissively, chuckling. You'd get found in 2 weeks' time, max. You are strong, but you are no good at hiding. Feeling embarrassed, Erza nodded. But still dash. I'll do it. Eisen said. But, remember that, when it counts the most, you owe me one. A big favor. Anything I can care to ask. Is that understood? I accept. Erza said, nodding. And you would never go back on your word? Not once. It is done, then, Eisen said, nodding. Don't worry, I am confident that when I am through, she will be just another soul recruited from the Rukon. She will have to attend academy, of course. Of course. Erza said, breathing out with relief again. Thank you so much, sir, thank you so much. It's all right. He said cheerfully. Really, I'll think of it as a mental exercise. Yes, so dash. You should probably run along now, go tell Nozomi the score. She is a soul from the 23rd district of the Rukanga. She lived in a village called Rakudii, with an old man named Jakin, and you spotted her there and offered her a place. She accepted. Can you memorize that? 23rd district, village Rakudii, old man Jakin, Erza said, nodding excitedly. I'll go tell her right away. With that, she turned around, and practically ran out of there. Eisen sat back in his chair, smiling a genuine smile. It felt good when things progressed smoothly, yes it did. A week later, with some hasty paperwork having been filed left and right, Nozomi stood outside the Shinigami Academy, dressed in a women's academy uniform. Aizen had been true to his word. Nobody seemed to have any idea, and all the official documents said the same: soul with spirit potential found in District 23, by Erza Scarlet. If anybody knew, they did nothing about it, which made it unlikely. Second Division was very no-nonsense when it came to professional murder. Nozomi looked excited. The fear had left her eyes, with her creator now dead and her future secured. "Are you sure you'll be alright?" Erza said. She knew she wasn't her mother, her older sister, that she hardly even knew her, but somehow, she couldn't help but fuss. She had found her, saved her, she felt oddly responsible. "I'll be fine, Erza," Nozomi said happily. You don't think being like you are, that will stop you being a mod soul?" Nozomi said. "It's alright, you can say it. Just not very loudly." "Right. Really, I'll be fine. Souls are just a mess of spirit particles to begin with. Anything they can do, I can do. Actually, being designed is an advantage. I'm better built, not just the result of a random process." "No offense," she said hastily. "It's fine," Erza said, laughing. "So, you're sure you can handle this?" "Anything they can do, I can do better," Nozomi said resolutely. "Besides, it's not like I have anywhere else to go. I become a Shinigami, or else that was the deal, right?" "Yeah," Erza said, shifting uncomfortably. In an ideal world, Nozomi would have had her freedom, not needing to hide, but the world was anything but ideal. "I'm going to try and be like you," Nozomi said, looking her in the eye. "No, better, I'm going to study hard, train, give it my all, and one day I'll be a captain. Then, you'll have to call me sir." She shot her a grin. She had grown an attitude, that was for sure. "Yeah," Erza said, grinning back. "I'll be a captain long before that, just you wait." "It's a deal, then," Nozomi said happily. "One day, we'll both be captains together. Go as far as you can. And if you fail to get to the top, that's alright, so long as you did your best," Erza said, nodding. "Now, go ahead, you've got school to go to. You'll come see me, right?" Nozomi said hesitantly. "I don't know anyone else." "Of course I will," Erza said, nodding. "I don't abandon my friends." "Friends?" Nozomi mumbled. "Yes, of course, alright. I'll see you later, Erza." And with that, Nozomi walked away, through the academy's gates, with a spirited gait, almost bouncing, skipping. She had a tomorrow to get to. It didn't make Erza feel big, didn't make her feel like a savior, but it did make her happy. She could make a difference, she knew it, and with good people like Aizen at her side, there was hope for this world after all. One day she'd wear a jacket just like his, have power just like his, and she would help everyone she could. Well, that was a long way away. For now, paperwork awaited. Reports didn't write themselves, however much she wished they would. Check the description for the links to the author.